Hello everyone, welcome to Deadline Day Live with Snickers. We are going to be here for the next 4 hours, counting down to the closing of the transfer window.
Now, we know there's hysteria of transfer deadline day. It can be very, very difficult, but we are here for the next 4 hours. If you want breaking news as it happens, this might not be the place for you. But if you want reaction and chat, do you like that? That's good, wasn't it? Do you like that? If you want reaction and chat to it, then Ball Street is back doing what it does best.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you keep involved with everything we're doing and make sure you share your opinions using hashtag on your game throughout the stream.
That's it. Now, nobody wants to see just us for 4 hours. Right.
Disagree? I would. Thank you.
I would watch that.
Thank you, Rory.
I mean, 4 hours is a lot. 4 hours is a lot.
It is a lot. It's not going to be that.
It's not going to be that. As you've seen already, the guys are here for the first hour. Obviously, we've got 4 hours, but we've got so many great guests. We've got Robbie Lyle from AFTV and Pippa Monique, who will be on here later in the show, and Mark Goldbridge as well. But for the first hour, we've got Rory, Chelsea fan.
But
as if
you don't start with them.
But I'm letting them know that
we've got these wonderful guests, but for now
we know our successful.
Everyone needs a great warm back, don't they?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is just stick with us for the first hour.
Yeah, get
and
through
then we'll
it.
have the other guys
We'll
on.
sub them on.
Yeah, exactly. Rory is a Chelsea fan, Flav a Spurs fan, and Steve, who is a Man City fan. Any transfers catching your eye?
Well,
Rory?
there is some big stuff going on, I think. I've noticed that Gareth Bale isn't in the squad for Real Madrid.
Well, that's Spurs news, but thank you for
But
that.
I think
That's
that is
brilliant. That's really good news.
I was going to say, I have been telling everyone because he has been left out of the Real Madrid squad, and this is a story obviously that was broke in a reputable newspaper earlier on in the day, and you know my brain was thinking can't. Of course it can't. It's Gareth Bale. Why is it? He's not. It could take much longer than 12 hours to get him signed and done. But my heart was going, Gareth Bale, it's done.
Well,
it's
we're
done.
going to be talking about all the transfer stories. We're going to talk about all so many different things. But more importantly, we want to hear from you throughout the entire stream. So get on the social feeds, get on everything, hashtag on your game, and talk to us. And there's a special person who you can talk to.
Yeah, a person very special to my heart, of course. The man who's going to be in Social Corner, keeping us abreast of all the comings and goings in the transfer market tonight. It is, of course, Mr. Chris Pajak.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Paul. It's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, to be honest with you. I'm here, I'm in Social Corner. I'll be monitoring the Twitter feeds, I'll be in the YouTube comments, and I'll be in the Facebook comments as well. So get involved using the hashtag on your game. It's going to be a good night, it's going to be a great night, and hopefully there's going to be loads of action in the transfer window. While we get into that, I'll take you back over to the lads right now.
Indeed, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, make sure you do interact with the show. Chris will say pretty much anything you tweet in, so bear that in mind. But no, before we get stuck into the chat with the guys on the couch, we've got another guest lined up. He's going to be coming in via Skype, via live satellite link up. We're going to have Mr. Mark Goldbridge, which could be very, very exciting. We know he is possibly... look, there's a lot of people who obviously spend their time talking about football in here, so I don't want to be disrespectful, but he might be the best of us all. He's certainly the most... There he is. Look at him. Wonderful.
Very close. He's very zoomed in.
Mark, can you hear us? Are you well? Is that a green screen? I never knew that you used a green screen.
What? How did you think he did all the effects?
Of course, it's a green screen. It's a benefit screen. I don't know what I had to do either.
I didn't understand any of that. Mark, huge signing. Absolutely huge signing. We didn't think it was going to happen, did we? Nathan Bishop. On deadline day, Southend goalkeeper. Quick reaction to that. We were talking about all the other bits, but Nathan Bishop, incredible to get him through the door.
Sorry, James.
Perfect.
We will talk
the
to
wonders of live television, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, well, Mark's going to be...
we will get reaction to that Nathan Bishop transfer. We will.
The hottest of hot scoops and insights is coming, so make sure you stay tuned for that one a little bit later on.
Yes. Not only will we be featuring Mark in this, we're also going to be talking about transfer stories, of course, but we're going to be talking about the biggest stories in football in 2020 as well, because that's what we do best. So we sit down and we chat, we talk it through. We're going to be talking through the top 11 talking points in football today, aren't we, Paul?
Absolutely. Let's go through our top 11 questions, which we're going to be getting your interactions on as well. So if you've got thoughts on these, make sure you do tweet them in or use the comment section, etc., etc. First is, how much time should a manager be given? Second is, what would you rather, unbeaten for a season, treble winners, or over 100 points? A special favourite of mine. Question 3 is favourite away ground. 4, best transfer of this season. The question 5, what player are you most scared of leaving your club? Can Leicester finish in the top 4? Most underrated player in the Premier League, greatest January transfer of all time, most important player at your club. If you had to take and play regularly a player from your biggest rival, who would it be? And lastly, which service station will Mbappe stop at on the M6 on his way up to Liverpool? Right, we're going to focus on the first 2 for the first hour or so. So if you've got any thoughts on any of those, which are, of course, how much time should a manager be given? And what would you rather, unbeaten for a season, treble winners, or over 100 points? Make sure you get involved in the comments section alongside the stream or by tweeting using hashtag on your game.
Absolutely. We're also going to be testing you guys. I don't know if you know about this. We've got a little quiz set up for you. Every guest that we have on the show will be taking this quiz. 15 questions on your team. So it should be really easy for you guys.
This is a hiding to nothing, though, isn't it? It can only go badly here because we should get it right. So it's like a keeper facing a penalty.
The good thing about this is that there's no expensively assembled teams here. You're all starting on 0. You've all had the same chance. This is a proper competition. So
we're all supporting each other, isn't it, really?
Exactly.
I just don't want to finish bottom.
We'll see about that.
So no, I'm not supporting each other at all.
I guarantee, don't worry, that I'll be finishing. Yeah, no.
So the winner of this will be crowned Transfer Deadline Day live with Snickers Quiz Champion 2020.
Which is the most succinct we could possibly
That's as short as we could get it.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. Which is TDDL. WSQC.
Can we get that trending?
If you want to hashtag it by any chance. Yeah.
So let's talk about the transfers. You were saying Gareth Bale is the one that you're sort of still hoping for. Sorry, Rory. Gareth Bale's the one that you're still hoping for at this moment in time?
I'm not hoping for it, no. I don't want that deal to happen. I think Gareth Bale's obviously an incredible player, and I think when you sign a marquee player like that, it can give the entire club a lift, irrespective of the contribution to the player that the player actually makes. I think you just get somebody like that in and around the club. Mourinho would get the best out of him, and I worry that Tottenham would then surge. So I really don't want this deal to happen.
We'll be making a surge without Gareth Bale. Don't you worry about that, Sunshine.
Disagree.
Well, we'll see.
While we've got Rory, actually, Giroud looks to be staying at Chelsea.
He does, which is a strange one, really. I think the reason he's staying is because we haven't got anyone else in. I don't think he's integral to our plans at all. And I think it's a shame because I rate him higher than I do Batshuayi.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I think he's a more gifted player. He just doesn't suit our system under Lampard. But I was surprised that he would be up for that move, Giroud. Obviously, an Arsenal player, he totally undermined his Arsenal legacy. I think their fans hold him in fairly high regard. I'm quite pleased it didn't happen.
You mean
but
to Tottenham?
To Tottenham.
Move to Tottenham.
Yeah, but it would undermine his Arsenal legacy if he made that.
He doesn't care. William Gallas didn't care. Like, none of them cared. George Graham didn't care. Sol Campbell didn't care. None of them care, mate. I know you're a principled man, and understand. And Jose Mourinho doesn't care. None of them care. He wanted an opportunity to go and play football. When I first heard about this rumour, I was like, he's Arsenal, he's a gooner, no chance. The longer this day's gone on without a striker, I'm like,
But the thing is, he's a very good player if you play to his strengths, and I think Mourinho would. And we can't strengthen.
Right, gents, listen, we're going to have to pick up on all of these. Don't worry, there's going to be plenty of time for you all to get your say on what's going on at your football clubs a little bit later on.
More pressing business.
More pressing business, indeed. So, listen. Regulars are aware of what we've done at Ball Street over the years. Will be aware we've done Deadline Day shows in the past, and we quite celebrated in a victory we took a few years back, James.
Massively. Yeah, we were able to we won the Transfer Deadline Day, basically, because often things don't happen, but we were able to get a rumour trending. It was definitely trending. It was like 17th on the trending page. Also, it was picked up by loads of different media outlets. Rory, you were there, weren't you? Of course.
I was there.
Ryan Barble
enjoyed it, yeah.
making the move to Newcastle, and we can't do a Deadline Day stream on Ball Street and not do a similar thing. But we need to take it up a notch.
Well, exactly. This is the thing. We could do the same thing again, but it's done. It's been done. We're not going to here to tread on. This is not like remaking. Yeah, this is not The Force Awakens. It's been done. You know what I mean? We're going to make sure that we do something new, something fresh. So it's too easy to just pick a random former Liverpool player and prey on Geordies. What we're going to do this time is we're going to take an 11.
And Besiktas fans.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we're going to invent a footballer first and foremost.
We're going fictional.
Yeah,
we're going fictional. I like
we're going to make this as difficult, but therefore as interesting as possible. Because look, we've got to keep entertainment going throughout Deadline Day. So yes, we're going to invent a player.
We're going to invent a player. There's baby steps before we get this really going. We've got to do the backstory. And more importantly than that, we need to think of a name of this fictional person that is now going to become a real person. It's going to have a backstory. It's going to have a team. It's going to move forward. It's going into the Twitter sphere.
Yeah.
And it's going to...
Before we engage Flav's ability to... Because you probably have a limerick or something, which...
He is ready to go, aren't you, Flav? You are
He's
buzzing
got a
away.
great name.
What we're going
well.
to do... What we're going to do, we're going to stick, because Snickers have been good enough to sponsor the
It's brave.
show.
It's brave.
We're going to, no, careful. What we're going to do...
I meant the
is we're
idea,
gonna
not the stream, sorry.
Create a football player maybe using Snickers
Yeah.
as some sort of anagram.
OK. Any ideas, guys? Snickers?
My name definitely isn't that.
Your name in a minute. Yeah.
You get Kearns out of that, couldn't you, as a surname?
Well, the obvious one, Nick Urs.
Knickers.
Knickers.
Nick Urs, Norwegian midfielder.
They'll see straight through that.
Nick Rest.
Like, if you want to make this work, let's leave the puns at home, right?
Okay.
This is an anagram. This isn't even a pun.
Well, listen,
Serious for a
Let's
second.
make it bigger then.
let's make it bigger.
Snickers bar.
Let's go
Snickers
Snickers bar.
Is that spelled Cernacek? Looks a lot like it.
Might as well do.
I'm hoping that does.
It's spelt Snickers. Okay. Snickers bar. What's about something like that?
Have you got
Chris?
Got
Any ideas?
Got it.
Thank you.
Anagram maker. Beautiful stuff. Thank you very much for that one. We have got Rick Barnes.
Rick Barnes.
Rick Barnes. With the anagram maker.
called Anthony Barnes.
Well, there you go.
There you
Well,
go.
he's,
Well,
what is he?
Okay.
Scottish? He sounds Scottish.
Welsh, I think.
Interesting.
So that could be part of the backstory. Okay, so that's the first one we've got. Rick Barnes it's in the conversation. What do you think of that one? Use the hashtag on your game. If you can think of a better one with the anagram Snickers bar, then give that
Rick
one a go.
Barnes is good because you could say he's a relation of Anthony Barnes. It's
sounds
a
like
footballing dynasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He sounds like someone who's had a breakout season in the Scottish Premier League.
I like it. I'm feeling it.
Good stuff. We like
He's
it.
about to sign for like a championship
Yeah, he's
side,
good.
but then 2 years later, he'll probably be in the Premier League. or
You're
something
getting
like
way ahead of yourself.
Yeah, he's on 14. He's on 14
He's a good
goals.
player, man.
for
Listen,
Armada.
we're going to draw this out for the whole 4 hours.
Love
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Sweet left back.
Right.
He's just been born.
He's left.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely. He's left leg is a gift.
Listen,
Yeah.
that's exactly it. Listen, he's fresh, he's new to this world. We've just birthed him out.
I'm excited, to be honest.
It may or may not be his name. Keep your suggestions coming in using the comment section.
Can we top Rick Barnes?
Etc., etc. Right, we're going to pick up with that in a bit because we do need to flesh his character out. We need to flesh his backstory because you can't just throw a name out there and go, oh, he's a sound. The key to any lie is detail.
Yeah. Imagine this is like a Steve Bruce crime novel. You really need to get that proper backstory. You need to do this properly.
Right, okay. Well,
Let's
listen,
talk football.
We told you a little bit earlier, a whole few minutes ago, that we had these top 11 questions. We're going to dive into the first one right now. How long should a manager be given? Flav, apparently you and James talk about this often.
Not long, I don't think. I think
Right, yeah.
quick fire.
Well, we have our game, don't we? We have a game where how many defeats on the trot does it take for you to get sacked?
Right. So the idea is like Jose Mourinho currently, how many defeats in a bounce would it take for him to be sacked at Spurs? Any manager who's done 10 defeats in a row would get Mourinho out of his job. I don't think Klopp losing 10 in the bounce.
How many games would Klopp have to lose?
No, he's champion of the world. He's got time.
Klopp could pretty much lose 10 on the bounce and
Still win the league. Yeah.
So, it's...
Ain't Liverpool great?
Yeah. I think there's going to be more of that. Flav. I'd get yourself comfortable with that one.
Tough, don't it? It depends on like the team and all that. To be pedantic.
Well,
Like,
the question we were talking about before is like, let's use Guardiola as an example.
Yeah.
He's got so much credit in the bank,
Yeah.
but also the expectations are so high.
that's the thing, isn't it? It kind of versus because.
Does it mean? Is it more or less because? Does it matter that he's got credit in the bank because of the size?
You probably know. Well, you don't know what it's like anymore, I guess. But when you do lose after never losing, it kind of feels really bad.
That sounds like a surprise to you.
No, it does honestly. Like I was so used to watching City constantly win, and now this season's been a bit, it's gone a bit off than that. Like we're only winning 80% of our games compared to whatever it was.
How are you?
It's horrible.
Hold it up.
I'm just like wiping my tears away, money and that. But like, it's just like it kind of hurts a bit more. God, I can't imagine what Liverpool fans are going to be like lose a game.
We'll go through. Like, so, new manager comes in. Obviously, the one before it couldn't have gone well for that new manager to come in, right? Where are you at that moment in time? And he comes through, they'll go, this is what I'm going to do with this person. I'm going to give this certain amount of time. Obviously, things happen, things change.
Barring certain specific examples, a new manager has virtually unanimous support there. You know, there are anomalies to that, but a new manager that comes into any club generally comes in with unilateral partisan support.
Wave of optimism, yeah.
That I think football fans are incredibly fickle. And I think that, there's a phrase, isn't there? You're only as good as your last game. It's not quite that drastic, but people go on the turn so quickly.
I mean, let's be honest, as a Chelsea fan, you've experienced the cutthroat nature, shall we say, of the managerial hot seat. It's like, what, you mean you've not finished in the top 2 of the league? Right, yeah.
But do you know what? Generally, the fans at Stamford Bridge have been very supportive of the managers. We've been very trigger. Not Benitez, not Sarri. I'm talking broadly. Not Benitez, not Sarri, but they were for other reasons. But generally, we've been very supportive. However, once it goes, it's so difficult to pull it back.
Yeah.
Like, I remember when AVB, Andre Villas-Boas, was in charge at Chelsea, the second that the tide started to turn, it then just becomes poisonous. There were times at Anfield as well, weren't there, under Hodgson? Mm-hmm. It just suddenly becomes, like, the whole thing becomes about the manager.
You get a sense, though, don't you?
Do you think you've got a good gut for that? Do you think you'd be a good chairman? Because I don't think I'd be a very good chairman. I would go, no, it's all right. Give him a second. I think I'm a bit too easy on them. You'd be good to go. I think you'd be good.
I'd be like Real Madrid trigger happy.
Yeah.
I'd be like, a bad run of games is done.
Yeah, and a bad run is what? A bad run is like
3 games.
3 games without a win.
3 on the bounce. Got to start asking questions. 3
3
losses on the run. You've got to go. Is he right for a job? Does he know what he's doing? Is he out of his?
Are you talking specifically Spurs? Are you talking specifically Spurs? Or are you talking about if you're Norwich? Then
yeah.
I mean,
Mourinho's out now.
Look, the thing with Norwich, right? Like everyone's going, they're playing such lovely football. They are the worst team I've ever seen in the Premier League. Get him out.
Get him out. Working for Watford.
Get him back out. Do you want to stay in the league or do you want to go?
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. All this, I remember the first day of the season, they played Liverpool and everybody was giving them a clap and a pat on the back and saying how brilliant they are. That day, I was like, that is the way that you get your team down.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody thinking valiant losers. There's nothing in that. Yeah, good work. You're 4-0 down.
You've got 17 points.
Right, we're gonna get Mark back on the line. He's back. We're gonna ask him this question, but I would quickly like to hear. Give me a number. How many games?
4.
What? Sorry, which?
How many games?
Ollie.
No, for any manager.
I said 8 games.
8.
Yeah, 8.
8. Okay, Mark, are you with me?
I am. I've got a small head now.
Wonderful. The floating head is back. So the question is, how long should a manager be given? Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has been given a decent amount of time, and he's still obviously in the job and will be for the foreseeable future. But we were talking about how many games you'd have to lose on the bounce for a manager to go. What's your general feelings on how much time you should give a manager, and what's the amount of games on the trot in terms of defeats it would take for Ole maybe to get sacked?
I think it's a big club. You've got to be looking at maybe anywhere between 6 and 10 games losing in a row and you're gone. I think any top fan would put up with that. I think anyone saying above 10 is joking. Yeah, so between 6 and 10, I think.
Okay. And Ole, is it 6, 10?
3.
I think if Ole Gunnar Solskjaer lost 4 in a row now, he'd be gone, to be honest.
Really? Wow.
It's very interesting.
Okay.
Something we've got in probably for Mark is that Igalo transfer is now looking 50-50. That it could happen.
Mark Goldbridge, Odion Igalo, 50-50 chance of this happening before deadline day ending. What are your thoughts?
I tell you, it must be great being a Liverpool fan, isn't it? Everything's going your way. Saturday, with watching Manchester United the Igalo, who's playing in a pub league for years. 50-50 might not happen.
It's just as likely not to happen as it is to happen. That's what we should remind everyone right now.
I can't figure out if that's optimistic or not.
No,
He's optimistic about it not happening.
That is deflection at its finest. Thanks for that, Mark.
Okay, cheers, Mark.
Yeah, we'll check back in with Mark a little bit later on.
Can I just ask how he's actually going to get out
Of that?
of China?
Right, of China.
How does he sign a player who's not allowed to?
Well, I did read somewhere that there were flights that were cancelled, and I think there's been a similar thing with Solomon Rondon, who's linked with Man United as well. So that could prove a problem.
Right now, I would take a Igalo on loan. 6 months.
We've got a very good chance, to be fair.
We have no striker. Kane is
But
going to be out.
We're in the same boat. Everybody's.
You've got 3 strikers.
No, we
got a lot
don't,
of
because we've got
strikers, to be
one.
fair,
Because
Rory.
one of them is appalling.
But
we've got 3.
I'll take
We've got 3. We've got 3 players. One's brilliant. That's great, but you need backup. One doesn't suit the system. He's a good player, but he doesn't suit the system. And one is appalling. So we actually have one.
Right, we have one striker in our entire football club, and he's broken for 6 months.
We have one. That's what I just said. Did you?
I mean, it's not true.
ours-
As much as you want to phrase it in any way possible, you still literally have 3 strikers. So anyway, let's move on.
Rick Barnes.
Let's catch up with Rick Barnes and see. We'll hand over to Mr. Chris Pajak and see if he's plucked anything from.
Can we better Rick Barnes?
Have any of you guys at home given us anything better than Rick Barnes? And yeah, we'll start to blow this out a little bit. Chris Pajak.
So Stuart Williamson in the YouTube comments, he says Chris Braces. It's a Chris, K-R-I-S. Brances, apologies. Juan Martinez, that is not the anagram. That is
I like it.
Great. You did well there.
Rennick Bass is a decent one, I think.
Rennick Bass.
Rennick.
And 6 Foot Pro has
Sounds
come up
like
with
Belgian, doesn't he?
Bryce Snarks. What do you think of that one?
Right. No.
Oh wow!
Do you know what I saw?
Kiwi centre forward.
Do you know what? I saw Kevin Muscat. Google it.
Bryce
You're right.
Starks.
Okay. Before we decide on this, then, you did have a name. I know it hasn't got the anagram, so it won't be chosen. It's gone. Yeah, sorry.
Solomon
in time.
Bombata. That's what I was
Solomon Bombata.
Yeah.
Maybe next deadline.
Yeah,
next stream.
but
I'm not
it
sure that
doesn't
one.
fit.
Yeah. Okay. So Rick Barnes, I'm happy with. Rick
Listen, we'll go with Rick Barnes. I'll be perfectly honest. But thanks very much for all your suggestions. They were much better, but we've committed to this. I want to know, though, and you guys threw a couple of early ideas out there, and I think it's worth us delving into this. And again, for the people at home, we will pay more attention to this, I promise. We need the story for this guy. We need, if we were playing in a popular management sim and we wanted to put some details, populate some details to make this guy a proper thing. Give us some stats, give us some info on this.
Yeah.
What type
Let's
of,
knead the dough.
What type
here.
of position are we thinking?
It's got to be a forward.
Barnes is a forward.
Yeah.
No, he's in the
Goals
attacking
in it.
mid.
There's
Everyone
goals in it.
needs
I
an
think he's a
attacking
fullback.
midfielder,
Yeah.
lads.
The only thing on the attacking mid thing is that, look, we've got a Tottenham fan here. You guys buy nothing but attacking mids.
Love them.
So exactly. So this is the point. Everyone loves a generic attacking or central midfielder.
Yeah.
I'm
And
thinking
you
like-
overload in those positions,
The
don't
next
you?
Andy Robertson, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting.
he's a right back.
Let's see if it goes through. I mean, so who is this guy? Where is he playing?
He's from Ross County.
He's playing at Kilmarnock.
Kilmarnock, Ross County, or Queen of the South.
Both.
See, I hear,
Rick.
I hear like a Southern American drawl on this one.
Oh, really? What, he's like 18 months?
He can play in
Do you know what? I would
there's
believe
the two
that.
leagues. He'll play in the lesser of the two, and them can really hide him.
But
No one-
America's maybe too obvious, though. Can we go a little bit more niche than that?
Canada.
Okay, yeah, Canada. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Australia.
The entire Canadian nation's like me.
What about
Canada.
he's been playing for Robbie Fowler in Australia?
For Melbourne City.
Melbourne City.
Okay, well, I tell you what.
Cameron or something, I don't know.
What we need from you guys, we need some more backstory, which you can send in using the hashtag on the game. And look,
I quite like what Flav said.
what's that?
There's sort of second division in the US. You can hide him there.
But we do need suggestions. If anyone's got any ideas for where this guy can play, I like the North American thing.
Yeah, we need to narrow our search here in terms of clubs and stuff because you need to associate him
Can
to
he
a club.
definitely be related to former Chelsea player Anthony Barnes?
Yeah.
I think we can do that.
I really want that.
Second cousins.
Second cousin to Anthony Barnes. I'll
I'm
take
sure they would still have the same.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Right, so this is next stage complete. So we've got Rick Barnes. Okay, he's a Canadian playing in America. Ideally, not the MLS. Maybe the second division. Is that the US League?
Second mid. I've no idea.
USL?
I've got.
It's USL, I think.
I'm
So,
not
right.
the greatest student of football.
Not in your wheelhouse, that one. So, right, we need you guys now,
I haven't
okay?
looked below second in the league for about 8 months. Anyway,
So use the hashtag on your game. Talk to Chris. Give him a backstory. We need a team. And, we just need to move this forward. What kind of player is I'm thinking, like attacking midfielder, but like along the front line. Yeah. And there's options there.
everyone loves a flair player.
Yeah, true. And teams need it.
He's about 5'8".
Okay.
Yeah.
Tricky.
Possibly.
Low
Let's
centre
see
of
what they say.
gravity, you know.
Wand of a.
Left foot.
It's going to be a lot.
Okay, so well, listen. Let's start to delve into the clubs in a little bit more depth and detail. We're going to kick things off. Let's talk about Tottenham. Flav.
Yes.
We've talked about the Gareth Bale stuff. What's going on with Spurs? Obviously, Mourinho's in the hot seat. You've got a guy in charge there. No one knows how to conduct transfer business quite like Jose Mourinho. He spent over £1 billion in transfers in his time as a manager.
Yeah, so it's a little bit frustrating that he's now come in and said he's happy with the squad. It's the first thing he said, where we haven't bought a player in years, and he's finally come in for the first time in 26 trophy-laden years of management,
Sure.
he's coming and going, the squad's pretty good.
Do you believe that, or is he still trying to kind of be a bit more polite?
You have to some people, haven't you? So
Well, we've signed Gedson Fernandez, who's very much a squad player. He fills out the squad. Bergwijn, I don't know a great deal about, but he looks exciting, looks attacking. He said he may be playing some minutes against City at the weekend. Yeah. The squad ultimately needs... The quality's there, but they've been together for too long, and it needs recycling. And essentially, in the last 2 windows, we've signed 5 players, all who have had minutes in our first team. And we've got, out of those 5, potentially 2 very special, but 1 very, very special player in Lo Celso. So I think the change is happening, and Mourinho is overseeing that so far competently. I think the challenges that have been left from the Pochettino era are still evident in this side. And, time will tell, but, I think we're signing players for the future now, rather than fixing immediately.
It's not a Mourinho trait, though, is it?
But
it's not what Mourinho's good at.
But he's come out after 11 months out of the game. He's going, this is a new way of working.
that's very Spurs, isn't it? The young thing as well, the young player thing, isn't it? So I think that's like a Daniel Levy kind of Mourinho compromise or something like that.
Yeah, I guess so. Daniel Levy isn't going out and spending as much as I wanted to, 600 grand.
All the players
30.
he won with at Porto are all too old now, so we can't go back there, can he? Like,
Paulo Ferreira.
yeah,
What are you up to?
We're still 5 players short of really where we need to be.
I think the thing about James. I think the thing about Spurs is that he's your squad's still capable. This is still the squad that got to the Champions League final.
Yeah.
So you're right that maybe it's gone a bit stale in a general sense, but I wonder whether he's thinking he can't totally overhaul things in one hit, and he might be still looking to play on all the guys who've got the muscle memory of doing that last year. Yeah. Can he create put a little bit of fresh blood in, move out a couple of people who maybe don't fit with what he's...
And Levy wouldn't allow that either, would he?
Yeah, true.
Well, whereas for Liverpool it's a catalyst, losing the Champions League final, for Spurs, it really kind of it broke us. It felt like the final push. It was the last bit of petrol in the tank of those players. And in the run up to the end of the season, Pochettino said that the rebuilding process at Tottenham was going to be a painful one, and we're seeing that now, because you have to recycle these players. You can't have players 4 or 5 years into a side without replacing anyone in earnest. So we're going through that now. And if we somehow get into the Champions League with this squad, going through this transitional period that I think it's obvious that we're in, then Mourinho's done wonders, but I'm not sure if we can get there.
Talk to me about Danny Rose, because I was sort of surprised by that. It sounds like, well, it's come from him himself. He saw Willems get injured and then called his agent and said, get me up there. How do you feel about him going?
It's a weird one. Danny Rose has long been one of my favourite players. I absolutely loved him. Heart on the sleeve type of player, screaming like he was a leader without ever being the captain. And I felt for a long time that he should have been our captain, but he was always also really outspoken and would give interviews to the least respectful newspapers.
A lot more open than other players.
Yeah, but choosing the wrong sources to deliver this news, right? Anyway, it got to a point now. It was funny he did that interview yesterday, and I still love him a lot, right? But he said, I'd just seen that there was this opportunity at Newcastle. It's because, essentially, he's become a 4th-choice left-back behind Japhet Tanganga, who's played 4 games for the club, Ryan Sessegnon, who isn't a left-back, and Tongan, who's fundamentally broken. So, if you said Danny Rose, it wasn't a hard choice for him. It wasn't like he was in our first team, because he wouldn't be going to Newcastle. But much love for him, and he's been an incredible servant.
Amazing for Newcastle.
Yeah, it's a great piece of business, isn't it, for Newcastle? And if you're a Newcastle fan and you're watching, let us know what your thoughts are.
I can tell you what they're going to get from him. A lot of mistakes, a lot of running into people, a lot of last-ditch challenges that are going to end up in fouls and yellow cards. He's 29 years old.
Absolutely.
At least you're not bitter about it.
I love him because I'm not bitter. I'm just saying, for a 29-year-old, he's old.
Yeah.
The way he plays, it means
but regardless, a magnificent signing for Newcastle. I'm sure they'll be absolutely made up. Let's move things on then.
Play for a few weeks.
Rory, Chelsea. I mean, it's crazy. Chelsea seem like a completely different beast this season. Is this the most connected the fans have felt to this side, probably since the start of the Abramovich?
You're absolutely right, Paul. Like, that's the nail on the head. I think the disparity between the club and the supporters has never been wider than it was last year. And that's why getting Sarri out, getting Frank Lampard in was so essential. And it feels good over there now. there's a little bit of disharmony at the moment because Chelsea did something really weird. We broke our neck to fight a transfer ban. We fought, we won, and then we didn't sign anyone.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand it. And Frank Lampard gave a
Principle.
Frank Lampard gave a press conference today, and he's clearly not happy. He's clearly at odds with the club already, and you think, no.
What makes you think that?
Well, I mean, the press conference. Have you seen his words today? Have you seen any of that? Have you had a chance to see Lampard talking today? No. He's not happy. He's really not happy.
I mean, I normally do.
He's, of course, yeah.
Normally
of course.
tune in every day.
I mean, I imagine that you have the alert on your phone.
He's not happy.
No, he was just a very short answers in the press conference. He openly said, "I wanted to sign players. That hasn't happened. I hope it still will, but it hasn't happened as yet." So, and it suddenly feels again, you know, as you pointed out, we've seen it at Stamford Bridge. We've seen how it starts with the rift between the manager and the club. We can read the signs really well, and this is it. And you think, no, because this is the one fight that you won't win, Abramovich.
Yeah.
Don't pick this fight. We'll back you virtually with anybody, but not this man.
The one thing I would say with that is with Chelsea and them not buying anyone is that it has overall it's gone really well with the young players that you've put in.
Yeah.
A couple of the transfer bits and pieces today. One was Steve Bruce coming out and talking about Giroud and how they had a bid accepted and Giroud said no. Second one being other teams, I think Spurs were looking at him as well, and in the end them saying Giroud wasn't going to happen. And I think part of that was due to Mertens not getting through the door and becoming a Chelsea player. With the Giroud thing, why do you think he said no to Newcastle? Why didn't he take that move?
I think it's very difficult, isn't it, sometimes for footballers when he's lived in London for a very long time to attract a player up to the northeast. It's not easy. And I remember Roy Keane talking about it at Sunderland, and he said it's so hard for us to get players because the wives won't go. Actually, Roy Keane said something that I thought was. I mean, I'm really glad this didn't happen. But he was talking about Sunderland Football Club having training facilities in London and playing in Sunderland because they just couldn't attract players.
Wow.
And I think that that can't happen because when you buy into a club, you buy into more than you buy into the.
And there's the odd exception, like Danny Rose. He wanted to go.
Danny Rose.
back north.
Danny Rose from Leeds, though, isn't he?
Yes.
You know what I mean, it's different. It's
Obviously, it makes it's a smaller catchment area to go the north for people that enjoy the
Giroud
north.
is within his right to say, at this stage, I can do better than Newcastle. That's what he
people
thought.
don't want to leave London, and I don't know the situation, but if you've got families and kids in school, it's difficult. But
I wouldn't be surprised as well if there's a difficult situation here where you've got Chelsea fighting out for Champions League with Spurs, Man United and Arsenal. All three, I mean, maybe less so Arsenal, but certainly Spurs and Man United would quite like Giroud. And so Chelsea aren't going to go, yeah, okay, you can take that.
You're arming a rival, aren't you?
Chelsea are terrible for that. Chelsea will sell anyone to anyone. There's no principle. Chelsea signed. Do you remember when it felt like Manchester United were on the precipice of something good, and it felt like what they needed just a defensive-minded midfielder to give Pogba the freedom. We sold the Matic. Like, what are you doing? Kick a man when he's down. Don't help him up. and we would do it. But yeah, if Mourinho thinks that Olivier Giroud will help them, don't give him to him.
Okay. Right, let's move on to Man City then. Steve McInerney, how's things going for you? No massive dealings. Angelino apparently going out on loan to RB Leipzig.
Gone to Leipzig, which is a pretty good move for him, actually. Going into the Bundesliga leaguers. He's back at the top again for someone. But it's been a bit quiet. I don't really think we're going to spend any big money, but though we may do, so keep watching, of course, until probably the summer, because I think we'll probably do a big overhaul then. But I think the kind of money that City spend on transfers is kind of hard to do usually in January because they know that you can get another 10, 15 million out of you, because if you want a 50 million player, they become a 75, 80 million player. Yeah. Whereas the summer, players have a little bit more leverage. We've been linked to a bunch of defenders, but it's very tenuous links. Like I can't even say it. The guy from Inter,
Skriniar.
Skriniar. It's really hard to say that one. Snickers.
Turn a check.
And then we got that lad as well from. I've got myself in my own joke there, which is terrible.
He said he's like, that was weird.
Explain the Angelino one for me. Because why buy him?
Well,
Why buy him and then why bring him back?
I mean, it doesn't really matter for us, but he was really cheap, which tends to help. And also because, obviously, he was a City lad beforehand, so we got him back from PSV. He had a couple of really good seasons there. He was voting the team of the season over in the Eredivisie. And Mendy was still, broken, to be honest. So we weren't sure he was going to be back. We thought we just needed someone cheap, and got him for like 4 million, really, which is next to nothing given the buyback. And I guess the idea was that he could come in, maybe be useful. He's got a good left foot. And even if he wasn't, it's a pittance for Manchester City, that kind of money.
Where do you think Man City really are this season? Because I think, obviously, look, at the risk of having this turn to Liverpool, I don't want it to go that way, but it's the nature of Liverpool and City.
Yeah.
We're battling it out. It looks like City's challenge is kind of falling away.
Yeah.
Where do you assess they are? Because I don't think City have dropped off quite so much as people are necessarily saying. I mean, I think it's 5. I think it's 5 points at the moment from where they were at this point last season. That's the one. We've lost one more game this time around. But is it the defence that's been the major issue? Laporte's been injured.
Yeah.
I keep hearing, well, Company wasn't replaced.
I mean, usually life isn't as simple as one thing. It's normally a combination of factors, as we tend to know. And I think maybe it's like, if I was to pull those factors out, I mean, losing Company, he was a very big character. You could probably laugh at this, but even like Delp was really popular in the dressing room. He was a bit of a leader as well. Like, he was famously on the documentary in the dressing room, being quite G'ing everyone up. So popular member, and then possibly our greatest defender of all time leaving. That will have an impact. And then you've maybe then lost, as a result, Fernandinho's... What made Fernandinho great, in my opinion, was his ability to be everywhere on the pitch, because he was playing central midfield. And he's still fantastic as a centre-back, but you kind of lose that... Even the way he controlled the referees and things like that, because he was that Mr. Nice guy, always in the referee's ear and all that kind of stuff. And then little things like Sane being injured, which is just a crucial blow. And Laporte, alongside... After Van Dijk, he's probably the best centre-back in the league. Laporte's fantastic. So it almost felt like a bunch of circumstances coming together, and then maybe just too much familiarity as well, because obviously the last couple of years, eventually you're going to dip, and it happens to everyone. And as you said, the dip hasn't been that big. It's probably just been amplified by Liverpool being phenomenal.
It's so hard to quantify, because I think I think you're right. I think it's actually, you've lost a couple of voices, which you can't, it doesn't sound like
But you're bedding people in as well. Here's the thing, because you're right. It's all well and good. Fernandinho's still there, but you've thrown Rodri straight in,
and he's definitely. He's been promising, but you can tell he's still learning where to be on the pitch. And ideally, you'd want that ahead of a settled back four or a settled defence where we're going to play. But as it is, he's played in front of a young kid in Eric Garcia or then Fernandinho. Rodri's even be thrown at centre backs occasionally. So you've got this guy who's come over, and he's having to be this kind of steady presence in the midfield where realistically he probably needs everyone else to lean on, but they're all trying to lean on him. And so it's like we're really good.
It feels very generous.
Yeah, we're being really kind.
Everyone being far too generous.
Do you not think he's got the credit in the bank, though?
No.
Literally, he's broken records.
No.
I didn't even know
he's had money in the bank.
Totally ballsed it up. He's virtually embarrassed himself.
Embarrassed himself.
Virtually,
Virtually, but not really.
No, but the thing is, I could sit here and I could jump on the anti-Man City bandwagon, because that's what you're supposed to do, etc., etc. But the point is, City are probably going to finish this season on 90-odd points.
The thing is,
and that's the thing is that look, I know there's expectations, and you should be this. You should be at the top when the resources are available and what have you,
and
all that.
Competing.
But
it's not even about.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about that, Roy. But I guess the point is that the level that Liverpool are at this season is unprecedented. You could be... Man City are at a level that would win the league, 19 times out of 20. You know what I mean?
But they're failing when they're allowing Leicester anywhere near them, in my opinion, given the massive investment.
Well, the thing is, we still score an absolute ton of goals, genuinely. You really can point it down to look at the goals conceded column. It's just higher by a long way. And it's little things where we're throwing wins away as opposed to just not playing well. We're still scoring a ton of goals.
I think it's really easy to blame Guardiola, but you've got to look at the whole scouting network. There is a player called Rick Barnes, who I'm telling you, this guy has got something. He's out there looking for a club at the moment, and we're trying to pair him up with someone.
He's hovering around there potentially on a transatlantic flight right now.
Exactly. So we established that So if you just arrived at the stream, we're creating a new player.
Live with Snickers, we've invented a footballer.
That's it. And we need your help with it on Twitter, of course. Chris, how are we getting on in terms of this backstory for Rick Barnes?
Well, we've got quite a few comments coming in, to be honest with you. So we've got a few, and I like the idea. I like some of the ideas here. We've got JMCG7 who says, Rick is a left-back released by City as a youngster, went to Scotland to find his feet, plays now for Alloa in the Scottish second division, tearing it up, played Celtic in the Cup, and once nutmegged Scott Brown. It's the detail, as you said, Paul.
I love it. I love it.
In the detail. Devon Shah says Scandinavian defensive midfielder who moved to France and was brought up in the Clairefontaine Academy, which is another good one.
No, I'm having that. Rick Barnett. He's not going to Clever. Sorry, Devon.
Yeah.
Needs just a C.
Captain Davey. Rick Barnes, second cousin of Harry Kewell, plays for Newcastle Jets as an exciting, tricky number 10 in the Australian A-League. Hashtag on your game. Well done for getting the hashtag in there as well. Thriller for Manila says Rick Barnes, currently playing for Miami FC in the USL, second division of the US pyramid behind the MLS. Miami FC is headed by Paul Dalglish, King Kenny's son. We've also had a super chat, second tier in Canada as a team in Winnipeg, apparently, called Valor FC. Their coach, Rob Gale, is a former youth player at Fulham. That was Dan Crew. Thank you for the super chat there as well. Now, I've looked at these and I've considered this for quite some time now, and I can see that I think we've got the crux of a great idea here. I'm loving the idea of Rick Barnes playing in the second division of the USL, and I actually know somebody who works at Memphis 901 FC. Well, I'm going to send them a little text.
What's the team?
Memphis 901 FC.
Are we making...
You made that up.
Yeah, we're making a team. Yeah, can we call them the
The
Hurricanes?
real team, I actually know someone who works over there, so I'm going to send them a text over
Amazing.
and see what I can do. If we can get Memphis 901 FC on board, we may be in with a great chance because we've got a team on board. If we can get the team on board, we can fool everybody in the world.
Like Beverly Hills 90210
Right.
or something. Is that
I can't believe that.
Chris, get on it. Get on the socials. See what you can make happen. Right, we're going to move things on then. It is. We promised that we teed this up. It is TDDL WSQC 2020 time. Yeah, that's right.
Which is?
Now can't. Transfer deadline day for a quiz 2020. It's time for our deadline day live with Snickers quiz 2020. Will our first contestant please take their seat? That will be Mr. Steve McInerney.
Okay.
If you would kindly walk over.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah.
So where are we going?
That'll be great.
And you set the benchmark here, mate.
Right on there. Yeah, if you can.
I am terrible at quizzes. This is going to go well.
It's about your club.
Yeah, it's about your...
Easy.
I'm terrible at quizzes. This is going to go well.
Didn't you pick the subject?
Yeah,
Says-
it says here.
Well, listen.
That's it, you could...
What is your special? What is your chosen specialist subject?
I'm
It
just
says-
fighting the cameraman. 1 sec. There we go.
There you go. Love it. Proving it's live.
Steve McInerney, esteemed company. What is your chosen specialist subject?
Manchester City Football Club.
There we go. I don't know what he's complaining about, James. He's obviously been teed up nicely for this. Right, okay, you have 60 seconds to answer as many of my 15 questions on Manchester City Football Club. I will ask the guests, please don't laugh at them when they get it wrong. It'll really
Can't
hurt their
promise that.
feelings. Stephen, your time starts.
Where am I looking?
Go down the lens.
Yeah.
We'll start now. In which year did Manchester City move from their old ground of Main Road to the City of Manchester Stadium?
2003.
Correct. And who were their first competitive opponents?
Oh, Southampton? No, it's the last one on Main Road, that. It's Portsmouth.
Incorrect.
No.
For the first 7 years since establishment, Manchester City weren't known as Manchester City. What were they known as?
St. Mark's.
Keep looking at the
I've
camera.
forgotten. I've just gone blank because of the camera.
Incorrect. Where did the club
my
first
God.
play their
God,
home
look at it.
games?
Sorry?
Where did the club first play their home games?
What, Main Road?
Before Main Road.
Oh, earlier than that? I don't know. Sorry, guys.
Which team
First round.
did Manchester City sign Greek player Georgios Samaras?
Heronveen.
Heronveen, well done. What was the name of the 2018 documentary about Man City's title-winning
All or
season?
Nothing.
Brilliant. Who holds the record for most appearances?
Time.
No.
I'll let you finish. I've started so you can finish. Who holds the record for
Alan
most
Oakes.
appearances? Alan Oakes, correct. Well done.
Is it
Right, I'm getting with it. That's
Right,
Four. Well done.
4.
Come on back.
What was the
It's the right answer every 25 seconds.
The answers you missed were who were their first competitive opponents? Total Network Solutions.
TNS.
first competitive opponent?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that was in the
First 7 years, Man City weren't known as Man City. They were known as Hardwick.
Hardwick, I
FC.
said that was afterwards, but
Where did the club-
blanked.
where the club first played their home games.
Right,
Bank Lane.
okay.
Flav, up you go.
We'll put Flav is going to take his seat.
Go on, Flav.
You're on the question.
Go
The
on,
pressure's
Flav.
on you. You just
Mate.
mind blank.
Go on,
Like,
Flav.
whoa.
Don't you worry about
Pressure's off now, mate.
that. You watch how it's done.
Okay, that's it, mate.
Right,
Be
just
confident.
tell me what cameras to look at. Is that one? Let's go. I'm ready.
Flav joins us now. Flav, your chosen subject is what?
Tottenham Hotspur.
Correct.
Auditory.
That's not a point. I get a point. Okay. As before, you have 60 seconds to answer as many questions as you can, and your time starts now. In 1963, Tottenham Hotspur became the first British team to win a European trophy. Which one?
Cup Winners' Cup.
Correct. Spurs legends Chris Waddle and Glenn Hoddle assaulted the charts in the 1980s. What was their single?
Diamond Lights.
Correct. In their double winning season of 1960-1961, who did Tottenham beat in the FA Cup final?
Aston Villa.
Incorrect. What was the last trophy Spurs won?
League Cup.
Correct. And who scored the only goal of that game?
Alan Nielsen.
Correct. Who did Spurs beat in the 1984 UEFA Cup final?
Anderlecht.
Correct. Who captained the team in the 1984 UEFA Cup final?
Graham Roberts.
Correct. Jürgen Klinsmann spent how many seasons with Spurs?
What?
Jürgen Klinsmann spent how many seasons with Spurs?
One season, but he came back on loan in 98.
Yep, correct. What was the transfer fee paid to Spurs? Time. Your time. Sorry, I've started, so I'll finish. What was the transfer fee paid by Spurs to sign Jimmy Greaves?
It was 99,999.
Superb. Flav, you scored 8. That's double of 4, which is what Stephen got.
Come on. 8.
Superb. Well done, Flav.
That is absolutely
That's
outstanding work.
going to be tough for anyone to beat.
That's a winning score.
Mate, that is unbelievable. I can't believe how good I was.
Bro,
99,999.
That was from Chelsea, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Absolutely.
Because it was because Bill Nick didn't want him the pressure of being the first £100,000 player.
So they saved him by £1.
Yeah.
That is absolutely brilliant. There you go. Not just are you getting entertainment here, you're also having knowledge bombs dropped upon you
can't
in
believe
quiz form.
Yeah, he is so shy. I know he is as well.
Buzzing.
Talk us through your emotions there. Maybe going to set up Rory a bit better because obviously he's going to be desperate to win it.
I'm ashamed. I'm not going back to Manchester. I'm staying down here.
Flav, you're just on the crest of the wave, aren't you?
I'm flying, mate. Absolutely flying.
That
Buzzing.
was impressive, to be honest.
Right, let's have an update.
It was there,
Everything
Oh,
came down to me.
Let's have an update from Chris. We can talk Rick Barnes. We can talk about the transfers and all that jazz. Chris,
Oh, yeah, transfers.
Yes, so great news actually. Snickers have just been on the line with me as well. They've come up with an idea. We're going to get some special edition Snickers bars made. And it's going to say Rick Barnes on them. If you want a Rick Barnes Snickers bar, then you have to tweet out. And I want to get the words right on this one because we need to get this trending. So you will have to say this in your tweets. That Rick Barnes, R-I-C-K, B-A-R-N-E-S-S, sounds like a great player, and you need to say that you'd love him at your football club. So that Rick Barnes sounds like a great player. I'd love him at my football club, and change the words around on your football club and stuff like that. But get involved, and if you do that, we will get one of those special edition Rick Barnes Snickers bars sent out to you.
Yeah.
And just so you know as well, I've had confirmation from a mate at Memphis 901 FC. He's going to get us some stuff over. So we'll see where this goes. I've got no idea what's going to happen. But it sounds like it's going to be unbelievable. Over to you guys.
So I think if we've learned anything from the last one, it's the tweets. It's over to you now in a huge way. Obviously, you've got to do what you've got to do in terms of it sounds like a great player and using the hashtag. But then after that, it's almost you can't go too far with it. You've got to get it just right.
Can we just say, people say, well, why did you need a sponsor for this show? That is why we wanted a sponsor for this show, so we can have custom Snickers bars made of made-up footballers that we've invented.
Oh, amazing.
Fantastic. You don't get that anywhere else.
Right, crack on, guys. Crack on. We're going to crack on as well. Top 11 questions. Question 2 this time. Paul, I might as well ask you this one, or should I? Would you rather be unbeaten for a season, treble winners, or over 100 points?
Well, look, I'm the host. Is it fair for me to answer this question? I know. I'll be honest. Look, the lot.
But that's what you got to. You've got to say the lot. Everything. I want it all.
You know what? Because no one was talking about the treble, and everyone was going on about because the Arsenal Invincibles thing's a thing, and obviously City doing the Centurions thing people talk about them a lot. But I've seen so many Man United fans bringing up the treble side of '99 that I would love dearly.
It's about where your rivalries is, isn't it?
Sure.
That's what it is.
No, but the treble is so big. The treble is
the thing,
amazing. Like going unbeaten, I find that quite uninspiring, to be honest. Like I don't care about that. Chelsea won the league and we lost one game. I just don't think it's up there.
Plus,
the treble.
when Arsenal done the unbeatals, they drew 12 games.
Mate, Wayne Bridge knocked them out of Europe. They lost 7 games that season.
Go on.
I've actually spotted a team like you have the other 100 points and all that kind of stuff. But the only one of those scenarios actually guaranteed, well, 100 points probably does actually, but guarantees a lot of trophies is the treble. Like you've won trophies in that, and that's surely more than matters. You could go unbeaten and still not win the league, weirdly, especially given the the era we're in now. Like Liverpool can feasibly could have done that. And
there is the gold Premier League trophy that you get for going unbeaten. Do you know about this?
Yeah.
We had we didn't know about this.
Arsenal fans will always say to you, but is your trophy gold?
They're stupid.
It's only this
So
big.
stupid.
To be fair, it's a small.
childish.
Yeah.
And let's give them a gold one.
is it tiny?
It's not.
It's not full size.
mini reference.
Oh, you get a little
It's like
one.
a silver. Ain't good
Not
enough.
the same
They got-
size.
Yeah.
Look-
It's
look-
gold, mate. You know what I mean?
Well,
The more
That's
points,
more.
the more points that you get, the more impressive the achievement is for me. Well, the more points in the season, the more impressive, irrespective.
It's already
of-
been done.
Should we
You think
rank
it's
the three
points?
then?
Is that, but so is that coming? Because I can
Yeah.
see, I
Well,
can see where
well,
this is
yeah,
coming
I think
from.
that's a
So
good
look,
show.
95 points. We've got 95 points over here. That's why you care about the points.
No, but say Liverpool
You
this
care about the
season.
unbeaten because
Absolutely.
you take it away from
Only thing I
Arsenal,
care
right?
about, yeah.
But Liverpool could lose one game this season. Say between now and the end of the season, they win every game but lose one. That is a better achievement than potentially, say, drawing 7 and winning the rest.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point to going unbeaten if you're not going to win.
Yeah,
if you're not
of
going to
course,
win the league. It's like Liverpool 97 points last season. We'll finish second. Who cares?
Well, I mean, last
What-
season
what-
City
what-
and Liverpool were
what's
so
the point?
close that that almost could have happened, with a slightly different set of results. You could have been unbeaten and still not won the league.
Yeah.
So what?
But if it was Spurs,
Unbeaten. 100%. I was talking to Chris a couple of weeks ago and it's like can he do it? And I was like, of course he can do it. Who can beat Liverpool at the moment? And then he starts going, well, if we've won the league by like April, March, and we're still in the Champions League and in the FA Cup, then those things obviously take the lead, they take precedence. So, but from my perspective, I'm like, no, because if you start losing games with 4 games to go, and then Arsenal still have that record,
The person-
I literally have nothing left this season. Liverpool have got it all.
The person we need to ask this question to is probably Jurgen Klopp because he clearly doesn't want the treble.
Well,
I think we've quite clearly.
Yeah.
He's, if
Not for
he's
into this
trying to make
holiday.
it the most difficult he can possibly do by
Having some
throwing
fun
the
'cause it's too
Vincents
easy,
at it.
no.
Like, yeah. So no, for me, it's treble or I don't care about the points total to be honest, because what last season showed me was the point totals. Again, 97 points would have been enough to win us the league every season, apart from that season and the season before from Man City.
For City, it was good to get something in the book, a title, like that Centurions thing or whatever, something that hasn't been done. And it's nice to do that. But to be honest, I'm not just saying that Liverpool are going to do it, but I mean the first one is always the one that people remember. But I still think it just comes back to the trophies, always, because to one trophy, and one of them is just the broad.
Such a shame that Man United got that treble, isn't it?
Yes.
Can I just say? Can I just
so we
say?
have Man United fans on in a bit.
Rory, they would have got the quadruple if it weren't for Spurs. We knocked them out of the League Cup that year.
Really?
Yeah, and they played a strong team.
Oh, man. Such a shame.
Right,
Well,
it's
such an amazing achievement from them.
Talking about dream scenarios, Rory, you're going over there now.
Yeah,
to,
me and Rory.
to have a whiteboard moment with our pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, up you
Phil,
get.
Phil, well,
I will.
Not leave my microphones behind.
So essentially, what's going to go
that
down
team.
right now,
good team.
guys, is the fact that Rory is going to sort of have a look at his Chelsea team and the sort of dream team that he would like to see. Obviously, we're coming to the end of deadline day, so that's this transfer window. It's slam shut. Always slam shut, isn't it, Flav? But after that, you've got the summer, and there's going to be more transfers to come. So Paul and Rory are going to go through Rory's dream team.
Yeah, so here we are. Let's take a look at the team. Just simply just spell out what you've gone for here, Rory.
Right, I think our keeper isn't very good.
Right.
I think that it's a weird one because
Is he still the most expensive goalkeeper?
he's a fortune, yeah,
Well,
70
football.
million quid. And it was quite impressive because I didn't realise that he wasn't very good for a very long time.
All right.
But I've recently realised that a lot of shots that are on target result in goals.
Okay.
So I think we need to do something about that.
Is that not the defence's fault?
Yeah, potentially, but do you know what it is with him? You know, certain goalkeepers, they have a presence, don't
Yes,
they? They are there and they command their box. Kepa isn't that. He's a very slight man. He's got a very small frame, and he doesn't have this commanding presence. And we're suffering from that. And I think that's putting the defence on the back foot, and it needs rectifying.
And you feel as though England's third choice goalkeeper.
Well, I was firstly, I do, like, don't get me wrong. I think Kepa's better than Pope, but I'm thinking of like potential transfers that could come in. Yeah. So that was one that could potentially happen. This is something that we need.
The left back.
This is essential.
I think Chilwell's probably the second best left back in the Premier League.
I agree. Do you know what happened very recently? I saw him get roasted by Riyad Mahrez. Like, I was holding him in incredibly high esteem. I thought, oh, you know, this guy is the answer. Because the best left back at our club at the moment is our second choice right back.
Okay.
So Cesar Azpilicueta, who is our second choice right back, is actually the best left back at the club. Better than Emerson Palmieri, better than Marcos Alonso. So we need to rectify that situation. It's a problem position. And I think Chilwell is the answer. However, what I saw Mahrez do to him troubled me massively. But I still think you're right. I still think he's the second best. He's the best that you're going to get.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that makes sense. This, to me, is a dream that you're not improving upon that.
Okay.
I just don't know what you
Have
can
you
do.
finally made your peace with Kante not being a DM? Because obviously that was such a bone of contention under Sarri, but Lampard seems to have gone with it as well.
Obviously a remarkable footballer. Obviously, you know, he kind of redefined a position. But he's not having a good season.
Yeah.
It's not going very well for him. And I think if Ruben Loftus-Cheek was fit, he could fit. I don't quite know how we juggle it, but I think Loftus-Cheek would play in this side.
Okay.
But look, he's a remarkable football player, but it's just not going his way at the moment. But they're the best three midfielders at the club, so I would like to keep that as is.
You've gone for Edinson Cavani centre forward because, of course, filling the Chelsea tradition of finding world-class centre forwards who are maybe just on the way, so slightly.
Exactly. But Chelsea haven't been very good at getting this right. But you know, sometimes you can get a player like that who comes in and really does well. Do you remember when Manchester United got hold of Henrik Larsson? They can come in and do Ibrahimovic.
How did Higuain perform?
He was appalling. He was so bad. He was unbelievable.
But he definitely fits the bill because you've had some great ones. Go back to Gianluca Vialli, go back to Zola, Andre Flo.
Yeah, exactly. When that crowd came in, that revolutionised the game for us. It made Chelsea a relevant club again, you know, because we had a decade where we just weren't. And Cavani, I just think Tammy Abraham needs some help. Tammy Abraham needs somebody to help with the burden. Batshuayi's not good enough, and Olivier Giroud doesn't suit the system. Yeah. Now, this is the jewel in the crown.
And just lastly there, Jadon Sancho.
It's the jewel in the crown.
I've seen worse teams, Rory.
Like, this is good, isn't it? This team does well.
What I like about this is that everything that, with the exception of Reece James, and Tomori, of course, everything that Frank Lampard's been gearing towards this season has been completely tossed out in one Rory transfer window here. Right, we're going to be doing some closer looks at teams a little bit later on in the show, but let's hand back to James in the studio.
OK, guys, obviously it's still deadline day, so transfers are going through. Chris is in the social corner and he's keeping an eye on all of it. And there are a few things starting to happen now, Chris, aren't there?
Yeah, I think something broke sort of about probably half an hour ago now. Jared Bowen has completed his medical at West Ham ahead of his rumoured £18 million move there. He's on his way to meet David Moyes. He scored 16 goals. Apparently he wants £80,000 in wages per week.
Go on, son.
But West Ham want, and this is brilliant, lads, West Ham want to include a clause to halve his wages if they go down. Confident as always, the Hammers.
Smart, that is smart.
Which is absolutely crazy, isn't it? I think the other one that's just broke sort of 5 minutes ago, Southampton defender Maya Yoshida has completed a loan move to Sampdoria as well. So those are two sort of interesting ones that I've got my eye on at the moment. I've also had a text off an unnamed source, a friend of mine, Nicky from West Ham Fan TV. Not supposed to name the unnamed source. He told me that it's going through at 10 o'clock tonight. You heard it here first. And then, of course, we've got a little Rick Barnett update. So I'm in charge of the at Deadline Day Live Twitter feed. Yes, they are stupid. And yes, they have left me in charge of that. And I'm going to be tweeting out a little while later, 21-year-old Canadian midfielder Rick Baress is currently en route to a London club to finalise a last-minute deal from Memphis 901 FC. Brackets, source, various. Yeah, our close bracket. So what I need you guys to do, and I need everybody to get this going so that we can get these Rick Barnes Snickers bars made and sent out to each and every one of you, if you'd forgotten about that. What I need you to do is actually tweet that for us and actually put Rick Barnes in there as well. So, like, I hope Rick Barnes is coming to our club. I hope Rick Barnes is coming to my London club, or whatever it is. Is it QPR? Is it Chelsea? Is it Arsenal? Whoever it is. But you've got to get his name in there because we need to get his name trending. So, yeah, a couple of little transfer news items, and then obviously the big Rick Barnes news. That's what we need to get sorted. So please help us out. I'm going to go back to the lads on the couch right now.
Cheers, Chris. Yoshida was one that people weren't really talking about. Talking about Vestergaard and maybe Bednarek, maybe going somewhere to Leicester. That sound you heard was the transfer window slamming shut, then opening again, staying ajar. So don't worry
checking
about
it
that.
works.
Just because. So we just want to thank our guests for this first hour. Thank you, boys.
Thank
Very
you.
much. Well done in the quiz.
fun.
Rory will be doing the quiz very soon.
I know, I'm nervous.
yourself ready
What have
for
I
that.
got to be? 8?
Definitely not 4, anyway.
It's definitely not 4.
Well, you have to be 4.
I have to be.
You have to
4.
be. Please
Yeah.
don't.
You got a good feeling?
No, bad feeling.
8 is a lot.
Stick around for that, because that could be fun. So me and Flav and Rory and Chris, we got together last week to talk about, we were talking about people being on their game, but there's been some transfer dealings in the past where people have been off their game. Check this out.
January transfer window,
Yes,
Jim.
Flav?
Very exciting times. My favourite actual transfer story around QPR is Peter Odemwingie sitting in the car park outside Loftus Road.
His wages reportedly were going to be like triple what he had at West Brom. So you are going to be proactive. You are going to get on the motorway and drive down.
He picked a place in that car park where there were no other cars, where the chairman every now and then looked out and
You
goes,
thought that was his spot?
no, yeah, he claimed the spot already.
They should have dealt with it quicker. They should have said, pick up the phone. Why? He was there for hours. Because I think they were still trying to get the deal done. But the chairman's going, yeah, he's still there.
He had anything to eat.
What he's done is he's just driven down the
bombed
motorway,
it,
isn't
hasn't
it? He's bombed it down
gonna
the
treble his
motorway.
money.
Yeah, exactly.
He's in a rush.
To get himself down there because he's excited. Oh, amazing.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome to Deadline Day Live with Snickers. We're having an absolute ball. We're inventing football transfers. In fact, we're just inventing human beings. It's the best way to do things, we've found. You can get involved with everything we're doing here now throughout the show, all the way to the closing of the deadline by using hashtag on your game. Mr. Chris Pajak is in the socials. He'll be interacting with us as the show progresses as well.
Yes, Snickers are making this happen. So massive thank you for those guys for doing that. And we have our next guest, the man, the myth. It is Robbie Lyle from AFTV. Hello, boy.
How you doing?
Oh, good. Got his own seat.
Yeah. I'm surprised I didn't bring like a throne out.
So couldn't I fit around here, could I?
Rory could have gone on your knee. I think it wouldn't have been comfortable.
You've done a few deadline days in your time now. How does this one rank? Bit calmer?
For Arsenal?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? We were saying that earlier. It's very calm for Arsenal. And I think that's because of the Mikel Arteta. And he's got the best out of the players that we've got there. So I think a lot of players that a few weeks ago, every Arsenal fan would have been saying, you know what, get Mustafi out.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of Xhaka and people like that. Because he's got the best out of them and they've been playing well, people have sort of sat back and thought, well, actually, you know what, these guys are playing all right, man. Do we really need to replace that person? And do we really need to replace that? And it's brought a bit more patience back into the fans. So it is a lot more relaxed. It's loan deals. We've asked loan FC, as I've heard people calling us today.
Nice.
But yeah, I moment a bit of sensible business from Arsenal, which is not a bad thing because over the years, we're normally a bit of a laughing stock when it comes to the transfer windows. We'll be there panicking and this. It just seems like some sensible business that we've done in this one.
And yourself seems pretty relaxed now, sitting outside the stadium in the pouring rain this year.
No, what is there? Nothing really sitting outside the stadium for, is there? You know what I mean? Because no, you can't lie and say any of the signings we're making are exciting signings, you know. But as I said, they just seem sensible signings. I think where the big test is going to come for Arsenal is in the summer. You know, that's when everybody's going to be looking and saying, all right, Yeah, and a nice little easy January, filled in a few little holes. But now, how do we take that next step to try and challenge?
This is a bit of a free pass.
Yeah, a little bit. As I said, I think that's because of Arteta, because of
I miss him, man.
how he's come in and what he's done.
Miss him already?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not about his hair. It's so reassuring, it's just, and also he was just a good coach, and you can obviously see how good a coach he is at Arsenal already. So we must miss him.
Oh, how good a coach he's already. They've won one game.
But he's just the football. I mean,
No, but did you see it beforehand?
Yeah,
See it beforehand.
His levels, isn't
it was absolutely dreadful. You know what I mean? And I think to see him, the big problem at Arsenal is that there was no identity. Because every week Unai Emery changed it. So one week we're pressing, the next week we're defending, the next week people are like, what are we? What do we? You know what I mean? Every week it's a different team. I think that Arteta's just come in and he's done a lot of this. He's just simplified things. We know what he's trying to do. I think in most of the games, we played pretty well. I remember we played Chelsea, even the first game we played against Chelsea. I thought we played well in that game. It's a bit unlucky to lose that game.
The keeper, wasn't it? The keeper just got caught under it.
Yeah. And then the second game against Chelsea, with 10 men.
Good point.
I think a couple of years ago, we would have capitulated. So some good signs from Arteta, definitely.
And so Arteta's obviously Man City legend, Arsenal legend, Everton legend as well. And there's a phrase that people know, won't they? No ped, no party. Well, don't worry. Ped's here. He sent us in a quick VT to talk about Everton and their transfer window. Cheers out.
Another January window comes and goes without Everton dipping into the transfer window. We have brought in a very promising centre-back, Jared Branthwaite from Carlisle, but he is very young and has gone into our under-23 side. But apart from that, we will not be doing any business. We did need a centre-back, and we probably needed a centre-forward, but with Mason Holgate coming into the side now and making that his own, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin up front starting to score goals, that has basically negated the need for those positions. We do need a centre midfielder, and I think that will be looked at in the summer. But we're overstocked in the position, and we just can't get rid of the likes of Schneiderlin and the likes of Sigurdsson. Andre Gomez hopefully will be back soon, and Jean-Philippe Gbamin, a summer signing from Germany, who's only played twice in the Premier League, will also be available hopefully before the end of the season. So with those players coming back, money being tight on the FFP side, and really Everton not being involved in any of the cup competitions, it stopped us from needing those kind of players. But listen, come the summer, come a little bit more money, and the prospect of players leaving the club, hopefully we'll do some business then.
Brilliant. Thanks very much to Ped there, my evil alternate universe brother. Unfortunately, Everton, it seems like them winning the transfer window was a very long time ago. Let's take a deeper focus on Arsenal. We've got Robbie here, of course. We've got Pablo Mari coming in on loan. Obviously, he's a Man City player. Do you have any memory or knowledge of this player at all?
City Football Group ones that we genuinely loaned to NEC Breda, a sister club over in the Eredivisie. I think they might have even been in the second tier at that point as well, or got relegated, one of the two. And then Girona in the Segunda division, and then he spent like a year and a half over at Flamengo. But it's weird because obviously Arteta's been scouring the scouting system, seeing what City have got on the books, and gone back to this lad. But I think he's got. Did he get to the Copa Libertadores final as well?
Yeah. He won the league over there in Brazil with Flamengo, and also he won the Copa Libertadores. Played against Liverpool as well in the World Club Cup. And, they rated very highly over there in Brazil. Yeah. We know it's not Brazil and then playing against Burnley this weekend, so you're not going to have a Burnley over in Brazil. That's for sure, right? So it's two different places. But for a loan deal, it seems like a good bit of business. Yeah. Arteta obviously will know about him because, as you said, he was a City player out on loan, so they would have been keeping tabs on him whilst he was away. So, it's interesting because a couple of the players that we were looking at looked like they were City targets. That Matvinenko, Shakhtar Donetsk. Again, another looks like it was a sort of a City target. There's a few of them. So,
would Arteta have had connections with this guy? You know, obviously,
Well,
presumably he's through that. He would have been at the youth ranks.
City
or
have
whatever.
because of the way we do it, we've got this like ever-growing network of clubs and that. They've got basically they have transfers just for clubs. So Mari was never really a Manchester City player. He was signed by the group and then loaned to various things. But obviously,
So it's not like he was in the academy.
Yeah,
and
no,
Arteta
nothing
will have
like
had
that.
lots of interaction.
But at the same time, though, I'm sure they talk to the people who do these development pathways and all that kind of stuff. He's
probably able to pick up the phone, isn't he?
He's probably just known about him. Seen he's done really well. He obviously, I mean, if City are going to sign him, some of these are punts, but they'll obviously have a bit of talent there and talent enough to fit in the way that City want them to play, just in case he gets away. So he must have been aware of him. But
it was talk that City, there was talk that City were interested, obviously with Laporte being out, that they were considering him as well.
Yeah.
But as I said, it is fascinating because obviously Arteta knows about him. You know, especially being like the assistant there, he would be one of those players where they'd be reporting back and saying how this guy's doing. As I said, he's gone away to Flamengo and he's done very, very well.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think considered over in Brazil as the best centre back.
Yeah.
So he's 6'3". He's got a bit of presence about him. You know, listen, I'm not going to pretend to say that I know absolutely everything about him. I've just seen the highlight packages. I've just read up a lot on what he's done over there in Flamengo. But it seems to me, for a loan signing with an option to buy at the end of the season, it makes sense. We needed a centre-back.
Yeah, the key stats that I've seen on him were that his percentage of tackles won was like 73%, which is very, very high. And then his passing was really good. Apparently his passing, like his short passing was like 93%, and I think he quite likes a long pass as well, which apparently his percentage for that was 55 or something, which is high. Stick with me, Rory. And the point I'm getting to...
you can use stats to prove it.
The point I'm getting to is that they were saying he's in the similar kind of mould of David Luiz in terms of how he passes the ball, which is interesting because is that a kind of player you need to play alongside David Luiz, or is that a player you need to replace David Luiz?
Mikel Arteta definitely wants his centre-backs to play out from the back. Right, so it's all about playing out from the back. It's all about a high line. It's all about being on the front foot as a defenders. And we've got centre backs that ain't very good at playing out of the back at the moment. You know, Mustafi's not great at playing out from the back, and nor is Socrates. They're just very combative centre backs. So I can understand why he's bringing this guy in if those are his strengths. You know.
What are your thoughts on Cedric then on loan from Southampton? Because obviously he's only realistically going to come in as an understudy to Bellerin.
Yeah,
it feels like Debuchy to me.
It is a bit like a Debuchy signing.
Guy.
But do you know the interesting thing is that when Debuchy came in at Arsenal, I thought that took Bellerin out of his comfort zone and made him have to really that was one of his best times on Bellerin when he had Debuchy breathing down his neck. So. And I like Cedric. I've seen him play for Southampton over the years, and I've always thought he's a good player. So I think, again, for a loan,
no risk
next to nothing, there's no risk. They got him on loan till the end of the season. If he does well, you can keep him on. If he doesn't do well, you move him on. Yeah, I mean, I was a bit surprised at first because we've had Ainsley Maitland-Niles filling in there, and under Arteta, under Emery, he's a bit shaky. Sometimes you get a good performance out of him. Another week, he weren't great. And then if
he's got something, though, hasn't he, Maitland?
Yeah, but I think with Maitland-Niles, he's always moaning about playing at right back, which I always used to say, why? Just, you're in the Arsenal first team. Yeah. I know you want to play in midfield, but just knuckle down. But it looked like under Arteta, he started doing that and he's putting in some good performances. And actually, when Bellerin came in, there was a lot of fans surprised because they were like, Ainsley's playing really well. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Ainsley now, because now that Cedric's come in, where does that leave him? That's the thing that surprised me, because he was, I thought, definitely good backup to Bellerin. But I think, listen, he definitely wants his fullbacks high up the pitch. He wants, all of his defenders pushing up, and he wants them to be comfortable on the ball.
It makes sense in a transfer perspective. For his first transfer window, you don't need to bolster the attack. you can get by with only Aubameyang, Lacazette, Pepe, Martinelli. Yeah, I think you'll probably be all right in that regard. But making defensive additions definitely makes sense. Right, what's going to sound like an utter act of hubris? We're going to talk about Liverpool now. I mean, people,
Right to Chris there, maybe.
yeah,
What does he think?
Chris Pajak over in the social corner. Chris, Liverpool got their business done early, didn't they? With Takumi Minamino, Klopp's been a bit reluctant to go into the transfer market too much this season.
Yeah, we know what Jurgen Klopp likes. He likes to work with the small squads. We know that. He likes to have about 18, 19 first teamers. That way he can keep everybody hungry and fighting for a place and know that they're going to get into the matchday squad and stuff. I think Minamino was a move that he probably didn't want to get done. Or maybe thought about doing in the summer, but as soon as they found out about the 7.25 million transfer clause, they went in there and they did that business because they were being sort of proactive rather than reactive to the market, and that's what Liverpool have been able to do over the course of the last 18 months or so, isn't it? So for me, I think Jurgen made the call not to obviously buy anyone in the summer. He's working with that squad week in, week out. We're obviously seeing the fruits of that decision right now with Liverpool top of the Premier League, unbeaten in the Premier League as well thus far. Paul, it's been pretty good for us, hasn't it, mate?
Yeah, absolutely. To say the very.
Should we get a cup of tea, guys?
I want to pull the guys in because it's interesting. Because obviously, if we had Flav in, I think it'd be interesting to get this. And in fact, Robbie, actually, because you had a summer not too long ago when you brought no one, or you brought Petr Cech in, was your only signing on a summer. And obviously, we're so conditioned to think no signings equals bad. Like, and there were plenty of Liverpool fans in the summer who were baffled by the decision not to strengthen. But I mean, obviously, we sat here. It's certainly been vindicated. But I don't think anyone expected Liverpool to make this kind of jump.
Yeah, but listen, the season when we signed Just Check, that was terrible because we needed a lot. We didn't just need one player, we needed loads of players. But I think with Liverpool, I look on it, I'm like, they don't really need nobody. They've got a brilliant squad, you know what I mean? And they're doing, I don't keep smiling over there, Chris, but they're doing, why do you need to buy players? Well, they ain't lost the game.
Well, what about this one?
They ain't lost the game. Well, what do you need to buy players for? Well,
there is a
keep the players that are there. The players that are there, they're happy, they're winning. I think it's a sensible thing not to buy any players.
I totally agree. I think the point maybe is that, you've got today, which obviously nothing's going to really happen. But moving forward, Man City were, the best team in the world and didn't need to strengthen. Chelsea you've all been in those places, haven't you? I think the interesting question is, this can't last forever. Players are going to move forward or want a new challenge, or Salah's going to want to take the brand to Real Madrid, or Firmino's want to go to Barcelona. Who are the players that you see leaving Liverpool in the next, and first-team players in the next year?
Proper first-team players, I think Salah's the only one who might, and I don't know, that's a possibility. You talk about brand Salah or whatever, but also the fact that the front three in himself, Firmino and Mane, are all 28, so they're all absolutely in the prime of the career. You look at what Aguero's still doing at Man City, who's a few years old. I think he's 30 now, isn't he? Yeah. So they've got time left to still be amongst the best players, but there's going to come a point where we're going to have to cash in on one of them just to keep the whole thing moving over and keep it fresh. And Salah's probably the one, because I don't know whether, I think physically, it's taken the toll on him more than most. Right. I think Mane's injured at the moment, but I think him and Firmino probably slightly more robust than Salah is.
He's the easiest one to replace as well.
You say that, I mean, I hear a lot of people say that, but he's still our top goal scorer.
He's
in terms of goals and assists, no one touches him in terms of goal contributions.
Rick Barnes
might be able to do the job, but he is.
But just think, in terms of the amount of people that can do what Firmino does, I think it's like one footballer in the world.
Yeah,
he is that kind of player. Whereas with Salah, it's not that Salah isn't a special football player. Of course he is, but I just feel that his skill set is more common than, say, a Firmino skill set or a Mane skill set.
I think it's important. It depends on who you want to bring in. If it's Mbappe or Werner, then maybe you kind of change it up. all I said, we do have breaking news, and we're going to have to go to Chris here because I don't know if you just saw it because I saw the red light and I heard it from the guys and I went, "Ooh, something's happening on Twitter, Chris." Am I right?
Something is happening, and it's something that you guys have started over there. So Rick Barnes went up to 21 trending. He's now down to 23 though, so we need your help. You need to keep mentioning, keep retweeting that at Deadline Day Live tweet. Use his name, Rick Barnes. I say we got up there to number 21. We've slipped a little bit. We need to get further forward. I tell you what, though, we've had some belters. We've had one transfer account already pick it up. The European Transfer Zone has already ripped our tweet word for word verbatim and the picture, which was provided by Memphis 901, by the way. So we know that you're on to us. And if we can get more of those transfer accounts picking this up and retweeting it and nicking it, in fact, just nicking it, even better, isn't it? Then we'll get him going. I've got some brilliant tweets coming in already. I've got people tweeting Tottenham, Daniel Ralph on Twitter. Only heard great things about Rick Barnes. Can't wait to see him rip it up at Spurs. Come on, you Spurs, on your game. Well played. Someone's made a Rick Barnes account on Twitter.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Guess what he's asked for, lads?
Can we get it verified?
Guess what he's asked for? Page at nudes.
Oh,
We're going to need a little bit more. We're going to need a little bit more. Simon Diggins says, looks like Rick Barnes is going to London. Gutted Liverpool couldn't get a deal done for the Canadian Messi. Because that's what you've got to do when you're talking transfer deadline day. But the best of the lot, and this is absolutely unbelievable. So somebody has sent in a Photoshop, and I don't know how they've managed to do this so quickly, but the world is mad. George Whitmore has managed to he sent a Photoshop of like a screenshot from Memphis 901's page. And what they're saying is, I've managed to screenshot this before the player profile was pulled from the club's website. He looks pretty good, to be fair. And the level of detail, I mean, I don't actually know if this is Memphis's website or not. But he's played 12 games, 1,028 minutes, 11 starts, 4 times off the bench. He's gone 2 Photoshops, so get on these for some stats. Total shots, 22, and this is all graphically put out, by the way. Shots on target, 16, goals scored, 7, conversion rate, 31.1%, wins per goal, 146.9.
Oh my God.
2 left-footed goals, 4 right-footed goals, 1 headed goal.
It's 2-footed.
4 goals from inside the box, and there's the pitch there as well. 3 goals from outside the box, but no direct free kick goals. And George Whitmore, take a bow, my friend. You have just won. That is
George Whitmore.
Sensational.
That's amazing.
Incredible.
He might need his own Snickers bar if he keeps this up. Like,
If I'm honest with you, lads, it's a real struggle keeping up with real transfer business because the Rick Barnes is going off so much. It's filling my feed.
I remember, I think it was 17 we got to on trending. So we're 21, is that right? Can we get past 17? Can we, with a fictional player?
let's keep it
Amazing.
going. Let's keep it going.
Transfer News Central have just picked it up as well.
Come on!
With the picture. Brilliant.
Fantastic. Chris, what is it they've got to tweet again if they want the custom Snickers bar?
So go on and retweet at Deadline Day Live's tweet, and the tweet says Rick Barnes is believed to be on his way to a club in London. 21-year-old Canadian midfielder's coming off the back of a breakout season at Memphis 901. Source Various got that little picture as well that we've spoken to you about. If you retweet that and you say Rick Barnes, then you will get a custom Snickers bar that says Rick Barnes on the front instead of Snickers. I don't know how we're here today. I didn't expect that this was what we'd be talking about, but apparently we are. So.
Love it, Chris. Great work, mate. Another thing for you, maybe, Chris. Let us know in the comments right now. We're going to answer another question from the top 11 questions. This is number 3. Favourite away ground. Get your favourite away ground in the comments right this second. You can't say your own team, obviously.
No.
Rory.
Goodison Park by a mile.
I've never been to Goodison Park.
You've been in the away.
That's why I love it. I
Because you like going to football grounds and not being able to.
That's exactly what I like.
The smell of mouldy wood.
I like the wooden.
You
You can make a racket on the wooden seats. It feels like a proper old ground. I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
No. Listen, Bournemouth I love.
Too
I
small.
like going to... but that's what I love about it.
allocation is too small.
It is unique in the Premier League, right? And when you go there, you are so close.
Is it standing? Your way in?
No,
Is it?
well,
you're not
just
allowed.
because Brentford's
not allowed standing.
Everybody stands up, you know what I mean, in the way in. But you're so close to the action. That's what I like Bournemouth, man.
QPR's very good for that.
Celtic
Loftus
Park.
Road is like that. If you're in the
Yeah.
top row, Loftus Road,
Yeah.
you're actually on the
And if you like a
Celtic
restricted
Park's
view,
insane.
then-
Like Celtic
It's
Park.
not, and it's
That's the 3-0 City game. That was just. I've never honestly had goosebumps just listening to Celtic fans.
I know the
Incredible.
correct answer, by the way. It's Villa Park. Villa Park.
You know, it's
is-
quite fun too.
Villa Park
I
is
don't like
Like,
it
it's
since they
naff,
moved you.
but fun.
I used
Like,
to like
it's-
being behind the goal at Villa, but they moved you to the
yeah,
side.
yeah, I agree with you. When they moved you onto the side at Villa Park.
Yeah.
I don't know, but saying that though, we've had experiences where because the players like they've had to move the seats back because the players were like diving into the crowd and all. And
Worst ground, right? I don't know if you guys agree.
It's not the question, Rob.
It's a nice. it's a decent ground, but the worst ground to go is got to be Newcastle because they put you
Stairs.
up in
I'm
the
desperate to go.
goal.
That's another one I want to
Robbie's-
do.
You're knackered before you even get a chance.
Robbie and I are big fellas and getting up to that top tier. I've done that. I had the last time I went there, I had the flu, and by the time I got to my seat,
Didn't have
basically I was getting out. My
Camp
soul
out as
had left
well.
my body.
Yeah,
by
I was gonna
Wow.
flag it in the lift they got there, but then I saw that. I saw some like the wheelchairs and that. I was going, nah.
Right.
So wrong. You know, you've got to let those guys go in there first. But I'm telling you, man, that if you know what, and I thought that everybody had to move their fans right down, and Newcastle seems to be the only ground where they've been able
They've
to
done it for
contact
decades,
with the
man.
pitch, haven't they? Apparently,
Yeah.
because Old
And
Trafford
if you
used to
were
be a
lower down at Newcastle, I think it'd be brilliant because it's great atmosphere all the time, but you're just so far away from it.
Yeah.
You know,
Right. It's TDDLWSQC2020. That's Transfer Deadline Day. Live with Snickers. Quiz. What was C? Can't remember. Competition 2020. Champion, maybe.
Champions, competition.
Robbie. This is sort of a mastermind kind of thing.
Right.
And you will be doing your quiz now. So if you'd like to stand up.
Make your way over
Not as
to
bad
the,
as the away end
to
at
the
Newcastle. It's just over there.
Stool of Destiny.
So the
I'm
Stool
not
of
very
Destiny.
good
I
at
like that.
quizzes,
That's nice.
Still the destiny.
You've got 4 to beat. Stephen hit 4.
all right.
Yeah, you should beat me.
What'd you get? 4.
I was terrible, man.
I need to do one of those with me.
Right.
Rob,
Okay, shall I do Robbie? Robbie,
Yeah.
hello. What is your chosen... It's the obvious one, just say that.
Do you know what? I'll do football in general, man.
Okay, well, no, you won't. You'll be doing Arsenal.
What was that, Robbie? Arsenal, you say?
Arsenal,
Yes.
thank
I'm trying to do that to throw you guys.
No, you have 60 seconds to...
Sorry, stop.
Stop.
One moment. We've
What?
got some breaking news.
Ooh.
Apparently, Manchester United have reached an agreement with Odion Igalo on personal terms and salary over a 6-month loan from his parent club, Shanghai Shenhua, with an option to buy
my God.
the 30-year-old. Right, we'll get Mark Goldberg
Yeah.
in on Skype.
Oh, I love
Or
it, I
Sam
love
Peoples will
it.
get a Man United
Yeah.
reaction soon.
If you've just...
Stay tuned.
Yeah, if you've just arrived here watching the Deadline Day
reaction from the
stream,
guests.
Mark Goldbridge is going to be on the
Hands
stream,
on
so
the
you
head.
want to keep watching. We want to get this reaction.
This might be better for Steve McInerney than Man City actually buying a player.
I genuinely love it. This is just how the
It's a
tables
born
have turned.
finisher. It's a born-
Anyway, Robbie, quiz
That's
time.
incredible.
Sorry about that, Robbie. Right, 60
You know, how
seconds.
could they sell? They sold Lukaku, right? And then they're bringing in. They had Alexis, even though he weren't performing. They sent him on this long loan, and now you're getting the goal. Honestly,
How long has he been trying? For a year?
Robbie,
it's great. It's brilliant.
you're losing your focus here, mate. There's a crown to be won here. I'll do it in a
Right.
second. Right, so you have 60 seconds on the clock. Yeah, you're trying to beat 8 here, Robbie.
8.
Yep, that's what Flav got.
Is that what you got?
Spurs fan got
Jesus,
8.
pressure.
Right, here we go. Your time starts now. How many goals did Thierry Henry score in his career at Arsenal?
Oh God, I've got. What's it? 260
You are against the clock.
seconds. 250.
60 seconds is incorrect, as is 250. Who was sent off in the 2006 Champions League final?
Jens Lehmann.
Correct. Where was it played?
Paris. I was there.
Correct. Who ended Arsenal's unbeaten run in 2004?
Man United.
Correct. Who scored Arsenal's only goal in the 2-1 defeat to Liverpool in the 2001 FA Cup final?
Was it Perez?
Incorrect. Who was Arsene Wenger's first signing as Arsenal manager?
Anelka?
Correct.
Hey.
Arsenal won the league at Anfield in 1989, winning the game 2-0. Who scored the first goal?
Michael Thomas scored the winner. Who scored the first goal again? Was it Perry? Oh,
Time.
shit, man. When you put on the spot.
Couldn't do it.
How much I get?
You got 4, mate.
4, which ties
4.
you with Steve McInerney.
Who scored the first goal again in '89?
Alan Smith.
Alan Smith.
Alan Smith.
Can I just say thanks to everyone who put that question in? Great. We love that. We love revisiting.
You know that question always throws me. I should know that because I've been like in quizzes before and seen them use that question to throw people off. He scored the first.
Also, Robbie, in '89, you were in your prime.
Okay. Robbie, come on back to your designated seat, which is that one. Rory, it is your time.
Rory's doing some last-minute Chelsea Googling there. Some last-minute trivia.
Want it?
No, go on.
Okay.
Hey,
Rory, how you feeling? You good?
Feeling very nervous. Was it? So that's 4. Just beat 4.
Yeah.
All I'm
8
hoping
to
for.
take the crown.
No, I don't want.
4 to save yourself from
This is big.
utter embarrassment live on Deadline Day Live with Snickers.
Okay.
Rory
And,
Jennings. Chelsea's your specialist subject.
Obviously, your 60 seconds starts now. The 2008 Champions League final saw Chelsea take on Manchester United in...
Moscow.
Let me finish. Moscow. It was a tight match. The score at the end of the 90 minutes was...
1-1.
Let me finish. 1-1.
How many
with the
questions am I
Manchester
getting
team
in?
eventually running out winners in a penalty shootout. The decisive penalty was missed by...
Nicholas Anelka.
Let me finish, Rory. John Terry. Who was the referee?
This is ridiculous, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Incorrect. Frank Lampard famously wore the number 8 shirt for Chelsea, but what is the name of the 8th studio album by Pink Floyd?
Another brick on a wall, whatever it is.
Dark Side of the Moon, incorrect. Yuri Zhirkov was the first Russian player to play for Chelsea, but what was Dostoevsky's first novel?
Crime and Punishment.
Incorrect. Fernando Torres cost Chelsea a reported 50 million. How many Liverpool to London return coach tickets could you buy for that amount?
100.
Incorrect. 3,937 and 7. Chelsea first won the league in 1955.
Yes.
Who was the Prime Minister in 1955?
Alec Douglas Hume.
Sir Anthony Eden. What was the 6 seconds are up, but this is fun, isn't it? What was Chelsea's record attendance? He thinks he's got a chance.
Hang on. It was against Dynamo Moscow. 88,000.
82,000. Go on, we'll do the last 3. John Terry wore number 26. What element was the atomic number 26?
I don't know.
Where did Chelsea play their home games?
Stamford Bridge.
We'll give him it. And finally, Chelsea won the FA Cup in 2012. But in 2012, what became the first movie to win both the Oscar for Best Picture and Francis César Award for Best Film?
2012. Best
That's this film, Rory.
Moonlight?
It was The Artist.
Fuck's sake.
I think that was... Just to confirm, that was... Sorry, wait.
Get it confirmed.
Well, we know it was one. I know, even I can count that.
Yeah. Come on down, Rory. Well done. Good effort, mate. Good effort. To be honest, that's more than I thought you'd get.
No,
I know.
1.
That's truly awful.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Thoughts, feelings?
Do you actually have the answers from those now? Do you just...
Yeah, I do, yeah.
What's the atomic number one?
Ferrum.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, well, actually, before we move on with things, I believe we've got Mr. Mark Goldbridge lined up once again live via satellite from his secret transfer bunker to react. He will have his tin hat on, I presume, and ready to react to the news. Mark, that apparently...
I can hear you all laughing.
I'm remaining composed and impartial. Odion Ighalo, former Watford centre-forward, apparently has agreed personal terms with Manchester United.
I tell you what, I use the Who Scored website quite a lot. And I tell you what, if you've seen his tweets, I've never seen a player bantered as much as Ighalo is. Under weaknesses, they've taken offside.
Excellent.
Under style of play, gets fouled up. You know, it's a worrying signing. But to be honest, it is better than nothing.
Is it? So it is better than nothing. That's the positive spin on this. That's good.
Oh yeah, because we have much up front. So Marcel is better than nothing. It's very desperate and it's very sad. We've gone from Hopland to Cavani to Josh Ighalo. I wonder what would have been next for him.
Yeah, it's we've mentioned this before. Are you buoyed by the fact that you get to sing Igalo's chant, which is to the tune of classic song "Gold"? Is that Spandau Ballet? Is that right?
Correct.
Spandau Ballet's Gold. Igalo, always believe in you something.
It's got to score a goal, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what we used to do for Joe Cole.
I quite like that. I see that as a positive. Who's budgeted that as a positive strength?
Yeah, I think
that's a positive
that
strength.
sounded like something from Scatman John there. That was fantastic. Right, thanks very much, Mark Goldbridge. We'll check back on him later on. Good luck with that, Mark. All the best. Right, let's get
back to Chris.
Yeah, absolutely.
These transfers are happening, and Igalo. People didn't think that was actually that was embarrassing.
No, seriously, Igalo, for a club the size of Manchester United,
Yeah, I agree.
to be going for Igalo is embarrassing.
I don't think it is better than nothing. I think it normalises mediocrity, and I think they accept. And basically, they've just accepted that's their level now. I think,
Gentlemen.
I agree.
Withdraw your knives, place them back into their sheaths. It is time for a Rick Barnes update from Mr. Chris.
Well,
Page.
before we get on to the Rick Barnes stuff, I think we do need to actually talk about a few transfers. So Baston is close to Villa. Paperwork's complete, just a medical to go for Borja Baston, who will complete his move from Swansea to Villa. Willian Jose is staying at Sociedad. Tottenham fans will be a little bit gutted to find out. That's enough of that. We really want to talk about Rick Barnes. And I tell you who may have fallen for this Rick Barnes thing. Indy Kyler is now tweeting about Rick Barnes. Hearing from the source that Rick Barnes has touched down in London ahead of his move. Multiple reports suggesting he's been linked with several top London clubs. We are now trending 10th on Twitter.
Oh my! Wow, that's amazing.
Let's keep on going. Let's start retweeting Indy Kyler as well, because this is a guy that people do know. He's got a huge following as well. So at Deadline Day Live, but let's start retweeting Indy Kyler as well with the Rick Barnes stories. We've had loads of people, just tons and tons of people commenting, and it's been absolutely brilliant to see so far. I just need to tell you as well that the Rick Barnes bars thing. Yeah, okay, there is a limited number of Rick Barnes bars, because we are entering the realm that we did not think was possible. So just to all let you know, it is a limited number. So get your tweets in early, get them in now, get us trending, and you will be in with a shot of getting one of those limited edition and therefore worth something Rick Barnes bars. Lads, back over to you.
Hey, wait. You should have asked Goldbridge if he'd rather have Rick Barnes than Igalo.
Studio, can we get a Goldbridge team back up again to ask him the important question whether he'd rather Rick Barnes or Odion Igalo?
That feels like a good poll card. I think that could be a poll card, maybe.
Absolutely.
Let's get back to these top 11 questions. Question 4 now. Best transfer of the season. Obviously, the Rick Barnes deal hasn't gone through just yet, so we can't use that one. Obviously, we can go back to the summer then. And who are the players that have kind of shone for you so far this season?
Oh, I've blanked. Totally. Go on, Rory.
Well, Gabriel Martinelli for Arsenal,
yeah.
right? Who's bought for about £8 million. It's been absolutely exceptional. I remember when we bought him, obviously I didn't know who he was. I was over in America pre-season watching him play. I was like, this kid he's a player. But, you think pre-season, players are taking it easy, get back, he'd be in the under-23s or something, and he's come back and he has been exceptional. And whoever spotted him for Arsenal, that, for me, has been our signing. And then we've had a few. Guendouzi, again, not bought for big money, has been another very, very good signing for Arsenal. We've actually made some very, very good signings. That was one of the things that was disappointing with Unai Emery, because at the start of the season, also Pepe, of course, and that a lot of Arsenal fans were very infused because we'd made some good signings. But out of all of them, I've got to say Martinelli, what a player he's looking.
Here's one from me, Danny Ings.
Ooh,
the move to Southampton.
Yeah,
he obviously had a really tough time at Liverpool, and I think there's just often with players when they go to a club and it doesn't work out, you just think they're finished. And for him to, I think he's spoken quite a lot about like what he's done to sort of get himself ready. Came back for pre-season early.
Mate, England goals pinning their hopes on him. Could be like England's saviour with all these injuries.
It's funny how things work out with a footballer, because Jurgen Klopp would have kept him. He absolutely adores Danny Ings.
Really?
In fact, he was asked about him in his press conference today, and he said, he's still our boy. You know, like he's still like,
Really?
they hold him in such high regard. But he just said he knew he needed to go and play first team football, and Liverpool couldn't guarantee that to him. He needed a season under his belt just to prove himself, just to get himself back up to that standard. And he's become the player now that I think Liverpool hoped he was going to be, but he was desperately unlucky, you know, with cruciate knee injuries and what have you. And it happens like that sometimes, but his endeavours never been the problem, his work rate, everything about him, he's hungry,
Natural
hunts
as well.
people down. The only question mark was whether he was just good enough in front of goal. Well, stay fit, yes, but also, you know, is he more? Because I think he scored 10 goals, you know, when he was at Burnley, I think it was. I think he got 10 goals.
Well, so when he was in the Championship, he had an amazing season, and I saw him then, and his movement was really impressive. And then in the Premier League, we both went up to the Premier League, and again, you could see that Burnley team was struggling, but you could see the quality that he had. So I wasn't overly surprised when he got the Liverpool move. But
It's
for him
funny
to go
when
to
you can
Southampton,
see that, isn't it? You know, when you see a player playing for a club, and it's like, this bloke is so much better than everyone he's playing with. It's a bit like when Mane was at Southampton. I remember watching Mane play for Southampton, it's like, this bloke is far too good for this team.
yeah.
And Danny Ings was definitely like that. But
Raul Jimenez, that's not a bad one. You confirmed that, didn't they? Wolves.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
He
Last,
scored
I mean, the
20
season
goals. He's
before,
there
I guess.
basically. He's there forward. Literally, he creates, scores goals. He's been huge for them.
The player at Wolves has been amazing. Is Traore. Adama Traore, to me, one of the best players in the Premier League, one of the most exciting players to watch. They used to say he didn't have end product. He has that now. He has end product. You watch him in a game, teams have to deploy 2-3 players to look after him in every game.
Guardiola knows him well. Do you think Man City?
Well,
would go for him?
Sane could be going, and if so, that leaves a big £100 million. You know, like,
Take him in, yeah?
I'd have him at Arsenal. He's
No,
one.
like,
He
really
is so exciting
quality.
to watch. I really like him.
Yeah. Last one I'd throw in is just Adrian. Got him on a free transfer. It was unwanted at West Ham. Alisson gets injured in the first game of the season. Adrian comes in and we all think, oh, that's our season done because we've lost the goalkeeper. Comes in, wins the shootout in the Super Cup, and you know, he's arguably, you know, whether he is in over a full season or not, but I'm not sure there's many better second choice keepers in the.
I think the other side of that as well is what West Ham lost, because letting him go and then the troubles that they've had with their goalkeepers since then. Losing him has been an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. But absolutely made up with him. I didn't expect him to be anything like that. You buy or you get a guy in like that. We've all been through that. It's the curse of second choice goalkeepers. How do you do that? You've either got to get a guy who's in the 30s and you're thinking, well, where's the motivation, or how talented really are they? Or you put up your faith in a kid, and then have they got the confidence if you need them to come in? Can they continue with that level? And yeah, I think it's character. I think what he's brought as much as anything else. He's not the best shot stopper. He's not the most talented with his feet, but sometimes just having a bit of self-confidence. You see this with Pepe Reina's a good shot. I know it's only very early in his at Aston Villa, but you know, when you bring in someone of that personality, you know, imagine being in that Villa dressing room, change room now, and all of a sudden you got this guy who was, I mean, literally, he was a cheerleader at the World Cups and the Euros and all that, but what a cheerleader! What a cheerleader he was.
Jordan Ayew as well, Palace. He's done
he's done brilliantly.
Basically got him for next to nothing, really, from Swansea, and he's been really good, another good player, because for Palace, getting someone who can score goals.
Gary Cahill's been very good for Palace.
Yes. And do you know what, in terms of all time, Gary Cahill's right up there. 7 million he cost for Chelsea. Won everything, pretty much.
Yeah, he won a European Cup 6 months after arriving at the club.
Yeah, he did all right. The final one I would say is, maybe if we're talking about January, and obviously you can't judge it right now, do you think that the Bruno Fernandes one, that's obviously the big story this window, do you think he could be, when we get to May and maybe Man United have turned it around a little bit, because he is that creative midfielder that they need, could he be the transfer of this window? City
were linked to him quite heavily in the summer, so I did that thing as you do on your channel stuff. You're like, right, got to watch every YouTube clip, do all the scouting, all that kind of stuff, and then you're like, I filled myself with this knowledge I didn't need in the end, but he looks like a really good player.
It's useful now.
Yeah, now. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I think he looks good. He could be the guy, maybe takes a few undeserving, makes a few undeserving wins or draws, because they've been a bit underwhelming. That's not really controversial, even from a blue. It's like he scores goals, and he scores a lot of goals.
He's a good player.
Very good player.
Arsenal played against Sporting Lisbon. He's playing there. He was a good player, and I remember speaking to a load of their fans before the game, and he's like a god there, or was, should I say?
What did you like about him?
He's just a very skillful player. I mean, when we played them, he was a bit part in the game. But you could see on the ball his quality. I think that's a good signing for United.
I reckon.
I agree.
He's going to frustrate United fans sometimes because he's basically this kind of guy who just try a lot, he'll shoot a lot, he'll pass a lot. But he reminds me, do you remember a couple of years back when Pogba was doing the odd special thing for United and kind of getting a win with a good pass or something like that, or a goal? I think he'll do something similar.
What's going on, Rory?
Honestly, I think he.
I think he's brilliant. I watched him in pre-season. Liverpool played Sporting over in New York, and he was their best player by an absolute mile. And we've been linked with him quite heavily as well.
Some step up though, isn't it? So
well, it'd be interesting to see because I think the Portuguese league you can get absolute superstars coming out of there, but also it's hard. It is quite hard to judge the levels at times. Right, we're going to move things on then, James. We're going to leave you once again. I'm being told.
You're going?
I'm being told it's me again. I did such a good job with Rory over on the whiteboard. Me and Robbie are going to go over to the whiteboard now and talk through Robbie's ideal Arsenal 11. So look, keep it warm for me. Sure. I'll be back in a second.
I'll find out why Rory's giggling.
But feel free to talk in the meantime.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Actually, probably should.
Deadline day, hey? That's good.
Those deadline days.
Yeah.
In the comments, what is the greatest January transfer signing that your team has made? Let us know. Chris can read out a few. We can reminisce through times gone back. A few ahead. Andy Carroll. Fernando Torres to Chelsea, Rory.
Yes. I mean, he scored one of the most iconic goals in the club's history.
Scored a hat-trick against QPR as well.
Scored a hat-trick against QPR. That wasn't the most iconic, but yeah, big.
Okay. You've had a few, haven't you?
Few.
Torres, Shevchenko.
Yeah, there's been a few terrible ones. I mean, the worst we've ever had is Alvaro Morata. That's the worst signing that we've ever made in the club's history.
Just because Torres got that goal in the Champions League final. It would have been Torres otherwise.
No, Torres is brilliant.
Okay. Right, we go over to Paul, who's going to talk through the dream team that Robbie's put together.
Right, Robbie, yes, second man to the whiteboard. We've been talking through, you were asked ahead of time to pick your sort of perfect Arsenal side, including transfer additions. Obviously, not necessarily this window, but looking ahead to the summer and what have you. And I can see, first and foremost, you've gone big. Arguably the most in-demand other centre-half in the world in Kalidou Koulibaly.
Yeah, listen, for me, if Arsenal on the board are really, really serious about challenging again, and that's for me and for every Arsenal fan, that's what it should be about. We have to sort out that defensive area. I know we've brought in like Mari and guys like that, and hopefully they're going to do well, but buying somebody like a Koulibaly is similar to, like with you guys, when you bought Virgil van Dijk. Koulibaly, actually, I saw him in that game when Napoli played you guys, and he, to me, is they're the same level as a Virgil van Dijk, and I think he'd improve us so much. We've got Saliba coming in, he's looking a really, really good player from Saint Etienne. We loaned him back, but he'll be coming in. So I think that, for me, is somebody like him would be brilliant.
The thing he's got, and you mentioned it earlier, talking about Arteta and his brand of football and what have you, he's very comfortable on the ball. I've seen him play a few times. Liverpool have had Napoli in the group stages 2 years on the bounce. Now, there's a point where, he plays left-sided centre-half predominantly, but he was playing left wing. Centre half, and he was doing, it didn't look like when you see certain centre halves and they cross the halfway line, and you just hear by accident. Yeah, this guy looks, he's absolutely fantastic.
He's solid.
Let's move into the midfield then. Lucas Torreira, an absolute fan favourite.
Yeah, love Torreira. What I couldn't understand about Torreira under Unai Emery, he was trying to play him as a number 10. He was putting him on the right. Everyone's like, just play him in his normal position. Which is what Arteta's done, and we're seeing the best of him now.
And you're thinking, I guess this is 4-2-3-1 or 4-3-3 to call it?
Yeah, like a 4-3-3.
Yeah.
I just think somebody like, I think Xhaka, to be fair to him, I'd keep him. He's done very well under Arteta. If he can keep that up, I've liked it. But I like somebody like a Decore, is a bit more mobile. Yeah. He can do what Xhaka does, but he gets up and down the pitch more. I think we lack that at times.
And he's just a bigger lad. I think the thing about Torreira is he's not a presence, and it's all well and good. I think he's the terrier guy. He's the guy who's going to be chasing around, making things happen. But you do just need someone who, if you get into those you know, I mean, look, particularly if you bring in a Kai Havertz and who's going to be going the other way, you actually need a midfield that's ready for the fight, and Decore brings that.
Yeah, and then Havertz, I think we've got a good front three. I think Pepe is going to be, he's slowly getting there, but I got faith that this guy's going to be a top player. I love Lacazette and I love Aubameyang. I think we need to upgrade on Mesut Ozil, and I think this kid would be the perfect upgrade on him. I was sort of torn between him or even a Coutinho, who you guys had.
Yeah.
I think, because I was trying to look at players that realistically you could buy.
Yeah.
Right? I know he'd be a lot of money, but to me, I'd say if I was Arsenal's hierarchy, I'd be like, look to go big with these three signings.
The only thing that might, I guess, stand in the way of Havertz is just who else is likely to be interested in him. All the top clubs are going to have an eye on him this summer. But nothing different in the front three at all. I mean, there's no real reason to. But obviously, the Aubameyang, Lacazette, who takes the lead thing has been a little bit of an
you know
issue.
what it is, right? Is that Lacazette, he's great at holding the ball up. He brings up. He's a bit like the sort of Firmino with you guys, in that he does a lot of the unsung work. I know he hasn't scored enough goals this season, but I'd still have him down the middle. And then remember, you've still got the insurance. If these guys are not performing, you've got Martinelli behind him. Saka has been another amazing kid that's come in at Arsenal. So, and I think, just a few additions at Arsenal, but top quality. Maybe we could be back up there, putting in a challenge again.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's the interesting thing, isn't it? You've got a few of the bits and pieces. You seem to have sorted the goalkeeper situation out. Everyone seems very happy with Leno. Tierney obviously has had his injury problems, but I think you'd like to think there's your left back sorted for the next few years. You've got a lot of things right. It's just about plugging in ready-made top quality players just to give the whole side.
That's what I think. I think there's a lot of very good talent in this team. You look at Aubameyang's goal scoring record; it's unbelievable. And you've got players like Bellerin and are very experienced now. There's a lot of good things there, and the young players that are coming up behind these guys is really, really exciting. But like you said, you need some ready-made quality that's going to come in and instantly. And I think a guy like Koulibaly would instantly, lift that defence. So.
100%. Well, listen, let us know your thoughts on Robbie's dream team before we get back.
Yeah, and it is a dream.
Absolutely, what a dream.
We'll probably get Igalo's cousin or something like that.
Dream big, haven't you? Yes, more on the likes of Odin Igalo shortly, but let's hand back to James in the studio.
Igalo's cousin, of course, is Rick Barnes. Let's keep going with the top 11 questions. We've got another one. Question 5. What player are you most scared of leaving your club?
Emotionally.
These things happen.
Emotionally.
Got to be ready.
I'm just scared of Aguero leaving emotionally. Like how can you replace possibly the most instinctive finisher the Premier League's ever seen? Genuinely, he's
the question.
Let's live in that world for a few minutes.
No, it doesn't exist. It's not happening. That's the kind of thing that reminds you of getting old when someone like him just disappears. And
how long do you think he'll stay for?
I reckon he'll probably see out next season as well, and after that he'll probably start looking back home, back to Argentina or something like that. He's hinted a lot that he might just go back over there, and I wouldn't blame him. And if he wants to sail off into the sunset, he's definitely earned it. Do you know if he's
like a Boca man or a River Plate guy or a new players like that?
I think he might go back to there.
When do you think he will be? When people do the best ever Premier League strikers, it's always Shearer, Henry.
You know what it is?
When will he be in that conversation?
I think there's an age. So there's a thing in computers where something has to be 20 years before it can be counted as retro. So we're coming up on the PS2 being retro. You know what I mean? And I think it's that. I think it's probably another 5 to 10 years, and all the people who are it's absolutely Shearer are probably too old to be relevant in the conversation anymore, and all of a sudden it'll just.
But the thing is, it'll always be Shearer. I feel like Shearer will always have a place in this conversation simply because of that 220 goals.
Yeah, he was quality.
But I just don't it's. People always go Shearer, Henry, and then there's honourable mentions. Didier Drogba gets a mention. For me, Luis Suarez was unplayable. I thought he was amazing. Even Torres in his Liverpool days.
I'm going a bit off.
Ruud van Nistelrooy, but.
Aguero has to be.
It has to be.
He's the one behind
I think Aguero has to be in the upper echelon. I think he
Yeah,
has to
yeah,
be.
He is. 100%.
But he
Like,
isn't. He isn't. People don't put him
I think I'm not just trying to be all tinfoil hat, but we're City unpopular, and I'm aware of that. Like we're not.
I think that is.
I mean,
does
we're
play a
not. Like
part.
if this, I'm genuinely saying, if he was at even Arsenal, United, Liverpool, they're bigger clubs over the past 20 years, so the profile would have been bigger. You would have more fans. You would have more people, shouting his name from the rooftops.
You say that though, but I think that generation of Man City players, maybe you say City are not globally popular in that way, but I think unilaterally that squad of players, like I love Company, I love Silva, I love Aguero, not when they play against Liverpool.
I think
everyone, I think football fans. I think
like people that like Man City more, I suppose, not support them, if that makes sense. So I reckon maybe time will be a healer. So maybe 5-10 years from now, people will start to go, do you know what, he's pretty good in, man.
Because I think
away from the City kind of side of it all.
The question I wanted to ask, I thought that was interesting, like not sort of appreciating that player at that moment in time. Who's the player that you really didn't realise you didn't appreciate him at the time, and then when they went?
Zabaleta for me.
Really?
I mean, Walker's been great, but it's just more what he meant in terms of the fight on the pitch. I'd miss him so much, Zabaleta.
I think at Arsenal it used to be going a bit back, but Gilberto Silva.
Yeah.
Used to do so much unsung work, right? And then he was out for a bit.
You still haven't replaced him, have you?
I remember there used to be fans who used to go, he ain't Brazilian. I see no skills or nothing from it. He was out for a couple of months and everybody's like, you know what?
He's getting back.
Then we saw what he did. So he was very unappreciative. And going back to your question, players that, you don't want to see, I mean, with us at the moment, Aubameyang, I mean, he's only now, end of the season, only have a year left. We get down to that stage again.
Because I take the money.
Arsenal love a bit of that, don't they? Love a bit of brinksmanship with contracts.
Yeah, so it'd be Aubameyang and also Martinelli. I'm sure that all of these Barcelonas and Real Madrids are going to be sniffing around now. He's 18. They want to be getting them big release clause things put in his contract right now, so...
Okay. We'll go back to the whiteboard. It's my turn.
It's your turn. Great. Excellent. Right, so Jay's going to go over and join Flav over on the whiteboard to discuss Tottenham Hotspur and his dream transfer. Absolute belter, boys. What have you got?
Okay, Flav.
Sick of hearing about Martinelli, by the way. All right, he's good. Stop talking about
it. Better than anyone you got, mate.
Yeah, well, that's a great link, Robbie. Let's talk through that. Right, so this is a team that you would like to see by what time?
I think, well, in an ideal, very early in the...
as soon as possible.
like within about 2 hours.
Okay, got you.
But no, I mean, like, in terms of realistic targets, our main issues are central defensive midfield and right back. Currently, we're relying on Serge Aurier, who has had a resurgence under Mourinho, amazingly.
Yeah.
His benchmark was quite low.
Okay.
Right, but he has done a good job. He's on something like 7 assists, which is only 2 behind the best right back in the world.
He's very good in FPL actually because he's very cheap.
He is, and he's playing more as a sort of hybrid.
Almost, you've said, haven't you? When we've talked about it, they've got almost like 3 centre backs, and then he's playing as a right wing because you don't really trust him as a defender.
Which is why Davies is so important. Right. Because Ben Davies has been injured. If he started the first 2 or 3 games for under Mourinho, and we were really good defensively during those games. And because he's when we do have the ball, this becomes a free at the back, and Aurier gets to go forward.
Yeah.
Davies is perfect in that sort of left-hand side of the back three because he's done that for Wales.
The sensible one.
You know what you get.
Okay.
Yeah?
Let's go here. We've spoken about him a lot. I don't rate him. You still do?
I mean, it's harsh to say you don't rate him. He's won a World Cup. So I understand it, though. He does have...
True, maybe I'm being unfair.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, he's better than Lumley, for example. But the... Lloris...
He's a QPR goalie, guys, in case you were wondering.
Lloris, he has become error-prone. He is a little bit of a liability, and his distribution is an issue. And obviously, goalkeepers and distribution is such an important thing in the modern game. And Lloris feels a little bit old school now, which is weird when we signed him as this sweeper keeper.
Right.
But now he does look a little bit leggy in the modern game.
Leggy?
But just...
For a goalie?
Well, you understand. Performance-wise.
He's making mistakes, isn't he?
He's just, he's thrown the ball in his own net a couple of times. But you know, we can... There are other issues that need to be solved before goalkeeper.
Okay.
As Mourinho said earlier, it's like a new signing because he's back. It's not. It isn't at all.
Yeah, but Mourinho wasn't there before, so to him it is.
There you go.
In defence, Jan Vertonghen is not there.
Vertonghen he's aged very quickly. Last season against Dortmund, he played a left wing-back role and he dominated the game. He was man of the match by far and away, and it felt like that was it. he gave everything in that game, and since then he just hasn't been performing. You can see what he's trying to do. You can see the balls he's trying to play, but he's just an inch too short and too slow rather. And in the Premier League, you get exposed so quickly.
So Sanchez and Alderweireld, you feel like that's the two centre backs that can work for you in terms of players being brought in. Obviously, a lot of these guys are here already. So Max Aarons from Norwich City, you think he's a good shout?
Yeah, because of just his speed and his youthfulness and his willingness to get forward. You know, fullbacks we've seen with Liverpool. In order to have a successful team, fullbacks are crucial, and they've got the best two in the world. And we didn't know that at the time. You know, I think that's fair enough to say.
Yeah.
And Max Aarons would give us the pace that we've lacked since Walker kind of left. Sergio Aurier is doing a good job, but he isn't a solution long term, I don't think. And someone like Max Aarons is attainable and something that Spurs could pick up.
Yeah, and I guess you can kind of rotate him and develop him a little bit. It'd be interesting if Mourinho wanted a player like that. I guess it allows you to play the exact same way. The other thing with that is I think that is a really good shout because he's more mature than people think. Let's go into midfield then, and then up front. The two problem areas from the outside is here and here. As in, like, depth here and then that defensive midfielder. But if you could only sign one player, is it him?
Yeah. I mean, well, again, ideally, someone like Kante would come in, but that's not going to happen, is it? So, indeed, he could even argue why would he want to leave Leicester to come to join Tottenham, but
Cost a lot, wouldn't it?
It would cost a lot, but we can pay him the money if he wanted a change of scenery. He's basically it's that type of player that's going to enable these two to really flourish. On the ball, both of them are incredible. Lo Celso especially is going to be an absolute player for Tottenham.
Yeah.
I'm really excited by him, but currently both of them, when he's fit, is being hamstrung by lack of a destroyer in that midfield. Eric Dyer was fancied by Mourinho when he first come in, but he's just gone as well. His legs are gone as well. He had a pancreas out, didn't he? So I don't know why that's affected him so badly, but he hasn't been the same player since. So, Eric Dyer isn't the answer, and God willing, Mourinho doesn't go in for Matic or Fellaini, because that's the kind of rumour that was talked about. If that happens, then you know that Mourinho generally has lost it and we're doomed. But yeah, someone like we're doomed until he's gone.
Yeah.
And Didi, for me, let's spend the money. Let's replace or fix a problem area by throwing money at it. Let's just do that.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Why not? That's what it's all about.
And the bigger problem, obviously, we needed a striker because Kane is out injured, but this is like not taking that into account.
Of course, yeah.
I probably wouldn't pay you two up front like that. I'd probably swap it around a bit, maybe going three up top. But the issue with Kane, as we know, is what striker worth his salt is going to want to come and sit on the bench once he's back.
Yeah.
Mourinho in this press conference today actually said that the reason why they didn't go in for a striker or didn't find a striker is they didn't want a temporary fix. They wanted someone who would serve Tottenham in the long run and can eventually play up top with Kane. That's the way he talks about it. Okay. So that's part of the reason, I think, why Spurs haven't signed a striker.
Right, so that's your team. In a sentence, I mean a sentence, can that team win the league?
No.
Paul, back to you.
It's fantastic. Well, that's good to see. Ambitious as ever from Flav and presumably the Tottenham board as well. Great stuff, gents. What are we thinking on that? Flav's not putting too much out there. He's really looking at adding, a fullback and a DM, did we say there, to make Spurs competitive?
Possible, isn't it? I can't see Ndidi coming into. I can't.
Why? I get Flav being self-referential or whatever, but
they'd ask for him though. It'd be a lot, wouldn't it? An awful lot. Can you imagine Spurs spending that much money on a player? I just can't see Daniel Levy doing it.
Do we think Ndidi's an unrealistic target for Tottenham?
I wouldn't have thought, Ndidi, what would he be, 50, 60 million?
I can't see Spurs spending 50, 60 million for Ndidi, that's the thing.
I don't think in Dembele, they paid nearly that, didn't they?
And even then, he's been in and out of the team.
The thing is about it, with Flav there,
it is realistic though, in general, I think.
I thought Alderweireld, I think his legs are gone as well. Yeah. I don't think he's the same. I think a couple of seasons ago, he was amongst the best centre-backs, but I think his legs are gone. And also, they've got to get a striker. Well, I hope they don't, but they've got to get a striker to back up Kane, haven't they? I mean, they have too much reliance on Harry Kane. That's probably why he's always breaking down all the time.
Okay.
You've got to have somebody who's going to, challenge him.
Brilliant. Well,
Didn't know he cared so much.
I don't care. I don't give a
Well,
fuck.
lovely, nice to see.
As I said, I don't.
Tottenham Hotspur there.
As you said, that team won't win the league. Yeah, I mean, at least he's honest. You know?
Amazing. Well,
Pretty rubbish.
listen, thank you very much to the guys for joining us for this part. It's going to be all change on the guests. So for when we return, we're going to have some very, very exciting faces joining us. Make sure you do stay tuned, and we'll be back very, very soon.
You know when you get these like anomalies, somebody going from one club to another, you just think this shouldn't be happening. And I think the jewel in the crown is when Julien Faubert went from West Ham to Real Madrid.
They brought Julien Faubert in and he played 54 minutes. And Rory, he fell asleep on the bench.
I don't necessarily think that that's as big a travesty. Have you ever had a nap during a football match?
No.
You've never been watching a football at home on the sofa and fallen asleep?
Yes.
There you go.
I know he got his 54 minutes in, but he fell asleep on the bench, Rory.
Is there any sympathy from you to him there?
The lad's being paid thousands upon thousands of pounds a week to be a part of the Galacticos.
Actually, this geezer's a hero.
You might be looking at him in the wrong way.
Yeah, he's a hero. That is how confident he is in his own ability. That is how happy
Go
and
on, mate,
settled
you're
he is
on.
alive.
All right, OK, you're ready. Let's go.
He's gone to sleep on the bench of Real Madrid.
Welcome back. It is transfer.
He does what he
Headline.
wants when he wants. That's what happens when you get 1 million subscribers.
With Snickers. We are here live in the studio.
Sorry, I'm
Undisturbed and undisturbed.
Amazing.
Things going on in front of camera. Welcome if you're just joining us. We've had a great laugh so far.
He spends
And
his
plenty
entire
more
life in
laughs.
front of a camera.
Literally can't stop. He's drawn to being in front of camera. Yeah, we're going to be here all the way till the deadline day closes later on tonight. Up to 11:30. Yeah, don't worry, we're in it for the long haul. Yes, welcome back. James, good to see you back on the couch.
Yep, I wasn't away that long. I didn't know you missed me that much, but I'm back.
First time you've left me?
That's true. Yeah, it's okay. I'm back now. And we've got new guests. Flav has made the walk. No, it's all right, Flav.
I'm not new. I
We have a returning
here an
guest
hour
and
ago.
2 new guests. Pippa has
forgotten
joined
already,
us. Hello, Pippa. You won't be doing that kind of nonsense, will you? But Robbie,
What was that? No, I'll try not to.
thank
I'll try and remain seated.
Pippa, of course, is Arsenal fan from Arsenal Fan TV. And Sam from United People's TV, a proper Ball Street legend.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Legend. Well, we're hoping for some Samisms. Hopefully you people know what a Samism is. Excited.
Oh, geez.
Very excited.
Yeah, the real.
How have you found transfer deadline day so far? What have you been looking at? No, not really enjoyed it. Pip.
It's never really exciting for me, though, is it?
We've still got 3 hours left. So
Yeah,
a
nothing's
bit more.
happening.
With Arsenal, a couple of signings, quick ones there, and are you sort of happy with those two? We weren't expecting.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm not over the moon, but like it's a reinforcement for what we needed. We needed centre back, we need defence. So it's good to see that Mikel Arteta's coming in and doing what he can with what he has. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. And Sam,
Hello.
Man United fan.
Hi, Paul.
How do you answer the question? Go on, you answer.
Listen, who do we want to start with? Let's start with the Odion Igalo stuff because we weren't able to get a great reaction to that earlier on. Sam Peoples, United People's TV, you're living in a world where
If anyone could spin this.
Odion Igalo has apparently agreed personal terms with Manchester United. What is your reaction to that?
Is that the Odion Igalo who's got nearly 150 career goals?
Oh, here we go.
Look,
He's a
United,
goal scorer. You never lose that.
United need a goal scorer, and we wanted Haaland. He said no, went to Dortmund. Right decision for him in his career. Look, he scored 5 goals in his first 2 games. We need a striker, and getting him on a 6-month loan deal, as long as there's no obligation to buy, we can't lose.
Yeah.
If he scores a few goals, it was decent. If he doesn't score any goals, he leaves after 6 months. As long as it's not a permanent. I thought Josh King on a permanent deal was probably a stranger thing.
Okay.
You thought that was stranger?
Just dropping 30 mil on deadline day. Could have, if we had 30 mil to spend on a striker, why not do that earlier in the window? It's strange from United, but United's a very strangely run club. So
Flav, you seem to be barely able to contain yourself.
he turned down Spurs, didn't he? Igalo could have gone there.
I don't think that's true.
I think it's true.
Well,
I think it's true.
okay.
It's true.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
2015.
It's just remarkable, isn't it? Like Man United. Like what's happened there?
Yeah.
Like Igalo is their solution, and this is a team that stripped us of Berbatov and just took Carrick. Like just with Man United, we're taking this. Thank you. And now they're like, Igalo. Let's get Igalo. He's in China. If we can get him out of China.
It feels
I
familiar
think
though.
that's a good deal, though.
Yeah.
Their standard, right?
If he's definitely a striker.
Yeah.
He's definitely a striker. That's a very good point. I saw a stat. Sorry, another stat from me. 55% of strikers that come in January never score for their club.
Aubameyang.
So that means 45%.
Yeah.
Do.
55%.
So I don't know how you want to look at that, if that's good or bad.
Did you
but
make that up?
So
No, no,
45%.
I heard that
do
one.
you?
You got to be up
So
to
is he in the 45%? Do you think he will score for Man United? Would he start ahead of Greenwood?
No. I don't imagine you'll start many or any games unless we're playing a certain team where you want to be physical up against, and we need a more of a target man, which we don't have. Honestly, I can see the positives in getting him. And you would have taken him as well.
I mean, yeah. I would have.
Do you think he would have?
Yeah, you would have. We haven't got anybody. Yes, he's a striker. I would have taken him because we don't have a striker. Literally don't have one. Not like Chelsea, we don't have one.
Like Chelsea, Rory's just completely falsely written their entire strike force up.
Remember Agallo, for that season at Watford, he was legitimately like a decent striker. He was banging them in.
But does he fall into the category? We saw this as like Demba Ba moving to Chelsea, where he's just a body. You know what I mean? He's obviously a centre forward. He's a centre forward. No. But no, that's not disrespect to him because Chelsea did that.
Yeah, but he scored a really important goal.
Before they bought Diego Costa, they had a bunch of strikers who were strikers, but none of them was a 15 to 20 goal centre forward. But if you can't go out and buy a 20-plus goal season centre forward, you do have to go out and get guys who are functional in your team. So as much as we're laughing here and going, oh, Dino Gallo, you're right. He is a centre forward. He has done that. He has played in the Premier League.
There's a point to be made.
Goals in the league this season, then it's more than worth your money.
There's a point to be made that it's about service as well. Like he does have a pedigree as a finisher. So if he gets the service, which you might get from Bruno Fernandes and those players around him, then
in his
maybe
best form, he was playing up top with Troy Deeney. It was them two together as a part of a 4-4-2. So
was Deeney linked as well?
Deeney wasn't.
Might get him as well.
There have been a long list of strikers that have been linked.
I'd take Deeney.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
absolutely.
We live in a fantastic world, a world where Manchester United are going big in the transfer market on deadline day, but none quite so big as Rick Barnes. Mr. Chris Pajak is over in the social corner. He's going to get us up to date with all of the comings and goings, the movings and the shakings in the transfer market.
I tell you what, it's going off big time over here. It's been brilliant to watch this grow sort of from a seed and sort of just go as big as it is right now. I've got people photoshopping Jim White in the Sky Sports studios with breaking news about Rick Barnes now. That was at XXGeorge1892 XX, and I'm guessing you're a Liverpool fan as well with the 1892 there. At 44tweet have picked this up. Rick Barnes is reportedly leaving Memphis 901 FC for an English club. 22 shots, 7 goals, 31.1% goal conversion. Will the 21-year-old Canadian make an impact in England? I doubt it, if I'm perfectly honest with you. We did make him up. And at James5CP, and I love this one actually, Cardiff City are drawing 1-1 with somebody. And he tweeted them and said, we're drawing 1-1. This is why we need to sign Rick Barnes. So this is absolutely brilliant. So, I mean, I tell you what, I'm so excited. But I've also found out that at Footy, they have got an Instagram screenshot of Rick Barnes landing in London from somehow his own Instagram. So get tweeting and quote tweeting at Footy when this goes live, please. This is absolutely brilliant. We were back up to number 13. We want to break that top 10. We've not broken that top 10 yet. We need to get in there. So go and find at Footy, FOOTY. Find the Instagram of Rick Barnes landing in London and get onto it. Come on, lads, right? Back over to you.
It's absolutely incredible. I was just having a flick through the Twitter timeline there. I would highly advise just typing in Rick Barnes in the search and just going through some. There is just some of the greatest work that's ever been committed.
My favourite one was the geezer. There was someone goes, Memphis are my local team, and I've never heard of him. A fan of Memphis. It's like, I've never heard of Rick Barnes.
I love the fact we're globally reaching out across the world here. Make sure you use the hashtag on your game if you're interacting. And as mentioned, there's been custom Rick Barnes up for grabs for people who are getting involved with this on social media as well. So please do keep it going. Let's make sure we fly up the trending table tonight before we leave. Before we get stuck into some more chat on the sofas, I'm going to hand over to the absolutely outstanding Emma Sanders right now.
It's been a big window for women's football in England during January. The transfer window closed on the 23rd, and we saw 3 Australian internationals come in, including Sam Kerr. She captains the Matildas. She's arguably one of the best number 9s in the world. She came in and joined Chelsea back in December. that was one of the worst kept secrets, I think, in women's football. But big name, big transfer, probably the biggest in WSL history. She's already made her mark, got an assist on her debut, scored in her second appearance, so it'll be interesting to see how she gets on. Obviously, Chelsea are vying for the title this season, along with Manchester City and defending champions Arsenal, so she will have a big impact.
Thank you very much to Emma Sanders from the BBC. Wonderful insight, as always.
So, Pippa, talk to us about the Women's Super League, because you've got Man City, your very own Arsenal, sort of joint at the top there. Yep. In terms of sort of transfers in and things like that, when it comes to Arsenal, how are they looking for the rest of the season?
Well, we've finally added someone just before the window closed. We've got another Australian. Well, she mentioned Sam Kerr, so we've got an Australian now, Caitlin Ford, who's very versatile. She predominantly known for playing up front, so I'm guessing she could be support for Vivian Miedema, who's our top goal scorer at Arsenal. But she's versatile. She could play wing back, she could play on the right, she could play on the left. So it'll be great to add something more to the team, because compared to the other teams competing for the title, such as Chelsea, who've got a massive squad, we're quite narrow, minimal in terms of squad depth. So,
well, that's what I was going to ask you. Like, they've competed so well, Arsenal, with Man City, Chelsea. You can see Man United on the horizon after last season getting promoted. But then it feels like there's a bit of a gap between the rest. When you look at the league, how does it shape up for you? Because it does feel like it's those three teams sort of out on their own at the moment.
They're the main talking points, but then literally at the bottom of the table, it's so drastic. You've got Liverpool, Birmingham City and Bristol City fighting it out at the bottom. Liverpool finally got their first win.
Can we get the table on?
Finally.
Liverpool's
second bottom there.
In comparison to the men's team, because they could literally go down this season.
The struggle that Liverpool have had, obviously, Redmen have got a women's channel as well, and Lauren and Amy do a fantastic job on that if people want to get up to date with that stuff. But they basically, I don't know what's happened structurally at Liverpool, but everyone has gone. Everyone who basically that entire title-winning side has been completely dismantled and they've been picked apart by Manchester City, by Manchester United, and that's the thing. They've thrown a team together. Neil Redfern was in charge, and it never worked out. And now Vicky Jepson's in, and she's got like a great team harmony or whatever. But the Liverpool squad just doesn't seem to be at the level. And you can see they get literally one win, they're miles.
It's crazy because they play really well and they're a really strong squad. It's just that they're not scoring. So they need to find that clinical striker. They should have done that in the transfer window, to be honest.
Only 4 goals.
Yeah.
Only 4 goals in 12 games is incredible. Only conceding 13, so that kind of proves your point massively. A final one I want to talk about was the Chelsea manager. She's got regarded as this sort of Brian Clough figure because she hasn't got that England job yet. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like that kind of job? You got Phil Neville, who's been in charge for a long time, done well, and I think he's regarded very highly. But do you feel like there should be a woman in that role?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, Emma Hayes is a favourite to be England manager, but I'm not quite sure what her stance is. And I think that she's comfortable at. I don't know. She's comfortable where she is now. She's had over 200 games in charge for Chelsea, and I mean, it will be great to see a woman in charge. We've seen it before with the likes of Hope Powell. She's done amazing things with Chelsea, so why not?
Yeah.
But then Phil Neville's still got he's not doing the best.
How important is finances in the women's game? Like you're saying, like Liverpool got picked apart. Is it because they're not as well financed as, say, Chelsea, Man United, Man City, or
I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think Liverpool have as many full-time contracted players. They're not fully full-time.
I think what we're seeing, and some of this is personal opinion, but some of it's based in fact, is that I think there's a number of clubs who are really they're throwing money at the women's game at the moment, and look, rightly so, because I think it needs that boost. But I think what Liverpool are seeing is they had this peak. They won back-to-back titles, didn't they? But with the money not being in the game, there comes a crossover point of. I don't think they were prepared to make it a business model that didn't work, a non-sustainable business model, because the men's team has that, and I think they're kind of waiting with that. I don't think they want to overcommit to it. They want the team to be able to thrive, whereas I think you see with Manchester United, I think they wanted a Manchester United women's team and they wanted it to go in and be as big as possible, so they've gone out and they've gone and spent the money to make sure that the team comes in at a good level. But I think we'll see, in the years coming, you're starting to see the money starting to feed into the game a little bit more, along with the reputation. You've seen games being played in front of far bigger gates than we've ever seen before. But it's still a few years away, really, from being...
Touching on that, I mean, I'm not sure how finances come into play with this, but even their stadium is not the best. You saw it in the FA Cup men's game recently, Tranmere Rovers. They've had games cancelled for the state of their pitch, and that alone could be, I don't know, demoralising for a team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming out to play on that on match days.
Yeah. I guess it all takes time, doesn't it, to evolve. There's obviously been a lot more investment into it, and so that doesn't just make it perfect and everyone's got the same amount of money. I mean, you see that in the men's game obviously as well.
Amazing what Leon have done as well.
Oh,
How
yeah.
they're just dominating women's football in Europe.
13 years on the trot, I think they've won that.
And like, Leon just this is us.
Go for it.
Yeah, getting bored of them winning the Champions League now, though. Time for Arsenal to do it this year.
Are they plucking the very best players constantly? Is it almost like
pretty much, the top players, even from the WSL, they took Lucy Bronze a couple of years ago, and Izzy Christensen, but she's come back to WSL now. She's at Everton, but they've got really top players from French league as well.
Right. Did Leon did they just enter the women's game earlier than everybody else, and they got a massive head start, or they just done it better?
So we went out for the World Cup, and we went actually to the stadium, and it's been a huge tradition for them for a very long time. They've really stepped into it. They stepped into it first, I guess, probably at a higher level than others, but they've kept it going, which I think that's the thing that's exciting now. Is it feels like it really is here to stay, doesn't it? Whereas previously there's been that attempt to go professional, and then financially it hasn't worked out. Let's have a look at the Premier League, and we've focused on the top 6 quite a lot. But let's have a look at the other. Yeah, here we go. You're 10.
Keep Arsenal in the conversation.
Unfortunately, we've spoken quite a lot about Arsenal as well. But in terms of the moves around from let's go 8th downwards, and Sheffield United, of course, are in the hunt for the Champions League places, only 7 points off. But we'll go from there and down at the moment. Probably the big transfer today was Ryan Bennett going from Wolves to Leicester City. I found that a bit confusing because I think is that when you look at Leicester City and I'd imagine you're all a bit nervous about Leicester City because they are looking so good. Does Ryan Bennett, does he sound like the kind of guy that's going to does that make you go, oh, okay, no, they're probably not going to be this force for a long time? Or what do you feel about that transfer?
I feel like they've identified a player that they want. They've got enough against someone that Wolves would see themselves as a comparable football club in this season, and they've managed to take that player from them. I think it's a statement of what Leicester City are about now. That they can get a player to move across the Midlands. And so I don't think it's they've identified him as someone who can help their squad.
I'm not sure it's going to be a signpost of things to come for Leicester. I think the word coming out of Leicester, I mean, I know a couple of the ex-players and what have you, and I think there's going to be major. Brendan Rodgers coming in the summer is the word on the grapevine, and this is you imagine this is a functional signing as much as anything else.
Yeah, I can probably understand as well if he thinks I could probably play Champions League football maybe with this team. Yeah. So if he goes and he's Morgan's at the end, he's 36 now, so maybe he comes in as a squad player and he maybe looks at Johnny Evans and Siunchu. Siunchu's been amazing, but has kind of come from nowhere a little bit. And Johnny Evans I think he's 30, 31, and maybe he thinks he's got a few years that he can do something.
And there could be a thing with Brendan Rodgers. He is a shrewd man. I think he became a little bit of a meme towards his time at the end of Liverpool. But I mean, you'd be looking at the money that he's been able to bring in for the likes of Harry Maguire, etc. That Leicester are now in this position where they're almost a staging ground for they're basically Man United's scouting department at this point. So there's probably a point at which he thinks, "Oh, just bring a few players in and keep them for a season or so, and then there's 60 million I'll be taking off."
I genuinely would say that I think Leicester have probably got a better squad than Man United right now.
Definitely.
100%.
About that.
I think Leicester have probably got a better squad than a lot of those top 6 sides that we always.
And what is a good squad? It's a squad that plays together, that works for their manager and gets results. It doesn't matter about the names. Spurs have got a great squad on paper, but even under a manager like Pochettino, for various reasons, they weren't playing. A great squad is a team that doesn't have to be full of stars. But even before Brendan Rodgers, I think Brendan Rodgers looked at that and why he jumped ship from Celtic to go to Leicester for there's so much potential in that, and if we can just get them playing. And like what you just said about Brendan Rodgers, he's like a bit of a meme, bit of a joke, but as a football manager, there are a few that do it as well as he is.
He's a very, very good coach. I think there's been some really interesting moves in that kind of. I mean, obviously Leicester aren't in that middle clutch. Kind of moved on to them. But I look at Aston Villa, and I know they're a bit lower down and what have you. But just in terms of sensible moves, we're talking about functional signings. Obviously, they've had key injuries. Some of the big men. Obviously losing the likes of Wesley and Tom Heaton, and going out there and getting experienced players. I mean, it can go too far the other way. I think we saw with Fulham last season, when you go too much too soon. But they've obviously identified the problems. They realise that they're going to be in trouble if they don't go and dive into the window. This isn't like Rory talking about Chelsea's problem. Oh, we haven't got a centre forward when you've got 3 centre forwards. This is them going out and saying, right, bringing Danny Drinkwater in again. Very, very experienced. He's a winner there with Leicester. He knows what to do.
Yeah,
He'll at least have some stories to bring in. He'll be able to G the guys up. And Pepe Reina mentioned before, fantastic character to bring into a squad.
I've got to say, Danny Drinkwater that confuses me. I don't really know why they. I know it's to replace John McGinn, but I didn't really understand why they used a loan up on him. I didn't really get that. Are there any clubs, I'll run from here, any clubs you're like, I'm surprised they either didn't spend more money and get someone in, or I'm surprised they didn't get someone picked off them? Crystal Palace are in 11th, Everton 12th, Burnley 13th, Newcastle 14th, Brighton Hove Albion 15th, Aston Villa in 16th, West Ham 17th, Bournemouth, Watford, Norwich.
I mean, look, Everton's got to be one when you think about it. They've gone out and got probably the best coach in world football. Over the last 20 years or whatever, in Carlo Ancelotti. One of the reasons why Liverpool chose Klopp over him was that he basically said, right, I need this amount of money. I want a spine bought for me for this team, and I'll make them competitive. And Klopp obviously come in and said, I can work with what you've got. I find it mad a bit that Ancelotti's not gone to Everton.
Hasn't attracted no big names yet.
Well,
They've got such a huge squad. That's probably the problem.
No, surely the maddest thing about Everton in January is the fact that they've turned down £85 million for Richarlison.
Oh.
That's what Sky Sports.
Yeah.
But would you really want to let Richarlison
Unbelievable.
go?
I wouldn't want to let him go, but they're not going anywhere this season. 85 million.
Yeah, but they've had to resort to playing him back up front again. Obviously he plays wide. He's more of an attacking mid. Well, he can play on the wing, but they've reverted to playing him in a 2 up top a lot alongside Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Or prior to that, he played a little bit as a lone striker. He's very, very good. To be fair, I think people kind of underestimate
He's young
that.
as well. You forget.
He is. He's a very, very good player.
Nearly £100 million player.
Maybe probably not. But Barcelona are crazy in that regard.
They're desperate to replace Suarez, aren't they? So.
Yeah, nor do they have a great deal of money at Barcelona. They've got massive FFP problems. Yeah, it's a weird one. I think with Ancelotti, though, and this is genuinely what I feel like he's at the end, right? And Everton was just, oh, go on then. Just one more club.
Let me just retire here.
Just one more club payday, and then I'm good. Because it felt like, and the same could be said about Jose Mourinho, is that eventually the game and the wear and tear of being a football manager, especially a club manager, it catches up with you, and you need energy, and you need the kind of, like Klopp double-footed into that job. I mean, he's all in, and part of that is rubbed out on the performances on the pitch and the players playing for him. With Ancelotti, it's almost like an old statesman who has one more bail.
And Ancelotti, though, if you look at the clubs that he's been manager of over his career, to randomly go and decide to end it with Everton just for the sake of it would seem like a very strange thing for him to do. For a man who's got such a esteemed.
You nearly had him, didn't you? How did you feel about Ancelotti
we knew he wasn't coming. We can't afford. I don't know how Everton got him. We can't afford him.
Right. Oh, okay. But how would you have felt?
Everton took all of Arsenal's financial backing.
Would you have preferred him?
To be honest, at this stage, you just don't know what a manager can bring. Because, like you said, he hasn't done nothing at Everton yet. I know it's too soon to say, but I'm happy with Arteta at the moment, and I wasn't happy when it was announced. Right. But I'm happy with what's happening.
I wouldn't have been worried if Ancelotti took over at Arsenal. I am concerned about Arteta.
Really?
Yeah, genuinely. I felt like it would have been a good appointment before.
Maybe 2-3 seasons ago.
When Emery, but maybe like it was a bit of a punt then, and it made more of a sense now. But it's just again about having a youthful coach. Your idea is done well under Guardiola, who thought a lot of him, and he's got a club. When he took over in disarray, the fans weren't on board with what was going on. Ex-captain of the club, and just as injected energy into him.
You're for Arteta?
I'm not for him. I hate him. I want him gone.
I thought you were saying this is not the right fit, but
he is. You don't know. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it's still early days.
It's the what if, isn't it? Like, because Ancelotti's had his career, and you know what to expect. He's going to be successful. But what if Emery can be the new Guardiola? You're going to be excited about
in the grand scheme of things, because Arteta could have easily gone to Everton because he's got the same connection, hasn't he? But I think Everton needs someone who they can go, no, this guy definitely knows what he's doing. We can trust him because they're so broken. But Arsenal probably need just something fresh and invigorating to really get themselves brought into it. So it's probably worked out. I think it's not going to be this window that defines either of those managers, but how they approach the summer is going to be the most interesting.
Okay. We were talking more about underrated players, so we'll probably be talking about the bottom half of the table again later in the stream, so make sure you stick around. You should also stick around because Rick Barnes is all over Twitter. Chris, talk to me.
Got some really sad news, to be honest with you. Barnes is now up against some tough competition in the trending. It's a real sad story. You know, he's got a dream move coming to some kind of London club. Not exactly sure who, but he needs your help. That's what we need. We need your help to get Rick Barnes back up into the trending topics. He's coming, as I say, he's coming up against some really tough trending topics right now. You've seen that Instagram post, have you now? It's everywhere on Twitter. Well, it's not everywhere enough. You need to go and retweet it and make sure that you say Rick Barnes in your quote retweet. Otherwise, it won't help us towards that. I've got some absolute belters. I'm hoping we're going to get something onto the telly for you. I asked a few minutes ago whether we'd be able to do that. While we wait for that, I've got a brilliant one from Adam @_DemUL. Whichever London club is going to land Rick Barnes is getting one class player. Now, I'm genuinely not sure whether this is a Photoshop or it is actually the BBC Sport website. It is such a good Photoshop, and it's live. Transfer deadline day. Rick Barnes en route to London club to finalise deal from Memphis 901 FC. Looks absolutely brilliant. Obviously, we've had the Memphis to London Instagram post. Find that. I believe @Footy did tweet that one out. So go and find that, retweet that, Rick Barnes, lads. Hopefully I've got some good news for you when we get back to you, back to me a little bit later.
Ooh,
Okay.
Things are hotting up nicely.
Can I just say, Chris, you're doing a great job. I really like to sort of, I can see him, but I can't see him because I haven't been able to get him on my Twitter up till now. What do you see when you hear the name Rick Barnes? So?
A Snickers bar.
In a way, you are seeing a Snickers bar.
Absolutely.
Very good. Wow, that's
beautiful.
Thank you. Deep stuff.
I'm seeing the future of world football.
Yeah.
Crystallising in front of our very eyes live here on Transfer Deadline.
Seeing loads of people looking at their phone go,
What the heck? What is going on?
Everyone whipping out Football Manager going, nah.
No, it literally took me a minute to click on what was happening right now.
Yeah.
I was going to explain.
No.
Sorry. Do you know, that is a really good point.
I got it now.
Let's explain.
Yes.
Paul, off you go.
Okay, welcome to Deadline Day Live here on the Ball Street YouTube channel and on Twitter and Facebook as well. Thank you very much for joining us. We've invented a football player. His name is Rick Barnes, which is an anagram of Snickers bar. Of course it is. And thanks to you and all the wonderful people on social media and the great work done by Mr. Chris Pater, we are getting this transfer.
We got to top 10 in trending, didn't we?
We got into the top 10 on trending. We want to keep this going. There's custom Snickers bars to be won if you can get involved and get Rick Barnes' name out there into the social media sphere.
Do you feel like the story needs a twist?
I think it does. I think, is it maybe time?
Do we add another?
Oh, no, but is it
no.
time to throw a spanner into the works? Is it either a shock bid from somewhere?
Gazumped.
Yeah,
how many words can you get in?
Yeah.
Transfer words.
Is it
something being mooted?
Medical, perhaps? Is it having a... Oh, is it...
Subject to medical.
Oh, yeah, but is there maybe some medical issues? Or what can we have? Make sure you tweet in using hashtag on your game. I think we need a wrinkle here. In any good story, you need things to build up to a crescendo and you need increasing stakes. You know what I mean? It's Indiana Jones being chased by the boulder. You need to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. What's going to drive this story over? Get some suggestions in, and then we're going to throw them into the mix as soon as we can.
If you're new to all of this, then jump in, get involved. You've probably got about 15 minutes, something like that, and then we'll see where we're at. Add the wrinkle. I like that. Let's get back to the Transfer Deadline Day Live with Snickers Quiz Competition 2020. Pippa.
I love a quiz.
Super.
Well, I feel like I'm not going to
just as well. It's your turn. There is a very expensive stool. What's it called?
It's the
Stool of
Destiny.
Of course.
Is that what I called it?
Yeah.
Call it now.
I'm still...
It's just the stool.
Flav is winning currently
yet, right?
with no one's beaten 8.
No pressure.
2 people are in second place or last place, depending on how you want to look at it.
I smashed it out the park.
Rory is in last place, sorry.
No, nothing at all. Not saying that was fixed, but...
I'm going to try and get more than one.
Rory's in last place with
High
1.
ambitions.
All right, Pippa.
Yes.
What is your specialist subject?
Football.
Any particular team?
Arsenal.
Thank you.
Okay.
You've got 60 seconds on the clock.
Oh, that's
Your
the
time starts Now, who scored the only goal of the game when Arsenal won the league at Old Trafford in 2002?
Vieira.
Incorrect. What was the original name of Arsenal Underground Station?
No idea.
How many years did Arsenal play at Highbury?
Jesus.
It's tough.
What?
What is incorrect? Who were the last opponents at Highbury?
Oh, no, I failed this.
Guess, don't give up.
Wigan. Wigan.
No. Name the player who scored 4 goals in the 6-3 win over Liverpool in January 2007. He's Brazilian.
Brazilian. This is going great, guys.
Rhymes
Great.
with Julio Baptiste.
Yeah.
Oh, Julio Baptiste.
Well done. I wouldn't even call that a clue. I wouldn't even call that a clue. That was so tough.
Wow.
In which city did Arsenal beat Parma to win the Cup Winners' Cup?
God knows.
Nope. What was the final score in the 1979 FA Cup final against Manchester United?
1-0.
No. In 1939, what was the Arsenal Stadium mystery?
What are these questions?
I know, they're really tough.
What is this?
I'm going to pass that one. What was the name of the Arsenal mascot?
Gonzosaurus?
I'm going to need a little bit more.
Yeah, well, that's good. We'll take
Gonzosaurus
that one,
Rex.
take that one.
Right, gonna
Oh, okay.
Arsene Wenger was time. Time is up.
That was really hard.
You are dead. Second to last.
Oh,
Rory
wow, I'm
is
not last.
still. Rory did worse than that. So if you can,
terrible.
you're able to rewind the
Can't believe
stream
how
and go
bad
for that.
Rory did, to be honest.
Well done, Pip.
Well, no.
Yeah, well done.
Oh, thanks.
Tough questions. Very tough.
Wigan was the last.
Newcastle, I have here.
So,
Yeah, if I was wrong, let me know.
So Wigan wasn't the last game?
Apparently not.
Oh.
Listen. We can go to. Can we just go to the gallery and just double check? No, they're saying it was Newcastle,
It's a
Last game at
lie.
Highbury.
which means that either you're wrong or they're wrong.
Someone's going to
There's
be
a
wrong.
picture of that at Emirates. I'm sure it's... I don't know.
In the meantime, Sam, you are next up.
Is it time to
Want
step
to make
up?
your way? Oh, wow. Very generous. They're happy for you to have 3 points.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Right, this could go wrong.
Wow, yeah.
You got it, Sam.
Brutal. Anything ahead of Rory.
What's Rory on?
As you can imagine, the
Rory's on 1.
our main producer is a strong friend of Rory's. Sam! Paul, do you want to take this one?
Hold on a second. Breaking news.
Hello.
It's happening. It is happening. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. An agreement has been reached for a loan deal to take Odion Ighalo to Manchester United for 6 months. Sam Peoples, how are you feeling about this?
He is a striker. We've already had this conversation. What more do you want? United need a striker. Ighalo scores goals.
Done deal.
Absolute dynamite work. Wow. Fantastic. Anyway, Sam, it's time for your quiz. Your specialist subject
I
is
can't think anymore. Just
Manchester
think about Ighalo
United.
now.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's not an
My
answer.
specialist subject is now Ighalo.
Okay.
Don't ask a question.
Your time begins now. Who did Manchester United beat in the quarter-final to win the Champions League in 1999?
Quarter-final.
You did do a documentary on this.
I did do a documentary. Mind blank. Sorry.
OK, wrong. Sir Alex Ferguson's first club signing was Viv Anderson. Which club was he bought from?
Blackburn.
Incorrect. Who did Manchester United beat in the 1991 Cup Winners' Cup final?
Barcelona.
Correct. Where did United sign Ruud van Nistelrooy from?
PSV.
Correct. Which club was Jesper Blomqvist signed from?
Stockholm.
No. Who took the corner for Solskjaer to score in the 99 Champions League final?
And Solskjaer's won it.
Who scored Man United's first goal in the 68 European Cup final?
Best.
Incorrect. Who took United to the top of the charts in 1994 with Come On You Reds? I finished.
You seem
Time is finished.
That's the phrase.
And I have finished. Go on, who was it?
Steve Bruce.
Status quo was the answer to that one.
Steve Bruce.
I'm sure he was in the video.
Nearly.
Banger, to be fair.
That was a good
Come on,
one.
you Reds.
Come on, you Reds.
Lose your bottle and lose your head.
It's not as good as the Red Tribe, whatever it was. The move, like
Sing
the
it.
Red Tribe sing. As if. As if.
Sam, you...
Sorry, did he just say we think he got?
No, he got 3.
Okay.
Sam, you got
I
3.
feel like it was more than that.
Got 3.
Who's the
Three.
final? I still can't think about
Inter Milan was the quarterfinal. Yeah.
Milan, of course.
Yeah, who's? I want the answer to mine.
What answer would you like?
Who scored in
Van Wiltord was 2002.
Absolutely.
Kanu famously jumped over him somehow.
Right, yes. So, Sam, just out of interest, you were pretty terrible there.
I think the person to talk to here is Flav. 8.
I was about to say not
Wow.
big enough deals.
It's
How did I get
fine.
8? That's just
Where's the leaderboard? Who
right
else got
answer.
what?
Right answer.
I told you, it's a bit of a fix, that, you know. Just saying.
6.
Prove it.
Bobby Charlton scored the first goal.
Bobby.
Yeah.
Was that a Bobby?
And Blomkist was signed from Parma.
Palmer. That was a swing and a miss, that
I
one.
hate losing.
Okay.
Anyway, Steve Bruce is a great singer, if you didn't know.
Steve Bruce rocking all over the world.
Right, top 11. Question number 7 we're up to now. Let us know your answer in the comments below. We're going to be talking about the most underrated player in the Premier League. I have 2 in my head. If you have one, feel free. Anyone got one?
Go on, Jim.
Want to kick us off?
Yeah, get started, Jim.
Getting trolled here. She said Virgil van Dijk. Come on. I'm going to go with, and I called this early.
You all think Virgil van Dijk is the greatest player on planet Earth and also the most attractive human being? Because if you don't, you're underrating him.
I think we can go to Chris here on this one.
Big nod from Page.
Not the nod
a
from
big
Page,
nod from Page.
He is good looking. Gazaniga's quite good looking though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dreamboat.
Yeah. But Van Dijk's better, which makes him more attractive. In my book.
So what's the question?
Underrated player. Yeah. I'm happy to go. I've got 2. So one, and it's one I've liked for a long time because Spurs were linked with him back in the day, Jack Grealish. But I think it's getting to it.
I knew you were going to say Jack.
Yeah, well, that's what I would say is the turning point has happened. He wasn't rated at the start of the season. People were saying Maddison was better than him. I think it's quite clear that Grealish is better than Maddison now.
I can't believe
obvious.
Didn't he go on a mad goal drought?
Who?
Or something like that? No, Jack Grealish. There was a mad chat about him.
Oh, he's getting fantasy Premier League points every single week. He's in my team.
So with Spurs,
you would know.
Spurs had an agreement to buy Grealish for 20
Such
million.
a mistake.
For 20 million.
Such a mistake. I said it at the time.
Yeah, but I literally haven't finished what I was about to say.
Go ahead.
It wasn't a mistake.
Underrated.
Actually, they were bought out by new owners who then reneged on the agreement. Their mistake.
Right. Well,
Not,
actually,
yeah.
good call in the end because
It
he's
was
going to
good.
single-handedly probably keep.
And at the time, I was like, I'm not sure he's good enough. What do I know?
I desperately want him
Nothing
to
Flav
not
is what you know.
be that good, and for no other reason than because he looks like he should be really good. But you
Yeah,
play those lads
he's
in
got that
footy,
Beckham look.
and you just want them to be
Yeah, I know what you
because they
mean.
just got too much going for them.
Massive.
You can't wear your socks like that. You know what I mean. You want players like that to not be very good, but he is very, very good at football, as it turns out.
He's so good.
Underrated though, I think it's a tough one. I've lost perspective on this, to be perfectly honest. I'd have said like someone like Andy Robertson. I've had Jordan Henderson, but I think finally starting to get the recognition I think he deserves.
I agree.
These people are not underrated.
Yeah.
Well, Jordan Henderson is underrated
No,
because
he's
everyone
not,
thinks
no.
he's like.
It's such an.
He just gets a few critiques. He's not underrated.
By Liverpool fans, he's like you can't.
Is it Liverpool fans that are digging him out?
By
then?
Liverpool
No.
fans, you can't even as like journalists, Northwest sports journalists, you have to write like something good about Jordan Henderson and then caveat it at the bottom with like, oh, I'm ducking for cover or whatever. You can't. It's weird because there's just this mad little subculture of Jordan Henderson haters who exist online, waiting for every misplaced pass.
That's a good point. People, it's too late for some people. They've dug their heels and they've made their call.
But you can't win all the trophies this season and have the underrated player.
Yeah,
No,
Yeah,
and
that
that's
makes
not
sense.
allowed.
it.
Give
True
somebody
enough.
else.
But I don't. But he has.
Dendoncker.
But he's not. Yeah.
Dendoncker, well,
Buendia is he's awesome. He's going to get picked up by. He'll get picked up by a big side when Norwich go down.
You're talking about how
Key passes. And stuff.
nobody really expected
Scott
Grealish.
McTominay.
John McGinn.
Scott McTominay.
I can see a lot of similarities in the fact that only United fans, you're talking about Henderson, only United fans can appreciate what McTominay does because to the people looking in, he just looks like a distinctly average footballer.
Yes.
But that's what Jordan Henderson was for a long time and just built himself into this
It's that role, though. It's that
immovable
defensive mid-role.
midfielder. But he's great to watch as a United fan because he does that sort of dirty stuff. And that's what you enjoy watching as a fan, I think.
I've got a massively overrated player.
Oh,
Declan Rice. Oh my
Really?
god.
I saw him in midweek.
He's like
and
Eric.
was all right.
He was like Eric Dyer when he first joined Spurs. He's not all right.
Is he a centre?
He's struggling in that team. Do you know what I think with him?
Centre back, didn't he?
Well, this is my point. That is he in the modern game or whatever? You look at Connor Cody at Wolves as an example. Was a DM. He played at right back a little bit, and now he's found this like kind of niche as a ball playing, obviously centre of a back three. But do we think Declan Rice could, because it could be over this. It could be criminally underrated? Because I wouldn't say he's overrated.
I watched him on Wednesday night at the Liverpool game, and you can see, like, in terms of his like stamina, his interceptions, his getting around the pitch, because he's got kind of Noble next to him, and there's like then Haller's like miles down the pitch. All those things are incredible, and obviously his size and stuff like that, drives with the ball well. The one problem with him is I think he has been a centre back his whole career, and so when he has to sort of come and get the ball, he hasn't got that like picture.
Yeah.
It's sort of, he doesn't have that awareness, and I think his body shape when he picks up the ball a lot of the time is not very good. So I think he is a really good player, but I think he's going to need to figure out. I think if he wants to get to the very top, does he need to be a centre back who's good on the ball, or does he?
I think you see with certain footballers you can spot a player, someone who's good enough to play at the top level, but I think at certain clubs or whatever, they recognise it. This happened with Jack Rodwell. And when he came through at Everton, they looked at him and went, wow, look at this lad, look at the physique, look what he's got. And Moyes was like, right, I'll put him in midfield. And he never had enough to be like, okay, that's not like Ross Barkley's career's gone on to stellar heights, but all of a sudden when Ross Barkley comes along, you see what an attacking midfielder's meant to look like, and you can see, obviously Rodwell's now back in the Premier League this window with Sheffield United, but I wonder whether that's something with Declan Rice. You might just find maybe a club slightly higher up, maybe like a Leicester or a Wolves or whatever. Maybe goes, okay, well actually we'll take him and we'll put him a bit deeper.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're playing in a better team, he probably won't have to pick it up as much.
Yeah.
He kind of, teams defend so deep, they might be right.
How about Cantwell at Norwich?
Oh yeah.
I like him
Massively.
a lot.
Like
Yeah.
a
I wouldn't
celebration.
say he's underrated, though.
Well, that's the thing, is what's underrated.
Yeah.
Well, if
put
we
Traore
paired
in the
then and they play for another club.
If he's perhaps not underrated, but probably not rated enough. He should be higher
Do you know
up.
what, the entire Sheffield United team?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
underrated.
so
Yeah,
underrated.
it's so true.
They're incredible.
Because we can go, no, they're rated because everyone knows the good. Name me 5 Sheffield United players. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to them, but they're the perfect
No one
example.
can.
No, they're the
impossible.
perfect example of a club that is greater than the sum of its parts.
Even Sheffield United fans are going,
Who's that again?
Yeah.
I can name you 2, and it's only because I've done my research on the January window in Sander Berge and Jack Rodwell, and that's how I know.
They've done so well, and they've strengthened actually in this window. They've brought a player called Sander Berge, who's
said his name. That's fine. Karen.
Did you just say his name?
Literally.
Sorry. But did you see him for? I was going to ask for that game.
Really?
Did you say that as well?
Yeah, no. Yeah, really talented player. Because again, he was one link with Liverpool as well. So we did a little bit more of a deep dive into him, and he's got that. He's comfortable on the ball. He's happy to stride out, but he's got that physical presence to sit in as the number 6. He's not, he's quite a big lad as well. Like, so, I think that's a very, very kind of shrewd move. There's that culture. Look, he's been playing in the Champions League this season, and now he's in the Sheffield United team. When you talk about, I think there's a lot of expectation from people, maybe the top sides, Man United, Arsenal, Spurs, and they're looking at Sheffield United and go, all right, well, when's this bubble going to burst? Because, come on, this is a divine right of these bigger clubs who should be in the top 6.
Well, they nicked a point from us, so.
Well, yeah, and Liverpool took Henderson dropping one in through his legs, their keeper from Wijnaldum for Liverpool to take the 3 points there. Very, very good team, and all of a sudden they've taken this guy with a bit of Champions League experience, sit right in the heart of midfield. It's better business than some of the other clubs fighting for top 6.
Chris Wilder's done such a good job. Do you remember the video that was on Twitter doing a behind the scenes on deadline day, where he's talking about targets and stuff, and they followed Chris Wilder around when they were in League One. It's fascinating.
Oh, is that the behind the scenes sort of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that was in
amazing.
League One. And you're watching it, like this looks like an old school football club, and it's the same team that currently sit in the top 6 of the Premier League, and they have overlapping centre backs, which I love.
Final question to you 3. Who's the most underrated player at your club?
Mesut Ozil.
Still underrated?
Still underrated. There's a massive... You're looking at me like, really?
I guess people don't rate him really.
Ozil signed
He gets a lot
from Real Madrid, currently
That's a good
on
answer.
400 grand a week or whatever he's on.
Is that what, we don't rate them on the paycheck, though?
No, that's true.
Yeah, fair point.
No, it's fair. It's fair. I raise an eyebrow when he's in the team because, because I thought he'd fallen so far from favour that I didn't think he'd ever come back into the Arsenal side. I thought it looked obvious to be moved on. So maybe you're right.
Flap? It's a really difficult one for me to answer because none of them really. But Aurier is probably the most underrated one because everyone remembers him being a shambles and just being a nightmare and just looking at him going like, how is he even at our football club? To Mourinho coming in and actually turning into this hybrid
sort of right back / right winger. He just dominates that. Say dominates. He doesn't do that, but he plays a lot on that right hand side running.
Just runs
he
up
should.
and down.
And his delivery is so underrated. Like he's the best crosser at our football club, bar none, and he's part of the reason why we have picked up points when we shouldn't have done.
That's a big statement.
Serge Aurier would be our most underrated.
Sam?
I've got to say Fred, because I think Fred last year when he joined, 52 million from Shakhtar, everybody expected him to be just a top quality Brazilian midfielder immediately. And he wasn't. His first season, he was pretty poor. Mourinho, there was question marks about whether he was the manager who actually wanted him or whether United scouts had just forced this signing on Mourinho. But this season, he has come on so far, and especially with Pogba out and McTominay out with injuries, United fans are like, we've got absolutely no midfield. He's up for Player of the Month in January. He was man of the match against Liverpool for us. We lost, but he was our man of the match. He was man of the match against City the other night as well. Two of the hardest places to play in midfield. And he's got that confident touch where he's under pressure, but he knows which direction to put the ball to release the pressure, which none of our midfielders can do. And he's getting better and better. So I would say Fred for sure for United.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let's go to Chris. Let's go to Chris here. I've had enough of that.
The right answer for Liverpool is Gini Wijnaldum. He's
yes.
the most underrated player at Liverpool Football Club. He's one of the first names on the team sheet, but we're not here to get my opinions on anything that matter. We're here to get my thoughts on Rick Barnes. He's dropped down the trending. He's back down to number 15 now. He had a hit on his hand at one point. He's going to break that top 10 platinum goal records and all that, but it doesn't seem to be the case. We're going to have to move this story on now. We've people tweeting in. Wayne Taylor Vickery says it's personal terms, that's why the deal stalled.
Oh, no.
Brendan Thomas says Rick Barnes' agent, his dad, is asking for a massive signing on fee. But I think this is all the wrong way of going about it, to be honest with you. We don't want to kill his transfer. We want to make sure that he's going. So what we now need you to do is start to tweet about it and say that we are hearing that he is at the medical stage. So start retweeting those Rick Barnes tweets. Make sure you use his name. Put a tweet out there, something like Rick Barnes is having a medical, it's on. And if you want to do a little bit of a Robbie, you can do this or we can do this or something like that, get that in there as well. As far as done deals go, Ryan Bennett has joined Leicester City from Wolves on loan with an option to buy for around £5 million. A source of that is actual a reputable source. It's the football club itself, Leicester. So there we go. That brings us up to date, I think, to be honest with you, unless anything's happened. Oh yeah, Rangers Football Club can confirm midfielder Greg Doherty, 96, has joined Scottish Premiership side Hibernian on loan until the end of the season. Sorry for putting you to sleep with that one, but we do like to cover more than just English football. So over to you, lads.
Have QPR signed anyone?
Oh, they've lost a player, to be honest with you, James.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he lost a little while ago. I didn't think anyone else would care, so I didn't bother telling you, mate.
Brilliant.
Oh, that's sad.
It's Brighton have recalled under 23 striker Jan, spell it QPR. Malakar made how many substitute appearances?
I'm going to go with 4.
No, incorrect. 6. And that was at Loftus Road during his spell at the club. Glad you're not on the hot seat for the quiz.
Thank you very much, Chris Page. Make sure you keep the tweets coming in using hashtag on your game. Let's get Rick Barnes flying back up Twitter, trending again.
Club now.
Yeah,
Definitely
needs to add a club.
No, it's got to be West Ham as well.
Or Crystal Palace.
We definitely need to get it. Let's keep it moving on. We've got a little bit of time to the window shut, so let's draw it out. I think the medical stage. So yeah, if you can all be hearing words that he's currently undergoing a medical. I like that. Currently undergoing a medical. I think that's the next.
That's the one. Yeah.
Just do it. Just do it. Let it fly up the trending charts.
Oh my word, we've got breaking news. 2 minutes. Rangers have signed striker Florian Cambery on loan from Hibernian. Okay, if you say so. Huddersfield have re-signed former goalkeeper Jonas Lossell on loan from Everton. And West Brom have signed Lee Peltier from Cardiff on a loan until the end of the season. The 33-year-old's contract at Cardiff expires at the end of the season. Enjoy talking about those 3 deals, boys.
So
West
moving
Brom are buying everyone.
swiftly on from that.
Back to Rick Barnes, yeah?
Yeah, so Lee Peltier, I know that he used to play for Liverpool, and let's move on. Should we talk Leicester?
Let's talk Leicester, yeah. Part of our top 11. Leicester are doing brilliantly. 8 points clear, I think, of 4th place. Will they get Champions League? And I mean, let's go back a bit before that. Did you expect them to be doing as well as they've been doing?
Not well, not at all. but they had it in them.
What was it? Because I know we all do those videos, don't we? We make those predictions where we think teams are.
Oh, where did I put them? I put them top 6. I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so it's not a huge surprise.
No.
No, I look again. The experience that Brendan Rodgers went and got with Celtic shouldn't be underestimated. And he was mentioned before, he had to know what he was doing. Look, he walked out on a treble at Celtic, another one.
Treble, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He walked out on that to take over the Leicester job. And I think a lot of people at the time went, why? But I think there's so much been put in place for him. The ownership there. I think obviously Vichai, who passed away, was a massive fan, and he kind of the owner's son made it his mission to get Brendan Rodgers in, almost to honour his father, and he said he's going to back him. And I think there's a great structure. Brendan Rodgers needs trust, and I think he never quite won Liverpool's board and the ownership and all that over. And there was a lot of it was just very bitty. I think he needs to feel special. I think he needs to have that kind of trust, and he's got something there at Leicester at the moment. He's still got that core of lads who maybe not necessarily, like Albrighton's not necessarily going to be in the team week in, week out, but he's a title winner.
Yeah.
They've got the guys who've been there and done that. They've then added a couple of really good, talented younger players. They've got a good British core to the squad as well, and they're just and he's a very talented coach.
That's probably a really underrated. That's probably a really underrated thing is the fact that those guys who won the title have kind of got a bit older and they're now squad players, but they're not rocking the boat.
Well, they've come back around again because we talk about this, like what happens. Jamie Vardy probably will feel like he maybe missed his opportunity to move to Arsenal or whatever when he had the chance, and he's watched the likes of Mahrez move on and he's seen Kante move on. He's stuck there, but that period of did I, could I, would I, should I has passed, and now it's like actually I've got this chance to do one last hurrah. And I think he's now getting the best out of those lads again. Maybe having had a little bit of a lull.
Yeah, I think he'll keep playing for a long, long time as well. Do you look at Leicester and what they've done at this point? Do you see anything in terms of how they've progressed as a team that's above all three of you in the league and go, there's elements of that we need to take and implement to build a team that's just as good?
Their fullbacks, well, actually, I say their fullbacks. Pereira's a hell of a lot more effective this season than Chilwell, but both of them in themselves. But I think, for me, the most impressive thing about Leicester is they won that title, and I'm sure most people expected them to just disappear. And to say that was a great year for them, then all the players leave, Mahrez has gone, Kante has gone. Kante's their most important player, who somehow made Danny Drinkwater get a £40-odd million move to Chelsea. But they've lost their best players, and then they've lost Maguire, who was considered one of their best players, and then brought in, I can't even pronounce his name. Soyuncu. And he's just like Maguire's never been there. Yeah. Like how to do that, to lose your most important centre-back, and that's the most important position. Liverpool fans can attest to that because Van Dijk's coming in and changed the whole thing for them.
Do we think, Flav, that Brendan Rodgers may be capitalising, though, on these transition periods or sticky periods that the other top sides are in? Because if you were going to break into the top four, this is definitely the season to do it. Obviously, Arsenal have been in United the same. The competition's not quite as... It's not a closed shop like it maybe has been in previous years.
No, not at all. I think that would be a massive... that would be a slight on Leicester, and they've done nothing but deserve their position. When Man City were faltering, they looked like the only credible challenge towards Liverpool's run to the title. And that's the great point, Sam, about losing those players and rebounding, because the structure of that football club, and it's really hard from a fan's perspective, but certainly one that doesn't even follow their football club, to understand how a club's run. You don't get that insight generally. It's correct. And they've brought in Brendan Rodgers, and he's got that team playing for him, because players love playing for Brendan Rodgers. When he was your manager at Liverpool, you were great to watch. He went to Celtic, and not just... I mean, anyone can win the league with Celtic when Rangers are not even a force, but to win the treble, that's really, really difficult.
Yeah.
So he's gone in with a really great squad already, and they've got quality everywhere. There isn't egos in there either, apart from Jamie Vardy, who you'd assume would be the one most demanding of the spotlight because of everything he's done and the career that he's carved for himself. But there are no egos in that seat, and they're willing to be led. And it's just, he's done an incredible job, and Brendan Rodgers needs much more credit than he gets, because he's a great coach.
I think with the manager, with the squad as well, the thing that Leicester City fans will probably be thinking is, you know, that Maguire situation, that Mahrez situation, that Kante situation, that's going to happen again to this squad.
In the next 2 years.
Out of this squad, who do you think is the best and most integral player for Leicester City?
Has to be one of the midfielders. I'll say between, I'll say Chilwell or James Maddison.
But the issue is that's their strength, is that there is none. There is no player who can intrinsically Jamie.
It's Jamie Vardy.
Yeah, it's Jamie Vardy, but
without saying, but
the
how many more
strength
seasons do you reckon he's got? I reckon 2 more seasons.
Yeah, well, this is the point.
Vardy. I think Vardy's going to play till he's 40.
Really? No.
Yeah,
let's be
have a
honest.
Red Bull.
It's how Leicester survive this coming few weeks, you know, and we'll get a true sense of what Brendan Rodgers is able to do if Jamie Vardy's not able to get on the pitch, because I think and look, Rodgers admitted it himself, he doesn't have a massive squad. He wanted to rotate more, and he's paying the price for not being able to rotate in terms of like the fitness and losing guys, or whatever. But there's something to be said that Jamie Vardy being back into his prime form is something that there's just a number of teams around are lacking, and it covers up. I'm not saying it can cover up cracks. I think we've actually seen it cover up, like Aubameyang has covered up a few cracks at Arsenal at times. Rashford's covered up some cracks at Manchester United, but Vardy's actually been the spearhead for a really, really good side. If you've got 10 games with Iheanacho leading the line,
he's been in pretty good.
He's fine. He hasn't, you know, to his credit, he's been okay, but there's a difference between a guy dropping in periodically.
Vardy won't get picked off, will he? He's not going to get bought. Who's getting bought?
No, he's with Leicester.
No, if he was going to leave, he was going to leave for Arsenal.
Chilwell, there'll be challenges for Chilwell. There'll be challenges for Pereira, I think, and
I reckon Hamza Chowdhury for more game time. I reckon the team will snatch him.
I'd really like Ndidi as well.
Ndidi.
Oh yeah,
Ndidi's probably one of the best defensive mids in the league, man.
I would take, like, when I was doing that, there's probably 4 or 5 Leicester players that get into our first team. It's just not feasible for us to be able to attract 5 of their players. It would cost a fortune to buy them. Leicester, if they do get picked apart, are going to make an absolute fortune.
Okay. Right.
Breaking news, guys.
Hello.
Breaking news.
Hello.
That Manchester United Agallo deal is now done. He is a Manchester United player. We've still got Sam in the studio. He's still going to tell you the line about he scored goals and he's the striker. Does he know any more about it? I'd love to find out.
But he actually scored 16 goals in the 2016-17 season at Watford when he was playing up front with Troy Deeney. That was his best return.
Lukaku got more then, though, didn't he, Sam? Lukaku got more in the 16-17 season.
Well, Greenwood has actually got... No. Greenwood has got... Damn it. Rashford has already got more goals this season than Lukaku in his best return for United.
Okay, interesting.
So Lukaku has already been replaced.
Odion Ighalo done, then he is a Manchester United. Let us know your thoughts on that. Make sure you use the hashtag on your game. James, what's next?
Pippa, thank you very much for your time. We're now going to hear from Chris and Rory and Steve on his...
The transfer window is just a great time of the year, and you can see where you've got players who are going to make almost a dream move, but something always seems to go wrong in the January transfer window as well. I'm thinking of, do you remember the Benjani transfer?
Mate.
He's got so excited, he's fallen asleep, Rory, and missed his plane.
Twice. He's done it twice. If there's one place in the world, for me anyway, that is not likely to contribute to me feeling relaxed and therefore falling asleep, it's an airport.
His body's just shut down. It's gone, no, too much stimuli. Let's have a little tip here.
I suppose we could be being a bit harsh to him here. We all have our moments, don't we?
We do. And look, you know, I've missed trains. I think it's just one of those things, ultimately. And Benjani will regret it. And you know what? The transfer still went through. It didn't put Manchester City off. So it's come out all right in the end.
Welcome back. It is transfer deadline day. There's not long left now. We've been with you live since 7:30. So it's been brilliant. But Paul's had to go to the little boys' room just to sort of give himself a second because we haven't had too much information, Flav. What do you think?
No, perfectly, man.
Perfectly, man. We have been. Okay, let's do it, Chris.
Stuff.
Let's do it.
Obviously, Pat, 90130278. dead catchy Twitter name, has got a brilliant picture of Rick Barnes, who is stood next to Roy Hodgson, who looks very happy to sign him there as well. Football HQ have tweeted something about Rick Barnes. London club is about to sign Rick Barnes. Check out who will win the race for his signature there. Football HQ have got 173,000 followers. So we're starting to break some of the big transfer accounts here. And listen, Paul's back in there, so I'll head over to you guys. And we've got a full studio full of guests for you.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Page. And thank you very much to everyone who's contributing to the Rick Barnes story. Which just feel what his VHS tape will be this Christmas when it's released. The Rick Barnes story. How a man came from a figment of our imagination to the Premier League.
What I really hope is that there's obviously going to be a bloke called Rick Barnes out there somewhere, and he's on Twitter, and he's like, what? I'm trending.
I'm blocked.
It's like a Dave Gorman
Cheeky,
situation.
you know, City's director of football, some random Spanish kid's got that cheeky. Every now and then, when the transfer goes wrong, I'm at him, and he's just blocked me. Poor guy. I'm like, sorry, mate.
Oh, it's great. I love it. Genuinely love it. Make sure you keep it. Keep banging that drum. Keep going for it. We want to get... Let's have one big final push. We're in the final hour of the transfer window now. Let's see if we can get all the way to the top or as close as we possibly can. And it's down to you. Keep tweeting that name. Keep getting on it. You know, he's passed his medical. Oh,
so close.
Oh, come on. It's so tantalising because we can make this a reality. You can make this a reality. Get involved.
Of course, this all spawned from that Ryan Babel rumour back in the day. And a huge part of that was Lee from Newcastle Fans TV, and he's got a VT for us because Newcastle have been very busy in the transfer window.
Well, hello, Ball Street. Absolutely brilliant to see us all back together. Fantastic stream, absolutely loving it. I'm outside St James's Park, and it's time to talk about the tune. Newcastle have been very active, considering this is Newcastle. Mike Ashley in charge, you know, doesn't spend much money, but we've actually signed 3 players on loan. I know it's loans, but the safe options, I feel. Danny Rose, what a coup that is, man, for us. England's second choice left back at the moment. Bringing him back up north. He wants to stay north because he's a Leeds boy at heart. And what a signing. You've got to give credit to the club and Steve Bruce for getting Danny Rose and convincing him to come back up north. And that, for me, is the best signing probably in a long, long time at Newcastle. I have to go on record and say that. Nabil Bentaleb's come in on loan, obviously former Spurs player, neat and tidy. With Shelby being out for a month and the dip of form of Sean Longstaff, I think he's a good addition. Valentino Lazaro is a bit of unknown. He'll make his debut against Norwich here behind us, so we'll have to see how that goes on. But the clock is ticking.
Apologies. Sincere apologies.
That was a good Snickers. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you very much, Lee Lawler, for allowing us to put some much needed.
Absolutely busted.
Oh, that was lovely. We were talking about Bentaleb there. Really quickly, straight away, tell us about Bentaleb. Obviously, he was at Spurs back in the day.
Right now.
Yeah,
Bentaleb,
vocal player. He always had a lot of right, Bentaleb. His biggest issue was his attitude, ultimately. And you don't like to say it, but it's true. He left the club under a cloud, and I think by his own admission, during our run to the Champions League final, when I think it was at Schalke at the time,
yeah,
he was talking about how much he regretted that time at Spurs, where he's almost was a architect in his own exit, and so because he came into the side as a part of our youth product, and really made it his own at a time where we didn't expect him to do well. You know, when Pochettino came in, he brought Bentaleb and Ryan Mason in that midfield, and he really did hold his own. It was a bit of a shame when he left, but again, there's a cloud over his exit to Newcastle as well. So how much he learned, I don't know. But very good on the ball, great left foot, can pick a pass, lovely cross-field ball as well. If it's a loan, I feel like he could do a job at Newcastle, just whether he has the right temperament to keep them up in this.
He's had a few loan moves in his career, hasn't he? So I was going to say that might be the thing that kind of incentivises him to kind of, I don't know, get his head down. But yeah, who knows?
Can I just say, this is honestly, I'm not joking. This is the first time I've ever eaten a Snickers, and it is banging. very nice.
Well, you take a little moment to sit in that, mate. Right, Chris, am I right in saying that we've got another Rick Barnes update?
Yes, we do.
He's here.
So Rick Barnett
He's here.
has agreed personal terms with the London club. An announcement is expected very, very soon. We still don't know what London club it is, so that's up to you guys to help us with that one. Last I heard, we just re-entered the top 10. We need to keep this momentum up. If you've got friends with Twitter accounts or phones near you, just grab their phone off them, obviously with their permission, and start putting your Rick Barnett tweets in. Don't forget to quote tweet and use the words Rick Barnett, and you could be in with a chance for one of those Rick Barnett branded Snickers, which is just brilliant. I can't believe that A, Snickers have gone along with this, B, Memphis 901 FC went along with this like 2 hours ago, provided us with a photograph, and now there's accounts with millions of followers tweeting all about it. So it's absolutely brilliant, but we still need your help. Rick Barnett has agreed personal terms with a London club.
Did we discussed this off air? Is this the Tim Howard Association? Is this Tim Howard's team has decided to go along with this? I genuinely love this.
I don't know why, just because it's got a shouty goalkeeper. I always had in my head that he maybe had a bit of a temper. It's like I can imagine him like finding this out, and it's like it's gone above his head, and he's like,
no.
"What is this?"
Tim Howard has bought into our transfer rumour, which is always good. Always good to hear.
I'd like to talk about fees. Like, I'd like to know how much is he going for?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's about time we set the transfer fee. Does anyone keep some suggestions? Get your suggestions into Chris. Use hashtag on your game if you want to interact with him, and then we'll set that. And then that'll probably take us to that, and we need the club, the final push, the big push to get to the top of Twitter trending until something, some proper transfer news blows it on the water. But let's enjoy our fun while we can. James, should we talk the relegation battlers, as it were?
Yeah. So I think at the bottom of the league, there's some teams that would surprise you. The one for me that surprised me is Bournemouth. I don't think anyone really expected them to be right down there. They're on a really bad run of form. Haven't really strengthened at all, and actually almost lost Josh King to Man United. There was a bid earlier today, about 20 million, I think. What's gone wrong at Bournemouth? Why do you think that they're struggling this season? Do you think it's a kind of a motivational thing? I know they've had a lot of injuries.
It might just be maybe a little bit of stagnation, because under Eddie Howe, Bournemouth were seemingly going places, but they never really built on top of that. They just sort of were expecting it to just continue without actually having to add anything on top of it. And eventually, it's reached a point. And then obviously Callum Wilson's continued injuries really do not help them, because he is their main guy up front.
Yeah.
And Josh King's had injury. Well, actually, no, his hamstring injury right now is the only one he's had. But they just haven't built on the successes that they had, like Leicester did, for example.
I think it's a really tough situation for all of basically from 13th downwards, because Norwich maybe aside as a cut adrift, but I think at the start of the season they knew this is our squad. We're going to give it a go. We're going to try and play good football. Hopefully that enthusiasm will help, and it will get them over the line. They've struggled with injuries for a bit. But after that, you've got teams that are a bit more established, and you've got teams that have got a little bit of money, but they're not totally struggling, so they're just going to throw money at the problem. They kind of a couple of wins and it can change. Like Watford, if you said to Nigel Pearson 4 weeks ago, "Do you want someone in January?" he would have gone, "Yeah," because they were struggling so much. But a couple of good results can totally change it. So I think that's a really difficult one for Bournemouth to deal with, because they're kind of caught in between.
Bournemouth are stuck in this situation, aren't they, where, let's be honest, with all the will in the world, they're not a massive football club, and there's a limit to what Bournemouth are ever going to be able to achieve without mega investments.
Yeah. They haven't got quite a bit, though.
Yeah, no. I mean, they've been competitive.
The stadium as well. It's so hard to attract players as well, because everyone's got money in the Premier League, haven't they?
They've got this situation with Eddie Howe where he's so ingrained in every level of the football club. He is Bournemouth. Yeah. And when things are struggling, what do? Watford have changed the manager twice. West Ham have changed the manager. Most of the teams down there. I mean, obviously, Brighton have bought into Graham Potter, and at least they're enjoying themselves a bit more, even though they're not necessarily gathering as many points or what have you. So I think they're largely okay as long as they stay up. But Bournemouth are stuck. When they've got their full strength team, I think it's fine. But they've had so many injuries.
Yeah.
And they're the one example where, and this happens to plenty of clubs, but I hope anyway, because I like Eddie Howe and I think he's a good manager. I hope they get them back and they're able to ride the crest of this out a little bit and maybe come out the other side, because I think they're a decent run football club. I think they play football the right way. It's got a good quality manager. I don't think if they were to go down, I'm not sure, and particularly if they parted with Eddie Howe, I'm not sure they'd come back up. But it's so tricky down there. You're competing with West Ham, you're competing with Villa. These are really big football clubs.
Yeah, and I mean, Villa have spent that little bit of money. They've had injuries as well. If you're Eddie Howe and they go down, do you stay? Do you go, look, I tried? What do you do?
I think he'd stay. I've got a feeling he'd stay. I don't see who's going to come in and grab him immediately. Maybe like he'd stay for 6 months or something like that and see how it goes. And then if there's a team struggling next season who, they want a little bit some fresh impetus, maybe they'll go for him then. But I think he'll show a little bit of loyalty to Bournemouth because they've shown loyalty to him as well. So he seems to be really ingrained with the culture of the club and all that kind of stuff. The fans like him, and I think they're probably aware as well of their situation, how they have been punching above their weight a little bit, maybe as a club for a while, and they've had a really good couple of years, So I don't think they'd get rid of him immediately. I think they'd stay. I think he'd stay and maybe see what comes up a few months later or something.
I do wonder if he's, for his own career, if he's missed the boat a little bit in terms of like hopping off when it was all going well.
You would have loved it at one point, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would have done, yeah. And
I think it's mad that no one else has
I don't rate him as highly
strong overtures over him.
I think he's good, but I don't think he's that good.
I feel like the peak of his attractiveness from other clubs would have been and gone. Yeah. And now he's going to have to find an opportunity rather than one being just given to him. I kind of feel like the Eddie Howe and Bournemouth sort of love affair is going to be done pretty soon, because I think it is about motivation. I feel like they've heard the Eddie Howe message.
You see with some managers where I wonder whether, and I don't think he's got it in his character because I think he loves Bournemouth so much, that it might have been an idea for him to just, David Wagner at Huddersfield, go before your reputation gets tarnished too much, kind of thing.
This is someone who left them already to go to Burnley. He left. He's ambitious. He went for what he perceived to be a bigger club in Burnley, and it fell flat. And gracefully, Bournemouth took him back. They probably agreed to let him go for the opportunity and whatnot, but it's how does he reinvent this Bournemouth team?
Yeah, they have had a lot of injuries, and I think when you look at these teams down the bottom, Brighton, Burnley, Newcastle United. I thought Newcastle United would be right down there at the end of the season, but at the moment they're looking like
they should have absolutely collapsed. That was Rafa Benitez leaving. They're still not sorted the ownership situations out. Yeah. Steve Bruce, that's not meant to work. And I'm not saying it's
done right.
Yeah, he's done brilliantly.
Given the expectations, everyone thought he was going to fail, and I did. I was like, they're going to struggle a bit.
He's done well.
Steadied the ship. Yeah.
He has done well, and he's got some great results. But these results were unlikely ones, and their performances didn't warrant results. And I think if you play out the season, Newcastle would still be struggling. And I think they're going to be struggling towards the end of the season.
Okay. We're getting right to the end of the transfer window. Is there anything that you expected from this window? If you kind of cast your minds back to January 1st, and now we're on January 31st, are there any surprises in terms of transfers that haven't got over the line? Or
honestly, I would have thought they'd bought someone. As we were saying earlier, like the whole appealing the transfer ban and getting that one, and then just like, nah.
I think they made the right call there, though.
But no, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you're absolutely dead right there. I just would have been like, they go, right, we've bought into this, we can't sign anyone, so we're going to use our youth system, and then to overturn it, and then all of a sudden, 250 million spent, and Frank Lampard's going,
round loan.
Yeah, exactly. All the kids are all out on loans in the second, the second Dutch league, and when NAC Breda are absolutely chock full of these Chelsea superstars.
No, not Vitesse again.
Yeah, not a bit Vitesse, yeah. I'm amazed they've been able to, and obviously Rory was talking before how his sense is that Lampard might be a touch disgruntled. It's obviously just Rory's reading of the situation, I guess. But I think they've done the right thing, and I wonder whether this is Chelsea's board going, this is a chance for us to reset the story, to reset the narrative. They must look at it and think, we probably don't need as much radical overhaul as maybe we probably thought we did in the summer.
I really find annoying about this whole situation for Chelsea. It's worked out.
You're going to quote how young your starting 11 is.
No.
I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
It's Chelsea fans. Chelsea would not be in the position they are this season with the players that they have come through from the academy had they not had a transfer ban. They've been forced into a situation which is making them look good. Had that ban not happened, they would have spent 200 million this summer.
United done that?
Abraham wouldn't be where he is. Mount wouldn't be where he is. That annoys me a lot.
Isn't that what you're trying to do, though?
Huh?
That's what Man United are trying to do now.
Yeah, but that's from a completely different perspective where we just won't spend the money. So we are trying to bring the kids through, and we've always brought the kids.
But is that annoying to you because Chelsea are having to do it? They're copying the same model that you're following, but they were
forced
they can't
into it.
buy players. You can buy players, and you're doing the.
I feel like they made them look.
Or does that just prove their academy's better than yours?
Those have been good.
Their academies won like the FA Youth Cup, like what, 3 out of the last 5 years or something, and then no players still came through, and all of a sudden the transfer ban comes through.
Because City had the team that's been runner-up constantly in the FA Youth Cup finals to Chelsea, and it's like. I do believe in, like, as a City fan, I've been spoiled watching these £60 million signings come in. And sometimes you do crave one of your own a little bit. You know, obviously Liverpool have got Trent Alexander-Arnold and United have got Greenwood, and Foden's meant to be that guy for us. But seeing all these Chelsea guys come through that, they've been at the club since like 10. Yeah. And that, you generally kind of admire that a lot. You're like,
Youth Cups is a nonsense, though, because true quality youth sides, they don't place importance on it, because if you're doing well, your players are in the first team. That's the problem. So winning youth cups isn't a barometer of how good your youth players are. It's how good your youth side is, and because you don't get to bring 11 players up through. It's just it's very. That's why you don't see when you see youth teams. It's very rare that you get a clutch of those players make it through to the first team. It's a very, very rare, very rare thing.
I was very surprised that Spurs didn't sign a striker, given the fact that Harry Kane got injured on the 1st of January.
There's 40 minutes left.
Which is a whole 30 days. 30 days to figure it out.
Do you want to borrow Gala?
I'm a little bit jealous, and I've never thought. I know it's bizarre.
Wow.
It's just like you've just they've identified a problem and they've done their best to fix it. They haven't fixed it, but they've done their best.
This goes back to your general belief on the transfer window: is the winning or losing of a transfer window is how many you get in.
That's all it is.
How many you get
that's
in?
the number game.
How many scarves? How many fixtures? Exactly.
The winner of a transfer window is the amount of players come in, and that's how fans see it. And that's why in a month's time I'll go,
You can tell Red Dot managed your club.
Thankfully, we didn't get Garlo.
You would still say that after what happened after Bale?
Yeah, after Bale, after we sold Bale and bought 7 players, I was like over the moon. I thought we were going to win the league. That's it. We fine, but it's just not
7.
7 of them.
It's more than
7 of them. They all cost loads.
Are any of them good? Don't know. There's 7 of them.
Eric Lamela. Never heard of him. And bizarrely, out of that 7, the 7, let's just 7 players, right? We got Eric Lamela is the one that outlasted them all. I love that guy.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, so we didn't sign it. We could have signed. It looked like we were going to get Piantek, William Jose,
and Mertens was linked for a while.
Yeah, and none of it happened. And especially because Jose Mourinho knew that Troy Parrott wasn't ready. Like, we've got this kid, Troy Parrott. He starts for Ireland, but
sorry, what was his name?
Yeah, Troy Parrott.
It's linked with PPR.
All straight.
It is 10 to 11.
He's been here all night.
Yes, and but you run the risk of damaging a player that young if he doesn't have a great game. So he's going to have a great future, but we currently go into the rest of the season. Bearing in mind we're still in the Champions League. We've got a really tough game against RB Leipzig. We're still in the FA Cup, and we're still trying to get that Champions League spot. That's a lot of games to play with no.
Okay. Any surprises from you, just quickly?
No, I'm surprised that there hasn't been a more big punts taken. I think I think Man United have kind of done it with Bruno Fernandes, which I think is probably in terms of PR what the United fans need. That's typical United of recent years, is buying something to distract. We'll look at the shiny thing over here, and that'll make everyone look over here and smile and what have you. But I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been one of the other top 6 clubs that's fighting, because that 4th place is up for grabs. And I just think there's a club could have stolen a march. And look, it's easy to say this. I'm not throwing a name out there of a particular
What
player.
about
Who could have done
Ancelotti
it.
and Everton? I thought they would have gone a bit bigger, because given his extensive network and.
Yeah.
Like,
I think they're safe, aren't they? So mid-table.
Yeah, they will do in the summer, but I just thought he would have got some money, pull down Ancelotti.
I think with the Everton thing, I think if Dominic Calvert-Lewin hadn't kicked into form, I think they'd have absolutely had to go in the market for a striker themselves. But he just seems to have found the goal scoring touch. I think he's doing a decent job, and Ancelotti's probably gone, actually, you know what? We'll reassess.
Also, you're talking there. You're saying like a team that's going to make a march on fourth. United are fifth, and we've just signed the player in the one position who scored. He got 50 goals or assists last year. In the one position which is completely missing for us. If anybody's made a march on it, it's United with Bruno Fernandes.
Find the positives.
Fernandes is a bang sign. I'm really, I'm just a bit upset that we didn't get me as well.
The one that two surprises for me. One, Everton were linked with a player called Everton from Gremio. You just do it, don't you? You just buy that player.
No brainer.
And the other one, Crystal Palace. I really thought they were going to spend some money. They've never spent a penny on any of their defence since Roy's been there. Poor guy. Just wants to write a cheque. He just can't do it.
Just asking
so it's not too bad, Sam.
That's quite impressive.
It's not too bad. Sam, come and join me. We're going to be having a whiteboard moment now. We're going to look at your dream team, look to the future, see what can happen.
I've got some issues with what Sam's done. I've been looking at that for ages.
We'll keep them. We'll pull it. We'll pull this apart in a moment once he's delivered this. Of course, the gents are going to go over there and take the place over on the whiteboard. Make sure you keep your interactions coming in with the show. We're in the final push of Rick Baress. Thanks, Sam. Brilliant. That was Sam's crop.
Sorry, mate.
Everyone. Welcome if you're just joining us. It's Deadline Day Live with Snickers.
That's what I'm here for.
Thank you very much to everyone. Yes, we're going to hand over to the gents on the whiteboard right this moment. It's James Walcott, Sam Peoples talking Manchester United.
Okay.
Sorry, you saw a little bit too much of me there.
At least you didn't go on a trip to Russia with him and had to share a room with him. Still get nightmares of that.
I quite enjoyed that.
Sounds like dream team time. I like Sam. So, okay. First of all, the transfer window, marks out of 10?
I think United, we desperately need a number 10. 10 out of 10 for Bruno Fernandes. I think it's the first signing that we've made under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer where other teams would look at that and be jealous. I think with defenders, with Maguire and with Wan-Bissaka, you don't really get jealous over defenders. You don't get jealous over Dan James either. But Bruno Fernandes could have fitted in to most Premier League teams and improved most of them. We needed a striker. We tried for Haaland, whether we were properly in for him or not, I don't know. He went to Dortmund. You can't begrudge that decision. You look how good he started there.
Yeah.
We've ended up with Igalo. Not many United fans are going to be happy about that, but I'm on the Flavs train here. It's a body, and we needed a body.
Right.
That's alive.
Well, we've got some very expensive bodies in this dream team. Run us through it first, and then I'll focus on some areas.
I'm not sure about the formation first and foremost.
Okay.
So we might be able to move that around a bit. But Lindelof is a player who probably this season. Maguire's certainly everybody expected Maguire to come in and be Virgil van Dijk, and he is not Virgil van Dijk and never will be Virgil van Dijk. It's just that the price tag that Leicester negotiated, they're doing extremely well to get 80 million for him.
He's just become captain. I think that's a kind of probably because there aren't other options there. So you're saying he's not Van Dijk. Is he miles off Van Dijk then? Do you think?
Yeah, he's miles off Van
Really?
Dijk because Van Dijk's on such a different level.
Okay.
Compared to anybody else.
So this player, Koulibaly, who he's been touted with Chelsea, with everyone. Everyone wants him because he's brilliant. Is Maguire on the same level as him?
No, Koulibaly. If you're talking, say Van Dijk's,
you got your Van Dijk and your
away on his own, like 1, 2, 3. I'd say Koulibaly's a level just below. And he's in the summer. If you asked every United fan, he had 80 million, going to spend it on one centre back, it would have been Koulibaly. But I think he would have been more than 80 million.
Yeah.
And it's probably unreasonable to think that we're going to spend 80 million on Maguire and then go and try and get Koulibaly, who would probably cost around about 100 million.
Yeah, because let's run through it then. So you've got De Gea in goal, and it's an obvious choice. He's had his ups and downs.
I'll be honest, I think this summer could be the summer where De Gea leaves and Henderson comes in, because Henderson has done so well with Sheffield, getting promoted, coming through, and he's doing it consistently.
And a lot of pressure for him, though.
I know it's a lot of pressure, but De Gea, for the last 2 years, no United fan will say a bad word against De Gea because he carried, as bad as we have been in the last 6 years, if he wasn't there, we would have been 10 times worse. So he's just been the blocker.
Yeah. Player of the year 4 years.
Yeah. But De Gea isn't the same sort of goalkeeper as Ederson. He isn't the same sort of goalkeeper as Alisson. Playing out from the back is not his game. Shot stopping is his game. And Henderson, as an all-round goalkeeper, I think United will struggle to... Maybe he'll take another loan next year and wait patiently to become United's number one. But he's, I think, progressing so well as a young goalkeeper that I think he's going to say, look, I either want to be United now or just sell me.
Okay.
And I think this summer might be when it happens.
Wow. So Maguire, Koulibaly, Williams, who's I guess impressed you. So Shaw, there's been talk about Chilwell's going to leave Leicester at some point. It seems like one of those top sides are going to go for it. Well, maybe they won't. But with that in mind, I think there's been talk about Luke Shaw and maybe him going to Leicester. And I was surprised when I read that because I've always been quite a big fan of his. But you feel like Williams is going to be even better.
Luke Shaw has done so well. I remember that season when he got the injury. Him and Memphis Depay down the left was the best left flank that United had in some time. And then as soon as Shaw got his injury, Memphis disappeared off the radar and obviously he was sold. And Shaw, he struggled. He came back and Mourinho gave him the tough love. And it was really quite harsh, a lot of the treatment that he gave him, but he came through it. And he recovered and he found his form again, but then he's dipped again. And he's come back again, then he's dipped again. He's never found the consistency that he had before. And Williams has come through. And you've seen Trent Alexander-Arnold and Robertson basically reinventing how Premier League fullbacks have to be now. Attacking is just as if not more important than defending. And Williams has got that in abundance. And he's a bit like McTominay. As a United fan, seeing a player coming through as an academy, you're going to give him more time, but he's just fantastic straight away. He offers so much more than Shaw does going forward, and he has the energy to cover as well.
So let's look at the other guys that you're going to bring in.
Yeah.
Rashford, of course, you're going to stick with him. Fernandes just walked through the door, so that's fine. So you've got Neves, Sancho, and Werner. Talk me through those three.
Neves, I love Neves. I would have loved Neves to sign in the summer. I'm very surprised that United didn't back Solskjaer with the central midfielder because it was so glaringly obvious we needed one, and that was before Pogba got injured.
No Pogba in this.
No Pogba in this because I think Pogba is Manchester United's best player. Pogba is one of the best central midfielders in the world. It just feels like it's going to come to a bit of an end. It hasn't worked out as much as any United fan would have wanted to, as much as Pogba would have wanted to. He didn't come to United and want to fail.
Yeah, of course.
And that season when we won the Europa League and you saw the celebrations that you had Mourinho, you think, oh, this is going to be the start of something great. But it just hasn't worked out for him. For one reason or another, I don't know. But it just hasn't worked. And I think this summer, Real Madrid will go back in for him and United will cash in. But the unfortunate reality of United, we replaced Ronaldo with Obertan and we replaced Lukaku with Igalo. So the likeliness of United replacing Pogba with somebody fantastic is probably unlikely. But if it's going to be anybody, Neves is a man who's properly box-to-box, can shoot from outside. Him and McTominay in midfield would be so much energy.
Yeah.
And basically just let Fernandes do what he wants.
Yeah, great pass the ball, good Premier League experience as well. He came
great.
up and you wondered, how good is he going to be? But he's so integral to them. It's great set pieces as well. So Fernandes is in. Rashford, we've got Sancho and Werner.
Rashford, I would switch wings because Rashford is as good as he has been as the number 9 for United this season. He's so much more naturally gifted.
So you'd rather have actually him on this side?
On the left wing, when he's running at a defender with pace, that's when you get the most out of him. We've been using Martial as number 9, and that's the name that's not on the list, but I don't think Martial is going to have a long career. Rashford will be at United far longer than Martial will be. And Werner was a name that I put there, and I'll be honest, you could put Haaland there, you could put Jimenez there. There's so many different strikers that you could drop into this United team. It's just that Timo Werner doing bits this season with Leipzig, just like Haaland was as well. But as a United fan, there's so many strikers that look appealing. That's how poor our striking department is, really.
Okay.
And Sancho, we've not really had a properly out-and-out winger for a long time. Dan James has brought a little bit of that in, but Dan James is just signed from Swansea. He's not exactly going to be...
I get the feeling with him as well, like you bring him in, he can become a legend for Man United, can't he? He could spend the next 10, 12 years there, and if Man United get back to where they want to be...
For what he's done at 19, and been brave enough to go over to Germany and play in the Bundesliga and not only deliver, but get better and better and better and force his way into an England team, which is one of the best England teams squads that we've had in a long time, is a testament to just how good he is, and he showed the mentality by going over there. And obviously this is fantasy.
How much is this costing?
It's costing a ridiculous amount of money. But you asked, so I delivered.
That's fair enough. Fair point. Guys, Flav, I know right at the start you weren't happy with this one, Flav.
I could have done. You asked me what realistic signings we could get.
What? No one said realistic.
Timo Werner at the bottom. Yeah.
Come over. Do you want to come over?
Those players you got there will cost probably £500 million.
We've got loads of money.
You got this 150 million here, right? 150 million there. That's 300 million. That's just
Easy.
200 short of £500 million.
Thank you,
Is that
mate.
what you're talking about? Neves will probably cost you 60, and Koulibaly cost you 100. What's going on? What, I picked Max Aarons and Ndidi. Because I paid attention.
I think that says a lot.
Do we think then, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, that this is unrealistic? It's just a criminal lack of ambition from Spurs fan.
No, you couldn't do that and be with FFP.
We were sat here going, "Ooh, I'm not sure they can get Ndidi." And this Sancho, Werner, Koulibaly, Neves.
You asked what the dream team would be, so I made a dream team.
What's the point? Come on, it's late. It's a bit late in the day. I think Sam's delivered what we wanted here. Heavy talking points.
Good.
Heavy talking points. Go on, Steve, do we think?
There's a little bit of breaking news here, and it may be the most underhanded thing that we've ever seen in football.
Okay.
Ever.
I think so.
This is incredible.
Swansea at 11:02 have released somebody and terminated their contract.
What?
Oh my God.
Is that like? Is he? He can't sign for another club now, can he?
He's a free agent, isn't he?
Is he okay to? It seems a little harsh to do it at 11:02. Tom Carroll, 27 years old.
He's supposed to use,
What has he done wrong? I don't want to know.
Contract at 11:02 at night.
Wow.
Bit harsh,
Tom
that.
Carroll, eh?
The window is shut, by the way, now. I know we are here to talk a little bit about deadline day and stuff, but it is actually shut. Obviously, any Premier League club can complete a deal sheet between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. and that will let them have until technically 1 a.m. I think it is to get the paperwork all done. Still no word on West Ham and whether they've signed Jared Bowen. So that one was supposed to go through for 80 million. We still haven't heard whether that's been done. Aston Villa have signed a forward in Borja. What's his name there? Borja Baston from Swansea. It is. We've also had Hull City signed James Scott from Motherwell. Ronaldo Aarons has joined Motherwell on loan, and Connor Wickham has signed for Sheffield Wednesday from Crystal Palace about an hour ago as well. So some interesting things, but there's about £5 million been spent in the Premier League today.
Really?
It's all just loan deals. It's crazy, isn't it? What do you think of that? Why is that?
Very, very interesting.
Well, I guess there's money attached to these loans. These aren't the old school loans, are they?
No.
Is that the thing?
No, I mean, what was the cost? Something like 8 million. The cost of I can't remember the player's name.
Well, Felipe Coutinho's loan to Bayern Munich was talking of being in excess of 10. I think it was well in excess of that. It's the way it goes now, isn't it? You're effectively buying the player for a season. That's how that's broken down, is it? But I agree. It's not a lot of money.
It's normally like a domino effect, isn't it, with transfers? Like someone spends a lot of money, then someone spends knowing that player will then buy someone. So if no one kicks it off eventually, they all kind of just sit there and hold the cards really close to the chest. So maybe we just lacked a big transfer, other than United, very late with Fernandes to get everyone rolling. So a bit weird, but yeah.
Absolutely. Right, thank you to everyone who's been involved. We've got a little bit more chat to do up until 11:30, but the transfer window is now shut. So thank you to each and every one of you who's been involved in the crazy, magical world of Rick Barnes. What a wild and wacky ride we've been on.
What happened
past 2.5 hours. Well, this is what the thing is now. It's been great. It is now the time, James, to reveal to the world what we've been up to the last few hours here on Deadline Day Live. Yep.
Sorry, what is that?
Correct.
I can't hear anything.
Yes, there's a tweet going to be going out where we're going to go onto the Ball Street Twitter account, at Ball Street. Chris Page is going to be putting it out. We need to get you guys over there so that you can make sure that we spread the word, because we've had a good laugh. We've got a lot of big transfer accounts involved in the Ball Street tradition, much like Ryan Babel. We've taken it to a new level. We've taken it to a new level because of you guys, and of course because of the guys at Snickers as well, who've really helped to accelerate this big time. So yeah, make sure you head over to @BallStreet on Twitter, and then the full story is going to be going out there, and we need you guys to hit that retweet button and spread the word on that one as well.
Thanks for letting me know, Paul.
Yes.
I know.
If only it was written down somewhere.
Okay, I've picked up the slack for you, James. I'm ready to post it whenever you are.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Give me a word and I'll press the enter button, mate.
Feel free, Chris.
Let's go. Okay, top 11 question.
Top 11 question. Yes. Let's talk about... We've spoken about Premier League. We've talked about the WSL. We talk about England for a second. Let's do that. How far will England go in the Euros? It's a big question.
Semis.
Semis again.
I just pulled that out of nowhere, really. But I think that's probably.
Are you concerned with the fact that Vardy's retired, Kane's injured, Rashford's injured?
Rashford,
Someone else is
Will he
injured.
be back by then, Rashford?
Stones isn't really in favour.
He'll be back, shouldn't he, Rashford?
Yeah, we'll be back. But
He'll be back by April. Oh, and Kane
It
maybe.
wouldn't be an England major international tournament if there wasn't a late fitness
Metatarsal
race, yes, for one of the absolute nailed-on star players of the tournament. I'm amazed Wayne Rooney's not going to come back out of retirement and then get injured just in time to make a
metatarsal, maybe.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a while, hasn't it? Look, I don't follow England particularly well, but it seems to me like the amount of attacking talent that they've got in general. You've got all these young lads coming through. Obviously, you've got Jadon Sancho. And Sterling's hit a bit of a rough patch, hasn't he? I think, in recent weeks, but he's still probably England's best player. Callum Hudson-Odoi's finally come back from injury. You know, if he puts a good run to the end of the season, if Rashford can come back, they've certainly got him. This might be, and look, I don't want to label it, but obviously we always go on. Our generation was the golden generation, wasn't it? Is this the closest thing we've had to one? Do we think?
I don't like. So for me, I think that this isn't the tournament. I think it's the
next one.
Yeah, it's 2020. Where are we? 2020, 2022. I think that's the one for us, because I think
the semis and the final.
I don't think you get to choose,
Wembley.
obviously, but
I think we've just got to semi-finals of the World Cup. If you can't in 2 years have developed a group of players that can go on and win the next tournament, then Southgate's failing, and he isn't failing. And the thing is, talking about the golden generation of Lampard, Gerrard, we were never really convincing in that team. It was never exciting watching the golden generation. Don't get me wrong. These players
player by player
were incredible, but we never played well in that England.
There's something going on with England now, and I say I've never,
now
I'm a Liverpool fan. I enjoy watching England at major tournaments, but there's something about Gareth Southgate, and I think what he's doing there and uniting the nation and getting a team ethic going. There's something really, really nice and something that can be really bought into for the first time, I think, with this England team. But yeah, should we move things on, James? We're going to send Stephen over to the board in a moment to talk through his Manchester City dream team. In fact, I haven't been up in a while.
Yeah,
go on, Steve.
Let's go on. You can pick it apart. You're going to enjoy this, aren't you?
No.
You can walk in front of the camera if you want.
Absolutely. Done thing.
Bottom that time. So yeah, we've done it with the guys. Indeed, he was the highlight, I think, for Spurs. Man United, Sancho.
It wouldn't have been. I could have picked many players more exciting.
You picked your team. You picked his team. That's it.
You'd asked me to do something else.
Yeah, I know.
No, you didn't.
Paul is now going to go through Steve's Man City dream team.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, you've not done a great deal to this.
I mean, we don't really need surgery, do we? We just need a little bit of tweaking. And there's some players I kind of want, but I still wouldn't put them initially ahead of some of these players. Like you wouldn't. I'll get on to him in a bit, but like Edison, I mean, he's obviously going to be on number one. Yeah. The big thing really is we need Milan Snickers centre back alongside Laporte. We need like a proper good centre back, and can't say it. Skriniar, that's the one. Someone like him or Koulibaly, but he's the one that's most kind of linked to Manchester City. He's young, he's got a good profile, he can pass it around. Him alongside Laporte, which makes a lot of sense because it's just young defenders who can grow together. Otamendi's getting on a bit. Eric Garcia is too young.
I think you've got in the likes of Otamendi's perfectly fine to have in the squad. He's,
third or fourth. Yeah.
Exactly. But really, you're looking at what's that nailed-on partnership going to be for the next couple of years. So that's obviously.
And he's been really impressive over Serie A. So he seems like the logical one. So I'm happy to get on board with that if they want to. Kyle Walker, it'll probably be him or Joao Cancelo, but Walker will probably most likely start the season. And I'm hoping this guy's actually alive and proper because he's starting to get back. He is starting to get back. I guess my dream is that.
Mendy, because I think there was that initial spell when he came in and obviously he just looked absolutely incredible and he had the injury and he came back and he was great again. But I've started to see little murmurings of discontent, I think, over his performance.
Guardiola said when he came back, he'd need 20 games, to get into his form. He said the same thing about Gundogan. Eventually, he did find his form again. And he's played about 13, 14 now, and he is starting to get better. He does that thing where it's almost like his progression is kind of going up, but then dropping a bit, but then going up again, and it's like he's slowly getting back to his level. But I still think he's a very talented footballer. His left foot's fantastic as well. I mean, part of my dream is hopefully that he becomes what he could be, because I don't. Chilwell's very good, but I don't think he's going to improve us that much personally. Mahrez, you mentioned it earlier, Mahrez gave him a torrid time, and speaking to a couple of Leicester fans, actually, the Jamie Vardy lookalike guy, I spoke to him recently, and he was saying his form's dropped off a cliff quite a bit recently as well. And I don't know. I'd really hope Mendy can be what he wants to be. I've got a lot of faith in him.
The midfield's already done. Obviously, Bernardo Silva. Again, not necessarily at the absolute peak of his position, in recent weeks or whatever. But
it's still quality,
look, David Silva. David Silva's replacement. He's been there. He's bedded in.
Next season.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? That David Silva. This is his last hurrah this season. Rodri will have had a season to bed in. De Bruyne is still going to be the best midfielder in the world, if not the best player in the Premier League.
I actually thought I'd liked put Phil Foden there, but I couldn't leave Bernardo Silva because I'm hoping Foden actually extends. I even thought about Jack Grealish. I really rate Jack Grealish. I think he's got a bit of cockiness, and I like that. A bit of arrogance, and I like the kind of the showmanship and all that kind of stuff. And the fact that he doesn't seem to shirk regardless who he's playing against. He's a quality player, but I mean, this three is the one we need to move forward with. They're all at decent age and they're quality.
And this one, I guess, in terms of Jadon
I want him
Sancho,
back. Bring him home. I mean, home for a year and a half when he was at City. But I think he's absolutely fantastic. Just an absolutely incredibly gifted footballer. And he's what we actually need. I think that Sane's going to go, basically. It looks like he's going to go. I mean, he might not, but it looks likely. And if he goes, I want a young, skillful winger who scores 15, 20 goals and sets up 15, 20 goals a season. And there's no one that does it better than he does out wing at the moment.
Absolutely. I think it's fair to say, you've been so well stocked for so long, but losing someone like Sane, it shouldn't be underestimated.
You guys will be happy, won't you?
Well, no, but it's true. Yeah, absolutely. Give us a torrid time at times. But yeah, just being able to put that other guy in, because Sterling's had to play up. We've seen Sterling utilised probably more than you'd have needed to. If you're putting Sterling up front at a couple of games that he has, Sane would have come in and played.
This allows Sterling to go back on the right as well, and Sancho, he kind of plays on the right bit for Dortmund, but he can play on the left a lot more comfortably than Sterling. And Sterling's form, I think a lot of it, I mean, there's always reasons, but the first few months of the season, he did pretty well on the left, and then eventually people started to realise what he's going to do, just cutting. He's cutting in all the time, and he's become so predictable. And his best at City has always been on the right, and I want him back over there because I still think he's an absolute top world-class player. I know we've got Mahrez on the bench then as well, and all that kind of stuff. But I think this would be pace, it'd be skill, and then next season, this guy's going to be there for his final season probably. I mean, ideally, I'd go crazy and put Mbappe or something like that, but that's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. You better not get him. I mean, fuming.
Never happened.
But I would love that. Maybe, I don't know, Timo Werner would. I'm hoping 18 months from now we go for someone like Haaland, because he has allegedly. Isn't not this. 18 months. Apparently, he's got a clause.
Well, Dortmund's
like
only ever going to be. He's not overextended in so much as he's not like going to like Mbappe's done with going to PSG, where if you want to then move on, you're talking ludicrous money. He's always going to be available to clubs that have got financial clout. Do you think Gabriel Jesus is ready to finally take over the reins from Aguero?
I really rate him. I think he's fantastic. I think he's very different, and that's the problem. I mean, the problem he has to replace a genuine legend of the game. And it's when the big games come, Aguero scores the big goals. And Gabriel Jesus people forget how young he is as well, and what he's accomplished already, and what he's led his country to, and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think he's quite ready yet, personally, but maybe another season.
It's one of them where sometimes you just need to be thrown in, and when Aguero's there, he's always going to, because you can't stop him scoring. That's the thing about Aguero, is I don't think we've ever really been able to see Pep Guardiola's full realised vision. Because Jesus is definitely it. That's what he is. But you can't. Aguero's just. He's timeless, really.
The idea of Aguero not in a Man City shirt is going to be really, really strange. But this team, it's not a big change or anything like that, but I don't think City need that. They need a few play. And I'm sure some people will come in and probably end up being on the bench behind us or whatever, and maybe we'll see a young lad or two, someone like Foden, get more games, or maybe Eric Garcia will get a bit of a chance. But it's not surgery, it's just, the odd tweak here and there for this team.
Absolutely, yeah. Do we think that is enough to keep Man City and get Man City back to the summit? We're going to hand back over to James in the studio.
Now, the transfer window, it's all about decisions, big decisions. Do you take a player? Do you pay that little bit extra? Do you say yes? Do you say no? Which leads me perfectly to one final update from Chris.
Yeah, breaking First and foremost, Jarrod Bowen has signed for West Ham from Hull City. West Ham will pay an initial £18 million for the forward, with up to £7 million in potential add-ons. Just to reiterate some of the headlines, I think it's important at this time of night. Wigan defender Anthony Robinson will remain at DW Stadium after his move to AC Milan couldn't be completed. Dortmund signed Emre Can from Juventus on deadline day, an initial loan until the end of the season. Sheffield United's new signing, Sander Berg, says boss Chris Wilder was the main reason for his move to Bramall Lane. Obviously, the big story of the day, though, was Manchester United agreeing a deal with Shanghai Shenhua to sign Odion Ighalo on a 6-month loan. Now, at 11:05, Jim White was actually talking on Sky Sports News and revealed probably the biggest twist of the evening. Aston Villa turned down the chance to sign Ighalo last night.
Oh,
is that true?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, Sam.
Jim White said it. Of course it's true.
And on that bombshell, can we please welcome Chris to the sofa? He's putting a proper shift. Let's welcome him. Well done, Chris. Man, what a job. Getting things trending for days.
We keep it going. He's going the long way
Going the long way around. Really is milking this one.
Go through the cameras like Robbie.
That's fun.
Brilliant. He's still going. He's on his way.
He's
fighting injury to make
Can we just say as well, Chris Pajak is the walking wounded at the moment. He's having severe back troubles. He has fought through the pain barrier, not just to be here, but to put in a tremendous shift on a very high and uncomfortable stool for the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. So yeah, if only someone...
nicer than mine. Do you know what? My view was a pillar. Essentially, that's all I could see. I couldn't see anything else that was going on.
It is pretty comfortable, unfortunately.
You're much better looking up close.
You think for all your hard work, someone would give you a seat, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you can honestly.
I've got to see.
Shut down.
This is much more comfortable.
Okay, fair enough. Whilst Chris gets his breath back, let's answer one of the last couple of questions from the top 11. We've got 2 left. If you had to take... Coming in there? Oh, he's having a Snickers. Fair enough. Fair enough. If you had to take and play regularly a player from your biggest rival, who would it be?
Sergio Aguero.
Sergio Aguero.
Over Firmino.
Who are you dropping?
Just playing Firmino in the 10. Play Aguero, centre forward.
That's not bad, really, is
Who you
it?
Yeah, I'll
dropping?
drop Oxlade-Chamberlain.
I mean, mine's
play
obviously
Aguero.
Van Dijk as well, isn't it? But it's just not swapping him, but you know.
Jamie
So hang on, when
Jamie Vardy.
When did City and Liverpool...
when Man City and Liverpool... When did Man City and Liverpool rival? When's your biggest rival?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah,
You've got to pick from Man
slow
United.
down.
Oh, yeah,
Let's all
yeah,
just
yeah.
slow down here.
I'm talking
Start
about
with
the most
Liverpool.
hated rivals, the one that makes sure the bitter taste in your mouth by saying it.
Yeah, but our hated rivals. I mean, if I'm doing a hated rivals, I'm going to have to take Odion Ighalo, aren't I? And let's be honest. I want Liverpool to function still. Let's be real.
So it feels like a two-parter then. So biggest rivals are...
Manchester United.
Okay, and so the player that you've got to take from them...
Marcus Rashford.
Chris, do you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. That's quite easy. Stick.
There is no other player that they've got that I want. Actually, Fernandes. Fernandes obviously comes into the conversation. The fact that he's fit probably helps between now and the end of the season. Yeah, take Fernandes. You can have Rashford.
Okay,
He's injured.
Cheers, thank you.
Do you know what?
Who's your, so Man United?
I mean, yeah, I guess so. It'd probably be. I would love to see Pogba under Pep. That'd be interesting.
Well, there was talks about that, wasn't there? But just before he played last season, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think he'd surprise people. But I mean, it's probably Rashford. But that, yeah, do you know what? Just for the bants, Pogba, Pep.
I mean, it's not bad. He's literally one of the best central midfielders in the entire world.
That you bite off. That after everything that's happened.
There's been too much fish in here. I'm going to choose my nibbles.
Do we think Alexis Sanchez would have had a better time if he joined City instead of Manchester
Yes,
United?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
He would have won more, wouldn't he?
He would have just had a better coach. An actual coach.
Would have won something.
I felt like he was done, like mentally done, Alexis Sanchez, by the time he joined Man United.
I was totally wrong about him. I remember Hugh Izzy saying that he's played too many summers in a row and it's too much for him.
No, but Arsenal
And I
fans
think he
were
was
just
probably
preparing themselves for the fact that he was leaving their club, so they were telling themselves the mental propaganda of like, it's best he leaves.
But with hindsight, he was right, wasn't he? They've proven that to be the case. He hasn't
really done that well at Inter.
Well, he's been injured,
Yeah.
hasn't he? So
He got 1 goal.
Sam, who are you going for then? Biggest rival?
Do I get to choose just one player, I
You get
suppose?
to choose your rival first.
That would be Liverpool.
That would be Liverpool. And then, okay, who would you like?
Van Dijk.
And Dijk and Maguire.
I did say Mane to him beforehand, but I realised that was a stupid mistake.
Nearly put him in your dream team.
You might as well. The flight of fancy that was.
Flav, who are your rivals?
Arsenal.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And
Martinelli.
he's so good, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah, he's
Really, really good. And he was like from the third tier of Brazilian football. He wasn't even. It was. I don't know how they've done it. I'm gutted. The Aubameyang would be the one. Given we don't have a striker, and he is still incredible. It would be him, hands down.
James, who's your rival? Chelsea?
Chelsea.
It's not. It's
Thank
Brentford.
You. It's not Brentford.
It is
It's not
Brentford.
Brentford.
Charlton?
It's not Charlton.
Reading.
Getting geography all over. What's this? Chelsea.
You can't pick. It's not fair for you to pick a team.
That's
from
my
Chelsea.
rival.
Leighton Orient.
That's my rival.
Yeah, but Jim, they all get into your team.
Eh?
Does every single one of them?
That's
get
not the question at all. If they get you, they have to go in your team.
Pick
That's part of the
Brentford.
question.
Pick Brentford.
This feels like
Pick
more than a
Brentford.
nibble.
Not picking Brentford. Chelsea. They're in Middlesex. This is West London.
All right.
Chelsea. I would take
What about Fulham? Are they your rival?
Kante, obviously. Kante would make any team 30% better because he's essentially an extra player, isn't he?
So we've got 80%.
But it answers the question. What about Fulham?
What about him?
If they're rivals of Chelsea, aren't they?
Our
Yeah.
rivals.
got an excellent
Our rivals are Chelsea. Okay, guys? If we're learning anything today, QPR's rivals are Chelsea. Another question here.
Okay.
Number 11. What service station will Mbappe stop at on his way up the M6 to Liverpool?
What is this about? So from out.
What's the one on the toll? That's because he's definitely going on the toll, isn't he?
See, I think what you've done there is you've naturally assumed that he's going to fly into London and go up the M6. Whereas if he knows anything about service stations,
T-Bay.
he's flying into Glasgow, coming down the
Yep.
M6, going to T-Bay.
T-Bay southbound. What a station. The duck pond.
in the country.
Can I-
By a mile.
He's sitting there.
Farm shop.
He's got a roast. The duck pond there. He's
Beautiful.
sat there.
I feel like we might be alienating some of the viewers.
Very niche here.
Yeah, I've no.
T-Bay, man. Both ways.
But
You
can I-
knew exactly.
Yeah, it's like-
started saying it was like T-Bay.
Mbappe to Liverpool. What?
That's a bit
From my perspective, I don't know what this is. Is this?
It's just
It's not
Something
real,
every
though.
day.
It's,
Every day.
Kylian
It's an
Mbappe has.
Not bumbling about.
He came out last in an interview with the BBC and said that what he admires about Liverpool.
saw that.
And then there was a French journalist, Julien Laurens, who basically said, if Liverpool can afford to pay for him, he would join. Like if they could get PSG to pay a fee, then he would join Liverpool. But this is the thing, it's not. But Liverpool have never been in that position because look, Mbappe is the hottest talent. He's the most in demand.
How much do you reckon?
They're talking 350 million euros, and that's just pure speculation, by the way.
Isn't it?
But yeah, absolutely. I can't see Liverpool being in that kind of market.
Could anybody do it? I don't know because not.
I think Real Madrid seems
If
like
Liverpool sold Mohamed Salah for 150 plus, again, pure speculation.
You need to do a Coutinho thing.
You're getting into a world where maybe you could just about, but it sends a message. It's what it tells the world that Liverpool consider themselves to be in that bracket of football team. I don't think it's something you can do every other season. I don't, it would represent a massive turn in how the club
Impossible
run.
transfer, surely.
Liverpool won't do that. That's not the type of signing. Liverpool, at their best 70s, 80s, I've never signed the best player in the world or the one who's about to be the best player in the world. It's not something we do. And people will say to us all the time, Van Dijk and all this. Like, Van Dijk got better when he got to Liverpool Football Club and became the best centre-half in the world at Liverpool
He was
Football
already
Club.
a very good centre-back.
Yeah, he absolutely
Not
was.
as good as he
but
is now.
No.
I don't
No.
think Liverpool go out and sign him back. The next Mbappe. They're looking to try and sign people who are young, who are good, and I think Liverpool will make a splash the next transfer window, but it won't be 200 to 300 million pound.
But you're saying that because they don't do that, or because I think the
He's
squad's so
outside the
good and
wage
you haven't
structure.
spent money, so you can, like you did with Van Dijk and with Alisson, you can go, we're not going to buy 3 or 4, we're just going to get this
The
one
things that
dude.
make this possible, and these are just, again, pure outside things, is that Liverpool's new kit deal includes a percentage of sales, which no other kit deal does. Everyone else, you license your kit to someone, and that's done. You take the chunk of money, and that's it. Liverpool get a percentage of sale, which means that there's a value to signing a big bracket footballer, because for the first time ever, shirt sales matter. Names on the back of shirts matter. Merchandise sales matter to you. So there might be something in that. And the problem we've got is its wage structure. Is that you're talking, he's already on double what our top wage earners on. And so all of a sudden you've got to turn around and all your existing world-class players are going, well, hang about. Yeah, I'm the guy who won you this, and this. Why is this young lad on more money than I am? And then I'm not sure Liverpool are ready for that. But let's be honest, we said it. If we'd have had this conversation 2 years ago, Liverpool broke the world transfer record for a centre-back. Like that was not a Liverpool move in any way, shape, or form. To spend 70, exactly. To go and spend the money on a goalkeeper. The previous goalkeeper spent £5 million on Karius. I think for Liverpool to go big like that shows that if the deal can be right, we would. But I think if someone said to me 120 for a Jadon Sancho, that still seems hard on Liverpool. But I think that might be the top bracket where they go to. You get into 300s.
I think Liverpool do break 100 million in the summer for a player, but I don't think they go much further than that.
Yeah. Right, the last few minutes of what's been a brilliant Deadline Day stream. Let's round it up a little bit then with. So what is the story of Deadline Day? What would you go with? Seems pretty obvious, right? Yeah, Rick Barnes or Igalo?
Come on,
Yeah.
Rick Barnes.
Got to be Rick Barnes, right?
Because I don't have to talk about Igalo.
Obviously, you were able to be closer to the Rick Barnes thing.
You experienced.
It's incrable, isn't it? What's it like to watch? Was it nice to watch?
It got to about 3 hours in and I forgot we'd made it up. I was starting to believe it all and I was really rooting for him.
Yeah.
I was like, I really hope his medical doesn't fail.
Yeah.
I really want him to succeed in life. And Rick Barnes, if you're out there, mate, somewhere, please.
Yeah.
Reach out.
I've got to say, massive thank you for everyone getting involved with that, because it's such a nice feeling, isn't it, when you kind of you are actually participating in this stream, in this bit of content, and getting involved.
Manchester United, the Odinga stuff, it shouldn't be underestimated. Obviously, Bruno Fernandes is the big ticket item that you've brought in. But Igalo, it will be the one tomorrow, and it'll be the one that's all over social media. It'll be ridiculed because that's just the culture that's around this. But Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, he could Tottenham Hotspur have lost their main centre forward and haven't brought him in. Flav's been saying all evening, we don't have a centre forward. United have at least gone and filled the hole.
Flav said earlier, if he scores 5 to 10 goals between now and the end of the season, it was a good decision.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, he leaves anyway.
The heartbreaking one for me has got to be Anthony Robinson, which we haven't been able to talk about much. It's just so heartbreaking.
I reckon that Milan thought they were getting Andy Robertson. And when he turned up, they said,
from the Northwest, that's not him.
I don't think
doesn't look anything like him.
That's not him. Because Milan, they're probably looking over Wigan, Liverpool, more or less the same.
That's enough, yeah.
So they just gone, it's not Andy Robinson. So what are we going to do? He's going to fail at medical. All right.
No, he passed the original medical and then had to get extra medical.
Special medical.
Which we're going to take.
Who was the guy?
Hours.
We didn't cover it actually. The guy who Barcelona left in limbo between. he flew from China and was told during the middle of his transition flight that Barcelona weren't going to be taking.
Singapore airport or something.
Something like this. Was it Bakambu or something?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but he was. He thought he was having his dream move, and he actually tweeted to Transfermarkt to say, "Can I have my profile updated to almost Barcelona as who he plays for?" I mean, talk about your heartbreak. Imagine being told it's happening, you're moving to Barcelona, and then halfway you get off the plane. We've all done that where we've, the world's moved on while we've been on a flight.
He's there like, go away, get off. We're like, sorry, mate.
I got off a flight to discover my Twitter account had been suspended for reasons we can't go.
But that's why I think it's even more heartbreaking for Robinson, because he flew over there. He was there.
Good.
He was at Everton, and then he's done well at Wigan. Wigan are struggling though in the Championship, so it's a bit of a surprise.
Is he just is he just having like a lonely pizza just in Milan on his own? Just
I have no.
Sad
what confuses me is I think there is still often a bit of pedigree of what the players that you've got to kind of go for. And I'm not trying to have a go at Wigan here, but it is left field, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprising. It was literally a left back, so
absolutely fantastic. What an evening it's been, Jay.
And a good one, mate.
Yeah, listen, thank you very much to everyone who's joined us in the studio. Gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause for a wonderful performance. To our wonderful crew as well behind the scenes. Thank you very much to everyone for watching. Jason, thank you very much for being a wondrous co-host. And we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you very much to Snickers, of course. Ta-ra.